Floors be opened. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, to lay upon the table the case report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner concerning investigation into allegations of wrongdoing.
This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 24 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to Bill C-44, an act to amend the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act and other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sands Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first relates to the horrific human rights conditions experienced by Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China, presenting petitions here from people throughout the Metro Toronto area who are horrified by reports of organ harvesting. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of British Columbia from various places within Saanich Gulf Islands as well as Metro Vancouver, calling on this government to legislate a permanent ban against supertanker traffic along the British Columbia coastline. We do not want these petitioners do not want dilbit in tankers on the BC coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, have a number of petitions here for my writing. These petitions are asking or calling upon the members of Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through sex-selective pregnancy terminations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I have 3 petitions to table in the House. The first is on the suspension of the extradition of a citizen in Laval. The second was signed by many people from the North Shore of Laval and from Montreal on Gros Cacuna oil terminal. It calls upon the government to reverse its decision and to turn down the oil terminal project. And the third and last petition is on my bill, C-608, to have an international midwife stay.
The Honourable Member for Random-Burn, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to present a petition about the cuts to postal services by Canada Post. This is one of several petitions that I have presented on behalf of particularly rural communities throughout Newfoundland and Labrador. People who are saying that the government should in fact tell Canada Post to maintain full postal service, particularly in rural communities, because of the impact it will have not only on the people who avail of the services, but of the economy in the area. Thank you.
Petition. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been working on affordable housing strategies for years, and so it gives me great pleasure to present 200 petitions from across Canada that really want to see us work on a national housing strategy where we can end homelessness, increase housing affordability, provide tax benefits to rental investors for upgrading and creating new housing in the house across Canada. And so thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-43, Economic Action Plan 2014, Act Number 2.
The ruling by the Speaker, Bill C-43, Projet de loi C-43,
Bill C-43,
and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February the 11th, 2014, and other measures. Loi numéro 2 portant exécution.
a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures.
There are 68 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-43. Motions numbered 1 to 68 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 68 to the House.
Motion number 1. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended to deleting the long title. Motion numéro 2.
Motion number 2. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting the short title.
Motion number 3. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 102. Motion
number 4. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 103.
Motion number 5. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 104.
Motion number 6. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 105.
Motion number 7. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 106. Motion number 8.
Motion number 8. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 107.
Motion number 9. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 108.
Motion number 10. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 109.
Motion number 11. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 110.
Motion number 12. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 111.
Motion number 13. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 112.
Motion number 14. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 113.
Motion number 15. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 114.
Motion number 16. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 115.
Motion number 17. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 116.
Motion number 18. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 117.
Motion number 19. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 118. Motion numero 20.
Motion number 20. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurentine Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 119.
Motion number 21, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 120. Motion numéro 20.
Motion number 22, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 121.
Motion number 23, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 122. Motion numéro 24.
Motion number 24, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 123.
Motion number 25, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 124.
Motion number 26, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 125.
Motion number 27, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 126. Motion numéro 28.
Motion number 28, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 127.
Motion number 29, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-48 be amended by deleting Clause 128.
Motion number 30, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 129.
Motion number 31, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, proposes that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 130. Motion numéro 32.
Motion number 32, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 131.
Motion number 33, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin, moves that Bill C-43, Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 132. Motion numéro 34.
Motion number 34, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 133.
Motion number 35, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 134.
Motion number 36, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 135.
Motion number 37, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 136. Motion numéro 30.
Motion number 38, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 137.
Motion number 39, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 138. Motion numéro 40.
Motion number 40, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 139.
Motion number 41, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, proposes that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 140. Motion numéro.
Motion number 42, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 141.
Motion number 43, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 142. Motion numéro 40.
Motion number 44, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurentier-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 143.
Motion number 45, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 144.
Motion number 46, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 145.
Motion number 47, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 172. Motion numero 40.
Motion number 48, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 173.
Motion number 49, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 187. Motion numero 5.
Motion number 50, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 225.
Motion number 51, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 226. Motion numero 5.
Motion number 52, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 228.
Motion number 53, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 229.
Motion number 54, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 230.
Motion number 55, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Heyer, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 231. Motion numero 56.
Motion number 56, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 253.
Motion number 57, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 254.
Motion number 58, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 255.
Motion number 59, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 256. Motion numero 60.
Motion number 60, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 257.
Motion number 61, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 258. Motion numero 60.
Motion number 62, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 259.
Motion number 63, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 260.
Motion number 64, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 313.
Motion number 65, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 378.
Motion number 66, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 379.
No. Motion number 67, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin Laurenti-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 380.
Motion number 68, Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Morin-Laurent-Labelle, moves that Bill C-43 be amended by deleting Clause 381.
381. Debate, débat. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, mes chers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you for reading out all those amendments, because this is a massive omnibus bill, 460 pages long, and so the amendments are a minimal effort to correct some of the many problems with this bill. Since the government's formed a majority, the Conservatives formed a majority, they've totaled about 2,000 pages in omnibus bills and accepted not a single amendment from the opposition. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker, because in this bill alone, this omnibus bill, there's a huge number of acts that will be affected, and it's incredible that in this omnibus bill, we're going to face the same problem we've seen with all previous omnibus bills. And that's what the Conservative government, that's the problem we have with them now. It's a problem for our economy and for our country.
Omnibus bill. There are many, many corrections to the previous massive omnibus bill because they got it wrong, accepted no amendments, which fixed previous omnibus bills. And this is the way the Conservatives think is a good way to manage the Canadian economy and the government of Canada. Now, this is a process that has failed Canadians. We see it creating conflict and uncertainty. We see it creating bad economic conditions that I'll go into in a minute. It's a problem because it is using a power that a majority government has completely irresponsibly. And we have myriad quotes from Conservatives who are now in Cabinet who used to decry the Liberals when they used this exact same technique, when they would ram together all sorts of different laws into one package, one Trojan horse bill. Nothing to do with the budget whatsoever, and that is true also in this case. And the Conservatives called it anti-democratic. They called it unfair. Well, for once they were right. But if it was right in opposition, then it must be even more right when forming government. Because the power that a majority government has to affect our country and affect our laws is one that must be taken with responsibility, as opposed to the abuse of power that we see again here in this bill, Bill C-43. Now, to put this into context, and I think context is important with any Budget Implementation Act, just under the Conservatives' watch, we've lost more than 400,000 manufacturing jobs in this country. Consumer debt is at an historic high for Canadians. Canadians owe more money now than they ever had in our history. We've seen a persistently high youth unemployment rate in this country, usually double that of the unemployment rate broadly. And we've also seen the consistency of long-term unemployment. That is that's Canadians who are out of work 27 weeks or more. That is at its worst levels in the recession is still at that level. So Canadians who are finding it harder and harder to get back to work at the worst times of the last global recession is also true now. 20% of the jobless rate in Canada are long-term unemployed. And this is a quote from, well, I'll leave that till later. To talk about the unemployed is something that Conservatives are often chagrined to hear, because within this bill, one of their feature item, Mr. Speaker, in the midst of global uncertainty, in the midst of oil prices going below $70 a barrel, dropping almost 40% this year alone, we see no Plan B from the government. Plan A is oil, Plan B is oil, and Plan C is oil. And when oil drops below $70, government revenues, federal and provincial, go off. But we also see any hope for job creation go off, because that's the only plan the Conservatives seem to know and have. And it was in previous omnibus bills that the Conservatives tried to put truth to the idea of what the Prime Minister said back in 2006, that Canada would become an energy superpower, that they would bulldoze their way through the countryside, laying pipeline down everywhere and export all that oil to market. And they made changes in Canadian law through these omnibus bills to attempt to achieve that. And what have we seen? What have we seen but uncertainty and conflict? Because Canadians, when pushed against the wall, Canadians, when forced to accept something without debate, without their input, without any decent consultation, Canadians resist. Canadians resist and say they want fairness. They want their government to play an equal role in the economy, not favoring one side over the other. Canadians want to see the $1.3 billion subsidy just to the oil sands, as direct subsidy to some of the richest companies on the planet. They want to see that end. They want to see an alternative. They want to see some options. They want to see Plan B. They want to know that we can have a green economy, and despite a complete lack of effort from the federal government and another failed opportunity in this Budget Implementation Act, we see the clean tech sector growing by leaps and bounds, up 37% in just a few years. $25 billion has gone into the green energy sector in the last 5 years. Greater than that, that's gone into the oil sands in northern Alberta. Do you ever hear the Conservatives talk about this? Do you ever hear about them talking about the great success of the green energy movement in Canada, the clean technology industry, high-paying, high-quality jobs? No. All they blow their capital on is one industry and one industry alone. And it's always wise to have a little bit of diversity go on in an ecosystem and also in an economy. And with Conservatives, we've seen all the eggs put into one basket with no Plan B. And that they're one as China's economy weakens, as Europe remains fragile and some European countries into recession, as America is even showing in its rebound that some of the indicators are showing weakness there as well, that in the midst of all that uncertainty, and what the governor of the Bank of Canada said, we may have a zero or near flat recovery in the job sector. In the face of all that difficulty, the Conservatives bring forward an omnibus bill, and they say their one economic initiative out of 460 pages, their one initiative to help Canadians get back to work is an EI job scheme that doesn't work. A $550 million raid of the Employment Insurance Fund, which even Conservatives admit doesn't belong to the government. More than $500 million is ripped out of the EI fund in this omnibus bill. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who's done the only credible analysis of this scheme, says it will create an astounding 800 jobs. And says that each of those jobs, each single job created by this EI raid, will cost upwards of $550,000 each. Now, I've had a number of constituents write me and want to know where they can apply for these $500,000 a year jobs, because they wonder why the government is promoting such a program, when we know that a far too high number of Canadians who fall out of work can't even access employment insurance. That's the worst kind of insurance there is, something you pay into but can never draw from. And the reason they can't access is because Conservatives and Liberals before them kept rigging the rules, changing the rules so that fewer and fewer people, particularly women and particularly low-income Canadians, could actually access employment insurance. It's a scam, it's a scheme, and that's why it's in this bill rather than a standalone piece of legislation that we could actually debate here in this House. And we hear that when we ask the government for their analysis of their scheme, of their $550 million EI raid, that the government did no analysis at all. We asked the finance officials, we asked the minister himself, who came before a committee, and we said, you're about to rip off the EI fund for $550 million to create these jobs. Did you do an analysis? And he said, no, we didn't. We outsourced it to a lobby group, to the CFIB. But even the CFIB has said time and again that this employment scheme will not necessarily create the jobs that the government hopes for. We see this as a failure of process. We see this as a failure of integrity. We see that just today in the stock market, the TSX is quoted as saying that it has deepened its decline on Monday as concerns about the Chinese economy and discouraging signs from an early U.S. holiday sales have shown that the mining and metal sectors have also fallen while energy stocks tumbled. In the face of all this, we would expect the government to take the opportunity here in the House of Commons, here with the powers of a majority government, to do something about our weakened economy, to do something to help the green energy sector, to do something to help Canadians get back to work. We wonder when Conservatives are actually going to do something. Drop the ideology, pay attention and face reality in our economy. We need to help Canadians get back to work. We need to restore those good-paying manufacturing jobs. We need to do something more than what's in here. We've attempted through our amendments, Mr. Speaker, to make something good out of something bad. My concern, my suspicions, my reality is that Conservatives will do what they've always done, which is ignore the evidence in front of them, take an ideological stance and say they know best, that they know best, and the numbers tell the truth. They don't, and they're failing Canadians and failing the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Quack the Cat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way for his comments, I think. Just a couple of quick points. I want to thank him for leaving in a number of things in Part 4. Especially, I'll note on the extractive sector, which I think is an important initiative of the government with respect to reporting of mining companies abroad. But he also forgets the latest reports and the growth in the economy of 2.8% last month. So he forgot about that. So I wish he would have put that in the employment growth. But I do want to ask him. He made a comment with respect to the refund of the EI premium, and I think he used the words ripping off the EI fund. And I think if you recall our comments from committee, there's two major contributors to the EI fund. One is the employers, and the other is the employers, who contribute about 60% of this. This is $550 million, which is going back to small businesses, especially small businesses. And in New Brunswick, many of our small businesses have less than 10 employees. So we're putting $550 million back in the hands of small business, which in my view would not only help them, but also help them maintain some of the employment that they have today. So it's not really, you can't say it's a rip-off. It's a refund of premiums back to a contributor, a major contributor called the employer.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank my friend for his comments. I'm not sure I heard a question in it, but it's actually a significant change of argument that we've heard from the Conservatives. Because if you'll remember initially, Mr. Speaker, that the finance minister said this is going to create 25,000 jobs, or person years. They changed the metrics a little bit. So the initiative to take $550 million out of the Employment Insurance Fund, money that doesn't belong to the government, was to create jobs. That was the headline. That was the news. That's what the minister was saying. Well, when we asked them for any analysis, when we asked them to defend this argument, he had nothing. What he had was a couple of quotes from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, who has also said, Dan Kelly, who is the head of that organization, on a firm-by-firm basis, I think that you're quite right. You're not going to pay for a full-time job through an EI hiring credit. So it's not a huge amount of money. This is not a program this is not a scheme that will create the jobs that the government claims. And in a time of economic weakness, in a time of global uncertainty, to take $550 million out of the EI fund and not create any jobs out of it seems like a failed opportunity to not allow people who paid into the fund, because it's not just the employers, it's the employees, to actually access the employment insurance, especially if they've lost their job, as 400,000 of them just in the manufacturing sector have, seems cruel and seems bad for the economy. So if now they're saying it will maybe maintain a few jobs, then that's a completely different argument than the finance minister used. They'll have to get their arguments straight, but they certainly don't have any evidence to back up that this is what they claimed initially. This will not do what it says, and that's a failure on the part of any intelligence from the government.
Questions and comments? Question and comment side. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and where I do agree with the NDP critic of finance is in regards to the Conservative employment insurance plan. And what we have put forward, Mr. Speaker, is a plan that would ultimately see EI premium exemptions for every worker hired to fill a new job in 2015 and 2016. Mr. Speaker, this was a program that would ultimately see tens of thousands of Canadians of all regions of the country gain employment through this particular Liberal proposal. The question I have for my friend in the New Democratic Party is, my understanding is that during the last federal election, Jack Layton was actually supportive of this type of a plan. My question to the member is, does the NDP no longer support what Jack Layton had talked about in the last federal election, or would he join us in supporting this particular proposal that the Liberals have put forward?
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley. You only
Thank
have
you, Mr.
about
Speaker.
40 seconds.
The challenge for the Liberals is they've actually changed that particular proposal 3 times in the 2 weeks since they had first introduced it. Secondly, they've got it completely wrong. We had a small business hiring tax credit that came out of general revenues that worked. It didn't raid the EI fund. And it worked so well that the government, in fact, picked it up. And small businesses loved it, including the CFIB. Why? Because it was a tax credit linked to the creation of a job, not the hope and promise of a job. We've seen massive amount of tax cuts going to the largest corporate sectors, the most profitable, that haven't gone back into the economy. We have one of the lowest research and development reinvestment rates in the world, in the developing world. We've seen upwards of $600 billion that the Conservatives called dead money, money that was given back to them in tax cuts that they didn't reinvest back into the economy. If you're going to give business a break to create jobs, then why not tie the string and say when you create the job, that's when you get the tax credit? That's what Jack Layton promoted. That's what we continue to promote, not these schemes that will only fail workers and hurt those that pay into the EI fund. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since I wasn't able to get to the floor when my honourable colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley was speaking, I want to thank him for his remarks. I think it is very important, and I'm pleased to hear the official opposition train a light on the question of the economics for this country and what's generally considered an unquestioned benefit of developing in the oil sands. Now, there are, of course, benefits economically to develop in the oil sands, but there are huge economic risks in putting all our eggs in the bitumen basket. And so I appreciated my friend from Skeena-Buckley Valley saying, what's Plan B? Doesn't seem to me that the current administration has a Plan B. And although it's not the subject or pith and substance of the bill before us to discuss that, I did want to underline that it's important that we not just examine what's wrong with putting all our eggs in the bitumen basket from the point of view of the threat to British Columbia's wilderness of these ill-advised, risky pipeline schemes, and the risks to our coastline of putting bitumen mixed with toxic fossil fuel condensates called diluents, call it dilbit, and ship it to refineries overseas. This whole project of deciding that Canada is better off when we take a resource from northern Alberta, don't process it in Canada, but put it in pipelines to ship other places without any consideration of the climate impact, without any consideration of the environmental threats, the failure to even examine whether the economics line up is something that is astounding. And I'm pleased to hear another member raise that issue in this place. But I wanted to address the bill itself. It's, as we know, it's an omnibus budget bill. It's, again, over 400 pages. It's the kind of abuse of Parliament that really does constitute a daily contempt of democratic process in this place. Here's a bill that covers everything from aerodrome regulation through to getting rid of the Canadian Polar Commission and replacing it with the Cambridge Bay Research Station, what's now called the CHAR. We have sections of this bill that deal with patent legislation, and we're told by experts in patent that they're not properly thought through and will cause real problems. We have changes in social assistance that appear to be targeting the most vulnerable in our society. And I want to speak more to this issue about the way in which this piece of legislation will affect refugees. We have changes here in the way the Canadian Public Health Officer is allowed to run the department. These are very profound changes, and I wanted, before getting into the detail of the individual changes, make the point again that making changes in myriad unrelated sections, most of them non-budgetary, is an offense to parliamentary process I've raised this point in points of order, Mr. Speaker, and take your explanation that it is up to the House itself to set some parameters around omnibus budget bills. But it must be said again that up until this current Privy Council and Prime Minister, we have never had omnibus budget bills topping each year a spring budget bill, a fall budget bill. So we have about 900 pages of legislation in 2012, 2013, and 2014 in these omnibus forms, which are then, the contempt is compounded because none of these are adequately studied. Most of them go through the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee finds itself trying to deal with questions about high Arctic polar research or how aerodromes should be run. One piece of legislation should properly be before the Transport Committee. Another piece of legislation should properly be before the Environment Committee. But oh no, they're all bundled up and stuffed down the throats of the Finance Committee. So on top of having them in omnibus form, we also have time allocations. So there's not the time to bring in the witnesses who could explain all the provisions of how this bill will affect myriad areas of public policy. So that's offensive. And then on top of that, we had this placed through independent motions of 20 different committees that were amazingly, what a coincidence, identical motions last fall for the purpose of limiting the rights of members of Parliament from smaller parties, such as my own role as leader of the Green Party, or that of colleagues who sit as independents, or of the newly formed Force et Démocratie or the Bloc Québécois. Our opportunities to debate and to present substantive amendments at report stage have been eliminated by the, well, I have to say it's a Machiavellian expedient of 20 different motions in 20 different legislative committees that create the bogus opportunity, which I'll put in quotes, the opportunity for members such as myself to present amendments in each of those committees. Some of these committees meet at the same time, Mr. Speaker. I won't go into the details of how coercive and difficult and unfair this measure has been. Never in the history of Canada has a majority party gone to such lengths to shut down individual members of Parliament. In any case, I'd like to turn to the aspects of this bill that are most egregious. I'm very concerned about the change in the management of the Canadian Public Health Officer. Changing his role from being the person responsible for his department to being subservient to a president for the organization and no longer a deputy minister. I think the Public Health Office, it's a relatively new institution in the history of this Parliament, but it's an important office. And when we face public health threats, we need to know that our Canadian Public Health Officer is not going to risk being told, we'd rather you not talk about that now, sir or madam. We want to keep that under wraps for a while. That's a very dangerous road to go down, and it's being accomplished in this bill as an omnibus budget bill. I'm also very concerned about the changes that have been made to the provisions that deal with, and it's really quite, it was almost under the radar before people noticed it. It wasn't trumpeted. But the changes to the ways in which the federal government transfers money to provinces and the requirements around that transfer. In the past, social assistance transfers did not have residency requirements, and certainly there were provisions to make sure that the most needy would always be able to get social assistance. Well, this opens the door. The changes that are being made in sections 172 and 173 of Bill C-43 will make it much harder for refugees to gain that desperate assistance, the most vulnerable people in our society, people who get here with just the clothes on their backs. It will be open to a province. This doesn't accomplish it in one fell swoop, but it's the first step in saying that a refugee claimant will not be able to get social assistance. It opens the door to provinces to make those kinds of changes. There are also changes in the Canadian Intellectual Property Office. Now, these are not changes that affect the question of justice and fairness and equity in our society, but what they will do is make the whole area of patent law much less certain, much more confusing, and these amendments were recommended by experts in patent law, but as were all opposition amendments, ignored and voted down in committee. The piece of legislation that creates the Canadian High Arctic Research Station at the same time eliminates what was previously the Canadian Polar Research Station and the Canadian Polar Research Commission. It's not at all clear how the two will merge. This bill repeals the Polar Research Station. Of course, the current Canadian High Arctic Research Station, which is in the front window as the current administration's commitment to science, it must be noted that this facility being built in Cambridge Bay in the Minister of Environment's riding is designed not to do any research on climate. It's designed not to do any research on ozone. It is specifically focused on research for resource development in the Arctic, and it certainly is to be commended for highlighting the important role, the essential role of Indigenous knowledge going forward and traditional knowledge. But it is hardly appropriate in this day and age to focus so much research money in the Arctic and ignore climate and ozone and the toxics that concentrate in the body fat of the wildlife that people of the North rely on for country food. Je vais faire un petit résumé, Monsieur.
Now I'll do a short summary, Mr. Speaker. It's incredible for me to see that we have an omnibus budget bill. We see this year after year, following another omnibus bill in the spring, another one in the fall. Each time there are so many changes to several statutes in Canada without an opportunity to have study, sufficient debate, discussion for these profound changes.
Place that we continually have omnibus budget bills forced down our throats and then forced down our throats quickly with time allocation. Once more, Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament, I protest against these offensive measures that strike to the heart of the role of parliamentarians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her excellent speech. I share her concerns with respect to the process that's been imposed by the government, and which takes rights away from members, which eliminates the independence of the House. We're participating in a parody or a simulation here of tabling of amendments, and they should be debating it because they represent constituents in this country as well. We would like to see more debate, more discussion, but they're turning a deaf ear to our comments. At committee, when the process was introduced, the Liberals voted with the government to force the independent members to use this process, which gives them only one opportunity with no other voice to address amendments. My question to the member is with respect to amendments discussed at the Finance Committee on C-43. It's these are aspects that enable the provinces to withdraw or include a period of residency for refugees for their eligibility for social assistance. The issue was addressed at the Finance Committee. I'd like to give my colleague time to elaborate her thoughts on the legitimacy or illegitimacy behind that measure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. The discussion is really a parody. That's what we're talking about here. He used the right word. We need time to have study, to examine these issues. We need to have a serious examination when changes of this nature to so many pieces of legislation are undertaken, which affects several aspects of our society. This is very serious. I want to thank my colleague for his question and his concerns.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her comments. I'd just like to ask a question with respect to the amendment on the Chief Public Health Officer. And we heard at committee, the Chief Public Health Officer himself actually came in and said that the amendment in this bill was actually codifying the way that the Public Health Office has actually been operating since 2012, in fact. And, we really appreciate his comments because he does such a great job for Canadians as the Chief Public Health Officer. And also he expressed no reservations in that meeting with respect to his ability to report to the public, to provide scientific evidence, and in fact, he still very much has the responsibility to report to Parliament each year. So I'm wondering if the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands can comment on why she's concerned. If does she not believe the public health officer and his assessment of the changes in this bill?
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I thank my friend from Tobic Mactaquac. I am not the least bit reassured by the fact that the newly appointed Chief Public Health Officer thinks things will be fine. He's an expert in public health. He's a fine medical doctor. But I don't think he fully appreciates the distinctions and the importance of independence. The fact that the Chief Public Health Officer for the province of British Columbia, speaking on behalf, as he has said he's speaking, on behalf of all public health officers at the provincial level across Canada, protest this change. Believe it's a big mistake. I would refer to a letter from Trevor Hancock. Dr. Hancock is professor and senior scholar at the School of Public Health and Social Policy, University of Victoria, and I know him well. And Dr. Hancock has warned that this is violating, and I'll just quote him, the importance of medical officer of health being an independent officer was established in the 19th century and is as true today as it was then, given the adverse health effects of poverty and of our industrial economy. So the role clearly should be independent. It's important for the public health officer to have the status of deputy minister so that with the other deputy ministers within the Government of Canada, information is shared quickly, directly, and relationships are built between the Chief Public Health Officer and the other deputies. I think this is an enormous mistake, and I fear that the current Public Health Officer will come to agree with me.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I wish to speak about Bill C-43 and about families. The week after the events of October 22nd, my wife Judy and my daughter Megan and our then 10-month-old grandson came to Ottawa to be with Dad. And I think, like many of us, I underestimated the effect that that day had on our friends and on our loved ones. Touring this building together, watching my grandson sit where you are speaking, Mr. Speaker, brought home how important our families really are. I remember when my kids were young, and we took them to everything. People would say, you must put thousands of miles around just driving your kids and neighbor kids from sports to community events. And at the time, it never really dawned on me. After all, there was the excitement of watching my son Devin score the first touchdown in our new football team in the same field where my youngest brother had scored the last touchdown 20 years earlier before that team had folded. Or the excitement of watching our daughter, after being fouled at the buzzer during the very first game for the Elnora Junior High basketball team, then sinking both foul shots to first tie and then win the game. I see NBA players who can't do that. So the coaching, watching my kids and their teammates competing at regional and provincial levels in all types of sports, performing in plays and pageants, and even working on the farm together. These are memories of a family that worked, played, and laughed together. So what about all those miles? As I've always said, I'd much sooner drive my kids around than drive around looking for my kids. Our new family-friendly tax measures will make it easier for all kids to get involved in the many exciting opportunities that exist in their communities. And for that, as community representatives, we should all be proud. This is the reason the Economic Action Plan 2014 has my backing. It's a tremendous support for Canadian families. This bill puts more money back into the pockets of Canadian families and works on improving the fairness and integrity of our tax system by closing loopholes and strengthening tax enforcement to ensure that all Canadians have lower and fairer taxes, not just a select few. Under this plan, every family with children will have money put back in their pockets so that they can spend their money on their priorities. These latest tax cuts and benefits will see an average Canadian family save close to $1,140 in 2015. All in all, these savings represent close to $27 billion returned to the pockets of Canadian families over the next 5 years. These latest tax cuts and benefits include the introduction of a family tax cut, increasing and expanding the universal child care benefit, increasing the child care expense deduction limits, and doubling the children's fitness tax credit and making it refundable. The new family tax cut is a federal tax credit that will allow a higher income spouse to transfer up to $50,000 of taxable income to a spouse in a lower tax bracket. This credit will provide tax...
Order. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley on a point of order.
Apologies to my friend for interrupting. I was listening to his speech and the measures that he was talking about, and I was looking for some reference point back to the bill that we're debating. The measures that my friends can argue if they'd like, but the measures he's referring to are not in this bill and are not relevant to this bill. This is a Budget Implementation Act. He's discussing measures that have not yet been introduced and certainly not introduced through this legislation. So it's just a question of relevance, Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer in response to that point of order. I have to say to you, I'm at a disadvantage of not knowing that bill well enough to know whether, in fact, the contents are, of this speech are relevant. So I'd like some comment from the member for Red Deer.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, the discussions on tax reform and so on is in the bill. So if that is such that takes to the relevance of it, I'd be happy to continue.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley on the same point.
Yeah, sorry, Speaker, and I very much appreciate that it's a 460-page bill. I don't know if you've gone through every page yet, and I'm sure my friend has, or others in the House, but it's an incredibly complicated bill. He's speaking very specifically about a number of measures that are not at all contained. It's one thing to say, well, I'm speaking about taxes, but he's got so far, and it may change in the rest of his discourse, he may have a speech that's about the measures that are contained within this bill. And we're welcome to that debate, and that's what we're here to do, is debate the amendments that we've brought to the bill and also the bill itself, if that's a broad interpretation of what this debate is about. But to go into a number of measures, and I know he's getting some sage advice, but to get into other measures that are completely not contained in this piece of legislation stretches the bounds of relevance. And I understand the disadvantage you may be at in terms of whether it's in C-43. I guess it's one of those moments where I say, trust me on this one, the measures that have been discussed so far in his speech are not at all contained in this bill, not referenced. There's no enabling amendments or pieces of legislation. It's just not contained in this legislation. So if he wants to speak to C-43 or the amendments that we've moved to C-43, then of course we're interested in the debate. On the Employment Insurance Act or the Social Assistance, now he's getting papers from the lobby, which I'm sure will help move this discourse along.
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Again, to the point of order.
1 second. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the same point of order.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and I apologize for taking the floor. Just to say that I have read this bill carefully, and I have to agree with my friend for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. But it is in the tradition of this place to both force down omnibus budget bill measures, but to debate things that aren't in them. On C-38, we heard often from ministers of the Crown all about sections of the bill that didn't in fact exist.
The honourable member for Red Deer on the same point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's called the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, and it is in the bill. And of course, the honourable member had spoke of perhaps discussing some of the salient points that they had in their motions, such as amending by deleting the long title, amendment by deleting the short title, amend by getting rid of this clause, further deep thought involved with the motions, delete, 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 and from that position, they then go to the Green Party with more deep thought, delete, delete, delete. This is the type of thing that we are seeing. So if they want to speak to the motions that they have, we could go that route.
I'm going to end the debate on the point of order. The member for Red Deer has made the point that at least the tax credit is infant tax credit is in the bill, which at least ties it well enough to relevancy that I think the point of order is not well taken. I will allow the member for Red Deer to continue, again cautioning him that all members of this chair of the Speaker's office, I think, have made it clear over the last few weeks that we are going to look more closely at relevancy. So I would ask him to, as much as possible, keep his comments relevant to C43. Member for Saanishkov Islands, is this on a separate point of order?
Yes.
Go ahead.
In the course of defending the honourable member for Red Deer, in the course of rebutting the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley's point of order, made a gratuitous comment that the Green Party amendments were all deletions. I just draw to his attention that in my speech I complained of the fact that the Conservative Party members have deprived me of the right I have under the rules of this place to bring forward substantive amendments. I'd much rather be able to do what is my right to bring forward substantive amendments at report stage, but the actions of his majority party have made that impossible.
That's not a point of order. It is a matter of debate. The honourable member for Red Deer, you have 4 minutes left in your speech.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, as I was saying, trying to talk about families, perhaps it's an opportunity, if people have been listening, to see how difficult it is sometimes to be able to bring up issues that are important to families. And you know, I'm somewhat perplexed by some of the things that have been mentioned by the opposition. I know that Jack Mintz, one of Canada's leading economists and the current director of the Palmer Chair of Public Policy at the University of Calgary, talked about the tax package that we were discussing, addressed the current inequalities for the tax system and helping all Canadian families with kids. And I suppose I should quote it. The Conservative family tax package addresses a current inequality in the tax system, helping all Canadian families with kids. And this is the way that we have to look at the different types of opportunities that are there in this particular bill. Taking a look at the way in which we can enhance families, and again, I know that there is concern that they don't really want to talk about the income splitting that is associated with that. I know that there's a lot of discussion that sometimes is being mentioned about it, but when you can look at people with taxable income, let's say of $60,000 with one person, $20,000 for the other, they're actually going to pay, they would have to pay $1,200 more in federal income tax than a couple that had 2 children in which both spouses reported a taxable income of $40,000. So the same $80,000, but you split it up, you take a look at that. So these are great opportunities.
Order. Order. L'honneur député de...
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Misrata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to have to come back to this, but I'm raising exactly the same point my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley raised. This measure is not in Bill C-43. He's referring to various tax measures that were announced by the Minister of Finance, but that have no place here in this debate because they are not included in Bill C-43. I would call upon the member to stick to the content of the bill that we are currently debating. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when I gave a speech earlier a few weeks ago about the C-43, a member of the opposition, actually the member for Sydney Cole Harbour, went on a rant for several minutes about the Arctic offshore patrol ships, none of which is even mentioned in C-43. And I commented it's a very broad bill, as they call it, an omnibus bill, and yet they find things that aren't even in the bill to talk about. And of course, the Speaker at the time said there's considerable latitude. He was going to get to his point eventually. I wish the opposition would extend that same courtesy, understanding there are things that are connected to the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Obviously, income splitting is not in C-43. We all recognize that. But on the other hand, I'm going to give the member for Red Deer the opportunity to continue on. I think he's making a point that indirectly, at least, is relevant to C-43 and to tax policy more generally. So I will allow him to continue.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the discussions that we've had, and certainly the children's fitness tax credit and making it refundable, all of these types of things that we have done is certainly going to help families. And that's a critical part here, to make sure that we do all that we can to help families so that they can indeed be part of the community and enhance and the encouragement that is required for such a thing. And again, changes including the increase in the adoption expense tax credit, helping the high costs associated with adopting children, medical expense tax credits to help the costs associated with things such as service animals and specialized therapy, and plans to help individuals cope with the effects of a disorder or a disability. These are the types of things that our government is doing. And to hear the opposition bring in these obscure arguments and suggesting that we're trying in some ways to stifle debate, there's good news, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of great things that we are talking about, and to have these opportunities for children and for our families and to show the great care that we have for them, I think is something that we should all be proud of. And to speak to budget implementation acts, of course, we have continuously been cutting taxes. I mean, since 2006, we've cut taxes over 179 times in every way that government collects them, whether it's through personal taxes, consumption taxes, business taxes, excise taxes, and much more. We know the reduction of the GST and what it has done from 7 to 6 to 5%, and how that in itself has put another $1,000 back into the average Canadian family. We've got personal income tax to 15% and have steadily lowered the general business tax rate from 21% to 15%, as well as the small business tax rate from 12 to 11%. This is allowing the economy to stay strong. And we look at, all we have to do is to look at Canada from the perspective of other places in the world. And they look at us and they say, how is it that you could get it so right when the rest of us have been struggling? And the reason for it is the whole concept of having a reduction in taxes. And the reason for that is that it puts the money into the hands of individuals. And they know how to spend their money much better than governments do. So, Mr. Speaker, when you think of that, you think of our tax-free savings account, something that's become the most important personal savings tool since RRSPs, how significant they are. Can continue to speak about the ways in which over the years, and in this particular Budget Implementation Act as well, that we have been able to reduce taxes and put more money into the hands of individuals. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this government has clearly taken steps to make life more affordable for Canadian families. And again, by creating family tax cuts and previously the tax cuts and credits, Canadian families will be able to spend their hard-earned money on the things they believe are in the best interests of their families. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I would ask that all members in the House join me in supporting the Canadian families by ensuring the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, parts of which had to do with various technical measures, but that had nothing to do with this bill. Now, regarding his comments on the parts of the bill that we're debating, I'd like to hear what he has to say about a provision that was not asked for by the provinces or the territories, and whose purpose is to allow the provinces to establish a period of residence for claimants and to withdraw social assistance. So they don't have possibility to work. They only have access to social assistance, and I'm wondering why that measure is in the bill. What is the member's opinion on this specific provision, given that there is no fiscal impact of it for the government?
Member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, respecting the provinces and their jurisdiction is something that this this government has continually done. And so I'm extremely proud of the fact that we do these types of things, that we make sure that it's in consultation with different stakeholders. So I think it's an important aspect of it. The opportunities that we sometimes have with the Budget Implementation Act technical briefings, and I just wanted to bring that up from the point of view that very seldom does the opposition take the information that they gain when they attend these technical briefings and present it to the House, because there are reasons why, because it doesn't really fit into the rhetoric that they would sooner have in question period or in the media. So I think it's important that we recognize the experts in this regard and consider what they have to say on this area.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member indicated, and I suspect it comes right from the Prime Minister's office, that the Conservatives have got it right on terms of taxation policy. And then he went on to talk about the income splitting policy that the government's recently announced. This is a policy that will assist less than 15% of the Canadian population, Mr. Speaker, at a substantial cost of $2 billion. It is going to be the middle class of Canada that's going to have to foot the bill for that income splitting policy, something in which the former Minister of Finance from the Conservative Party himself was very critical of. My question to the member is can he tell the House why it is that this government is penalizing the middle class of Canadian society and forcing them to pay for that $2 billion income splitting promise from this Prime Minister?
The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable member. I appreciate his points. You know, it just shows, though, how the Liberal Party doesn't understand how a good government should work. Jim Flaherty, challenged his colleagues, and each of us took it upon ourselves to make sure that we had budget consultations, that we actually talked to people. The Liberals had opportunities to even be involved in these discussions over the years. And so these are the kinds of things that we would do. And I look at the discussions that happened, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance wanted our input. And our input has given something that is so strong for middle-class Canadians. And when they look at that and recognize the situation that exists there, I think you'll find that they're extremely proud of the work that we've done. And stronger families mean stronger communities. And with stronger communities, everyone is going to benefit. So it's similar to the flawed notion of maybe if you're involved, if you don't have, or you don't have kids, why should you pay education tax? These are the kinds of things, the strange things that come about from the opposition at times. But I remember, think about what I'm saying. I remember the situation that occurred when the Liberals cut transfer payments many years ago as I was the chairman of a hospital board, and I recognized the damage that had taken place. So for them to make suggestions as we are putting more money into transfers and everything else, I think they should recognize that their record is not very strong.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, thank you very much. And I've listened to the debate this morning, and I was told that the technical briefings are something which we should present information to the House on. I'm pleased to do that because I was at those briefings, and some of the things we heard, quite frankly, shocked me. Most importantly, around the federal port system. The changes in this bill around the ports, not a single port authority across the country was consulted. Not a single municipality across the country was consulted about the changes that are contemplated in this bill. In fact, there was no public consultation. It was simply a change that was foisted upon the House as part of an omnibus bill, a practice which has been described as too frequent, too complicated, and unnecessary in terms of the promotion of democracy by the esteemed Professor Peter Russell at the University of Toronto, an expert in parliamentary procedure. But the reality here is quite something. Ports are now being given the power to expand their letters patent arbitrarily and unilaterally by simply acquiring property. And when they do that, those lands are then exempt from local zoning conditions. No municipality was consulted. No cost and benefit analysis was done around what this does to local tax bases or what this does to the cost of operating the ports. And further to all of that, we now see in the City of Toronto that the Port Authority is seeking to regulate zoning permissions right across the city. So what it can do, it can unilaterally downzone property, acquire it, and then rezone it unilaterally. That's a scam. No consultation, not a single conversation. And it doesn't get much better when you start looking at the aerodromes under Division 2 in this bill, Part 4. The aerodromes, instead of having a public process where you've got public boards and public conversations about the behavior of aerodromes and airports in this country, what you now have is all of the decision-making, not even in the House of Commons, being concentrated inside the minister's office. Again, were municipalities consulted? Were airport authorities consulted? What we heard in the technical briefings is no. This is simply something that was dreamed up on the other side of the House. This is the public process that omnibus bills gives us. A concentration of power in the hands of a few, often unelected, and a complete departure from debate in the House, let alone public scrutiny, let alone public consultations. And so they may talk a good game about public consultation, but the only people they really talk to are each other. And on the aerodromes, we have significant concerns being raised by pilots right across the country. From the Canadian Owners and Pilots Association, who opposed this bill but were never consulted about it, the very people who use the airports. We are concerned about the manner in which the Act Amendment was developed without consultation, how far the power of the minister would extend, and the one-sided nature of imposing consultation requirements and prohibitions in aerodromes when no such Aeronautics Act consultation requirements or prohibitions exist. You're making up legislation. But what's worse about this is that this bill is introduced as simply housekeeping, a few enabling pieces of legislation to get a budget bill through. This was never in any other legislation. It was never proposed, never presented, or never debated in any part of this country. It simply shows up in a committee one afternoon, gets into a press release, and then we're supposed to swallow it whole as part of an omnibus bill. It's unacceptable behavior, and it's wrong. On that issue, there's another serious issue that the aerodromes deal with in terms of the impact on local communities. Many defunct aerodromes are now being effectively used as landfill sites. When construction happens in one part of the country, the land gets hauled to another part of Canada and gets dumped without rules or regulations because that's what's allowed. And there's no public consultation or rule or regulation about that. And as a result, it now resides with the minister, not with the House of Commons, and decisions are being made in this House today as we debate this that will have far-reaching impacts into every corner of this country. We cannot support that, and we won't support that. It's the kind of arbitrary rules that brings all of the actions of this House into question. Public health. Not only do they want no consultation with the public on other items, on this one what they're trying to do is bury scientific evidence, which is a pattern that is really disturbing in terms of the behavior of this government. In public health, what they're doing is they're layering a government appointee that needs to have no scientific expertise, no medical expertise, simply a political functionary is being dropped in on this department, and the medical advice we need to deal with things like SARS, and God help us if Ebola ever arrived here, the medical expertise and the power of the Chief Medical Officer of Health to act unilaterally within a federal department when an emergency prescribes that is being lost to someone without any medical expertise. If you take a look at the history of what chief medical officers of health have done in this country, you will find that public works, the public works departments, not just of cities and of provinces, but also of this country, is a direct result of medical advice, scientific evidence being presented to decision makers, and from that, public policy flows. What are we doing? We're burying that expertise in a bill which purports to be a budget bill, but is quite clearly another attack on science and evidence by this government. It's unacceptable. The other issue that we're dealing with, of course, is the employment insurance changes that are forecast in this bill. Changes that have been denounced by virtually every significant economist in the country. And when you go to the technical briefing and you ask staff from that department where this idea came from, they have no idea, because the evidence they produced as part of this debate, when they were asked directly, what studies have you done to verify the claims being made by the government, They say not a single study was requested or done. In other words, the numbers come from a source outside the government. Where do these numbers come from? Well, when you go to committee, what you find out is that the numbers come from the very lobbyists that asked for the cut. They're not verified. There's no due diligence. You're spending $550 million on a whim, on a promise from vested interests, from some conversation that happened in the back rooms of some ministerial office. And so when the party across the way asks for us to go to committee and listen, and we do, when they ask us to attend technical briefings and focus in on the evidence presented, the evidence is there is no evidence. And yet the policy emerges out of the back rooms as if it's somehow well thought through. When the Parliamentary Budget Office does report on these topics, what do you get? A complete contradiction of the numbers that are presented by the ministers. It's not 500 or 1,000 jobs. It's 800 jobs. 800 jobs at a cost of $550 million. But the same legislation which freezes premiums, the Parliamentary Budget Office, their evidence presented in committee, their evidence is very clear. This act is going to cost the economy 10,000 jobs, which means there's a net loss. You're cutting taxes, but you're cutting employment at the same time, and you're leaving Canadians in a very bad spot. And the information that perhaps has not reached the Conservative benches is a very simple one. When 10,000 people lose jobs, tax cuts don't help. When 10,000 people lose their jobs, families are negatively affected. You can hand out all the tax cuts you want for kids in sports programs, but if your parents aren't working, you're not playing. That's simple. That's the evidence that's presented as part of this discourse. And yet that evidence never seems to reach the back benches on the other side, and it certainly doesn't reach the talking points of the ministers involved. The final and the most horrific part of this bill is the private members' bill, which is not a budget bill. It's political discourse. It's rhetoric that has slipped its way into this omnibus bill. They weren't confident enough to present it as government policy. They put it in place, and then they slip it into an omnibus bill hoping no one will notice. Well, of course we all noticed. The reason we noticed is because this notion of denying social assistance to refugees is just morally bankrupt. It's wrong. And when you go to the technical briefing and you ask the staff of the department, have you consulted with anybody? The answer is no. Did anybody comment? It comes back that one province spoke up. That one province, the province that I reside in, the province this Parliament resides in, the government of Ontario said, don't do this. The government's response? They did it. For all of those reasons, this bill cannot be supported, must not be supported, and if the Conservatives were serious about what they heard in committee, they'd withdraw it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments made by my colleague. And wonder if he might want to provide some additional comment in regards to the manner in which this legislation has taken into account numerous other pieces of legislation, as opposed to the government introducing standalone legislation, which no doubt would have had a lot more debate inside the House. What they've done is use the budget bill to pass an abnormally high number of other things that could have been brought in separately under separate pieces of legislation.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, the examples in recent days have been numerous, but what happens when the government acts unilaterally on a single piece of legislation that gets ripped apart? I mean, the Veterans Bill that was not even a week old has already been withdrawn, rewritten, and turned on its head, and the minister is running all over the world trying to avoid any questions about it. So I can understand, because of the political failings of the government office, that why they would want to have an omnibus bill. It's easier to hide bad legislation. But the reality here is that as you start to pick apart even the high watermarks in this folly of a piece of legislation, is you can start to see that there is no reasoning, no rationale, no factual support, no research, no documentation that supports any of the claims being made by the ministers publicly or by the government backbenchers publicly. And what you end up with is opposition member after opposition member standing up and picking clause by clause by clause, division by division by division, and explaining why Division 14 doesn't work, Division 20 doesn't work, Division 19 doesn't work. And so the Canadian public is sitting left wondering why they would present such a horrible omnibus bill. The reason is because it's all so bad you can't pick out which is the worst one.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Topic-Actequac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his comments. I just would like to read a quote into the record from the Chief Public Health Officer, Mr. Greg Taylor, when he said at our Finance Committee meeting, the changes in public health, he said, "The changes proposed do not diminish the role of the Chief Public Health Officer, they enhance it. In essence, they associate internal management and capacity issues with a dedicated agency head and direction on public health issues with the CPHO. It makes good management sense and good public health sense to make these changes. It's a structure that works well for many provinces and territories and for countries, including the United Kingdom and Australia. In fact, we've been moving this way as an agency for some time now and have in fact adopted this type of management structure since 2012. If the honourable member is going to say the government's not listening, does he not listen to the Chief Public Health Officer, Mr. Taylor?
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, all of the organizations that have been cited there, and in particular if you take a look at Australia, where the person who's brought in to manage the Chief Medical Officer of Health is also a doctor, is also a scientist, and they manage multiple departments within that agency, and so you don't interrupt the ability for scientific and evidentiary-based decisions to come forward. The trouble we have here is that there's been a very clear pattern with this government not to appoint someone with expertise or capacity, but simply to appoint people with political skills to do the work of what scientists and people with evidence should be doing the work of. And so the problem that we have with the way in which this government is processing is that we know that they don't like science. We know that they don't like expert opinion, and we know they don't like evidence. What they want is simply to bureaucratize the information they're receiving and to politicize it so they don't have to listen to it. And so in this case, there may be a way of rationalizing it as a replication of other jurisdictions, but what we have here is a deliberate practice of a government that refuses to engage with science, that refuses to look at data, dismisses evidence, and in fact it says, don't give us the facts, give us the anecdotal evidence. And that's how they proceed on case by case by case. You can see it with the harm reduction strategies around Insight. You can see it with the Common Sense Firearms Act. Every time you run into evidence, you change the bureaucracy and politicize it. So that's why the opposition has absolutely no confidence in your ability to restructure this department.
I'm shocked. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina should be directing his comments to the chair, not to, at least I assume he was not directing those comments to the chair. In any event, in the future, if he could direct his comments to the chair, please. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I'm pleased to inform Canadians about how our Conservative government is successfully implementing the initiatives in our Economic Action Plan in order to promote jobs growth and support families and communities. Our initiatives, which are part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, greatly benefit families in rural regions such as my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. One of the important requirements of municipalities that is being met by our federal Conservative government is the provision of long-term, predictable funding for infrastructure. And I'm very proud of our government as it has delivered a new Building Canada plan to help finance the construction, rehabilitation, and enhancement of infrastructure across my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. As the people in my riding know, they've been abandoned by the Liberal Party of Ontario. Unlike the province of Ontario that discriminates against rural Ontario by withholding provincial gas tax revenues, our federal government returns gas tax revenues to the municipalities to do the needed infrastructure upgrades and take the pressure off the property tax base, which, along with the high electricity energy prices, are forcing people on fixed incomes like seniors out of their homes. Through the now permanent and indexed federal gas tax fund, last year, communities in my riding made needed infrastructure repairs. Communities like the township of McNabb-Braeside received almost $221,000 for road reconstruction. Madawaska Valley received approximately $134,000 to reconstruct Tamarack Road, and Laurentian Valley Township received almost $600,000 in federal gas taxes to resurface or reconstruct 5 roads in 2013, being Emma Street, Spruce Street West, Whispering Pines Crescent, Vaudry Drive, and Beeline Road. North Algona Wilberforce received over $98,000 to begin work on Marsh Road, resurfaced Snowdrifters Road, and to construct a dry storage shed for salt. Edmiston Bromley Township received $83,000 to resurface South McNaughton Road. The City of Pembroke received almost $860,000 to reconstruct the Pembroke Street West Bridge as part of an ongoing federal contribution since 2011 to fix various streets and replace water and sewer lines, amounting to over $1.7 million. The County of Renfrew received $2.5 million for road resurfacing and rehabilitation. The Town of Renfrew received $250,000 in federal gas tax dollars to rehabilitate Queen Street. In 2013, Petawawa received almost $500,000 for Herman Street for a cumulative federal gas tax fund total for that project of almost $1 million. The Township of Whitewater Region received $378,000 to resurface Pleasant Valley Road and Rapid Road, Bromley Road to the end. The Town of Arnprior received $360,000 for road work, and the Township of Bonnechere Valley received over $93,000 to reconstruct and put a new surface on Crimson Maple Road. The Town of Deep River received $96,000 for work at the W.B. Lewis Library parking lot and sidewalk. The Township of Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards received over $24,000 for sidewalks and $150,000 for roads and culverts. The Township of Horton received $40,000 for roads. The United Townships of Head Clare and Mariah received $23,000 for HVAC improvements. Greater Madawaska received over $84,000 to pay down debt on a waste management project started in 2005 for a cumulative total of over $400,000 and other federal funding of $225,000 for a total project cost of $1.2 million. The Township of Brudenell, Lyndoch, and Raglan received over $180,000 to resurface 2-kilometer section of the Jewelville Road and a 3.5-kilometer section of the Addington Road. The Township of South Algonquin received $226,000 to do Hay Lake Road repairs and repair Maple Drive, Gallery Lake, and Algonquin Street. In total, in 2013, $6.9 million flowed to my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, generating over $20 million in municipal construction activity. Now, I remind municipalities, particularly municipalities in Ontario, that the backroom advisors in Toronto that devised the policy to discriminate against rural municipalities and only pay out the provincial gas tax revenues to urban communities have surrounded the inexperienced leader of the Liberal Party here in Ottawa. They want your federal gas tax dollars to pay for failed social experiments like the industrial wind turbines that no community wants and canceled gas plants. They refer to the industrial wind turbine white elephants as a green initiative to save the environment. In fact, the Liberal Party in Ontario is being sued for $653 million for manipulating the so-called Green Energy Act by using, and I quote from the court filing, political favoritism, cronyism, and local preference. Compare and contrast that with the long-term, predictable funding that is associated with the way our federal Conservative government manages federal gas tax funds to municipalities. Just ask the president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, what he thinks of federal municipal partnerships. We are open, honest, and transparent. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has acknowledged that our tax relief has successfully targeted low and middle income families. He said cumulative tax changes since 2005, which is when our government took office, have been progressive overall and most greatly impacted low to middle income earners, meaning households earning between $12,000 and $23,000, effectively resulting in a 4% increase in their after-tax income. The federal tax burden is at its lowest rate in 50 years. We've removed more than 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls entirely. The average family of four will save nearly $3,400 this year, and a small business with revenues of around $500,000 now saves over $28,000 in taxes, thanks to our low tax plan. It's clear that Canada has become an international success story, but Canada is not immune to economic challenges beyond our borders. Those challenges include foreign dirty money funneled to special interest groups to implement policies that would kill jobs in our forestry and energy sectors. Our government is clear. As long as Canadians are looking for jobs, we will not pursue policies, particularly ones based on junk science, that will put ordinary working Canadians out of their homes and out of work. With that, let me now turn to the measures in today's legislation that would build on our success and ensure that we would continue to keep Canada on track for job creation and balanced budgets. First, Bill C-43 reaffirms the government's commitment to our tax system, making it simpler and fairer. It closes tax loopholes and strengthens tax enforcement to ensure low taxes for all taxpayers, not only a select few. Allow me to highlight some of the measures we've taken to improve fairness and integrity over the tax system in the question and answers. But I would like to close the initial comments by saying that for the first time, and this is according to the New York Times, middle-income Canadians are better off than Americans. That's something Canadians can be very proud of. I urge my parliamentary colleagues to support your country by voting in favour of all the good measures contained in Bill C-43.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Macquarie-Fortin.
The Honourable Member for Macquarie-Fortin. Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her remarks and for the list of subsidies that have gone to the municipalities. I made specific note, and I'll just give her a moment to hook up her interpretation device. We're talking about the Roerenbroek Bridge that will be renovated thanks to money from the federal government. One simple question, will they be putting a toll on that bridge as well? Because clearly in Quebec, we've got the Champlain Bridge, which is deteriorating. We don't need gravity to take that into account. It's falling apart because it's been neglected for so long. So I hope that the people in Enbrook won't have to face the same problem. The member also said that the president of the Ontario Federation of Municipalities thought that the subsidy program on the gas tax rebate, we thought it was something exceptional, but what she's fundamentally omitted, what she didn't say, was that that same president said that the funds are not sufficient. There is a shortfall to deal with the aging municipal infrastructure to such an extent that the money available doesn't even enable them to deal with that. So can she tell us where in this budget is there a solution for municipal infrastructure? Because all of the players are saying that it's insufficient.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to our gas tax refund, we have the Building Canada plan. So Canada's economic action plan is working. It's had one of the strongest job creation records in the G7 since the height of the recession, and nearly 1.2 million net new jobs have been created in this country since July of 2009. And globally recognized authorities from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to the International Monetary Fund have ranked Canada as one of the best countries in the world in which to do business.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I listened to the member opposite's long list of accomplishments that the gas tax has brought her, the riding that is represented here today. And I am very proud to be a member of the party that introduced the gas tax. What I am remembering is, as a young reporter covering that announcement by the then Finance Minister Paul Martin in Hamilton, and then I remember following that announcement up to the Hill to cover the passage of the budget, and I recall distinctly that there was a party that voted against it. No. She was a member of that party. Oh, so no. I'm just curious as to why she voted against the gas tax when it's done so much good for the community she represents, and how she squares that with the comments she just made.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the third party was in government and was implementing a gas tax rebate, they made the criteria so difficult and so far-fetched in terms of so-called green action plans that smaller communities were not able to benefit from the program. Now, we've implemented long-term, committed, stable funding, and municipalities can actually do the planning to do the necessary work so that a crisis doesn't arise when it comes to infrastructure.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to commend my honourable friend on her speech this morning. But I do want to ask a question. Now, first of all, let me put this in context. We remember back to when the NDP was in power in Ontario, and the only thing that increased back then was the unemployment rate. Ontario entered a dark age in terms of economic performance, which we're still reeling from. As far as the Liberal Party goes, well, we saw that the Just Society was a dismal failure. Now they're trying to enter the Just In Society. But let me tell you something. Here's a party that plundered the unemployment insurance fund of $54 billion, which the Supreme Court ruled was illegal. That money belongs to the employers, the employees. And now they advocate for even increased taxes. I was hoping my honourable friend could answer the simple question of how our government has been staying on track, how our government has a plan that's recognized around the world as a plan that gets results in terms of we're going to be achieving balanced budgets in 2015, how lower taxes actually helps create employment in our country, as leading to 1.2 million net new jobs created since the end of the recession. I was hoping my honourable friend could comment on how lower taxes helps create jobs in this country.
We're almost out of time. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Short answer, please.
Well, by keeping our promise to Canadians to return to a balanced budget, our government is focusing on moving forward and with our initiatives so that hard-working people can also benefit from our sound fiscal policies. After all, budgets don't just balance themselves.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Honourable Deputy Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata.
The honourable member from Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to rise to speak to Bill C-43. Now, I hear talk about the content, or I intend to talk about the content, contrary to the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, and the member for Red Deer, who spoke about everything except what is contained in this bill. I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, there are some 460 pages in this bill, and just the fourth part alone in the bill that deals with a number of other aspects. I can't understand why they couldn't have chosen one of those sections to discuss here it's regrettable, and it, in fact, clearly shows, to my mind, the few number of Conservative members who've actually read the bill and who understand the scope and importance and the impact that these measures will have. I'd like to refer back to a comment made by the member for Red Deer when we put our questions and raised a point of order with respect to content. He said we should be attending the technical briefings, etc. I was there, so was the member for Toronto-Spadina, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Several of us attended it, but I only saw one Conservative MP at those meetings. So the questions that we ask and the concerns we raise come specifically from aspects that we familiarized ourselves with at the technical briefings, especially with the aspect that allows the provinces to impose a residency requirement for asylum refugee status seekers to obtain social assistance. Now, this is something we put to the officials at the technical briefing, and we saw and learned that none of the provinces had request for that, and that the provinces are quite perplexed. They don't know why the government wants to move in that direction, especially when we see the rebuke they received from the federal court with respect to health care provided to refugees. So with so many aspects in a budget implementation bill, do we see them talking about everything except what's contained in the bill? Mr. Speaker, at second reading, I asked some specific questions of members with respect to aspects, and their reply was that they hadn't read it, or hadn't read the bill, because they talked about the consequences of the election changes to the Northwest Territories. Now, that's in the bill, but they have no idea. It's as if I were speaking to them in a foreign language. But this bill is of serious concern on several levels. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley raised a question, a very worrisome question, with respect to the creation of a tax credit or a tax break for small businesses, which will enable those paying less than $15,000 in EI to receive relief without any conditions attached to it. Now, clearly, it's been mentioned on several occasions that that measure will lead to $550 million in shortfalls, $500 million that won't go into government coffers without any significant jobs being created. It seems to me that for a measure that's going to cost more than $500 million, taxpayers' money, we should at least have an assessment of the impact of a measure like that by the Minister of Finance. But the officials, the minister, and everyone in a position to ask us, or to inform us rather on this, has said that no study had been conducted. What kind of governance is this government showing? It's proceeding with measures when they haven't even assessed the potential impact. That makes no sense, and it runs counter to the principles of good governance. No CEO would accept, or company owner would accept, to buy something without an assessment of the impact. But the government is subcontracting economic analysis with respect to job creation as well for a major measure contained in its budget without having counter-evaluated it itself. Now, this is the government abandoning its responsibilities when it comes to putting forth economic measures and tax measures. Mr. Speaker, I'm still waiting for a clear answer with respect to why this measure, which will cost $700,000 per job, over $550 million. The parliamentary secretary has said that only spoken to this, and we're seeing that some 800 jobs only will be created under this measure. So this is more than giving money back to small businesses. Mr. Speaker, bear in mind that that money comes from the EI fund, and if the EI fund runs a surplus in the future, well, it will be thanks to an increase in the premiums and contributions made by employers and people, but the restrictions to access. Since 2006, under the government, the number of people benefiting, or the number of people who are eligible to receive benefits, has reduced from 43 to less than 37%. So the money that's being given back to small businesses is being taken out of the pockets of employees who paid into the system without even being able to benefit from EI because of the limitations and restrictions on eligibility. Now, this doesn't happen just in eastern Quebec, but also the member for Quebec-Mactaquac, who's from New Brunswick. His region depends a great deal on seasonal work, like my region in the lower St. Lawrence River, and my riding specifically of Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. When we look at the measures contained in this bill, Mr. Speaker, I asked some questions about it with respect to these measures that make no sense whatsoever. They have no business being in a budget implementation bill like this one. Now, earlier I mentioned the measure enabling provinces to impose a residency requirement. This isn't an issue of respecting provincial jurisdiction. A federal transfer goes to the provinces specifically to fund social assistance. There are basic minimal standards that have been established, and the federal government and the provinces agreed to those, including the fact that a residency requirement is not imposed on an individual when he or she claims social assistance. It's an issue of the universality. Someone who's paid their taxes, for example, in Saskatchewan, who moves, for example, to Ontario, well, the fact that he or she paid taxes and should not be adversely affected if he or she needs to request social assistance just because they moved from one province to the next. There are vulnerable families involved here. There are refugees who are seeing their files investigated, etc. They need to be able to survive and provide for their families because they can't work. And if social assistance is taken away from them, well, what are they going to do then while their applications are being processed? They'll have to go to food banks, they'll have to sleep in shelters. That's not an ideal situation, and in fact, I suspect that when we look at what happened with medical services for asylum seekers, the government received quite a rebuke from the court. We're going to see once again the government taking these steps to try to prevent refugees whose lives are threatened in their own countries to see Canada as a place that is safe. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned those measures, but I could list a number of them. I talked about the 31 measures in Part 4 that are highly complex and that have nothing to do with the budgetary process. It's clear to me that the government is increasingly distancing itself from the principles of good governance, and as a result, in the opposition, we have to oppose a budget like we're going to do at report stage, but also at third reading, because the government clearly doesn't understand how to use the democratic process and to benefit from the opposition to improve these bills. Several amendments that we put forth were presented to fix problems, and in this case, in fact, the government is putting forth changes to fix problems from previous budget implementation bills. Now, the opposition isn't just here to oppose everything, it's to underscore shortcomings and flaws, problems in legislation being put forth by the government, but the government has no respect for the parliamentary process, nor for parliamentary tradition. And we see the same thing here, Mr. Speaker. So for all of these reasons, we are going to be strongly opposing this bill at report stage and at third reading. Thank you very much.
Generally, commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, for his comments, and for the work that he does on the Finance Committee. I greatly appreciate his comments.
I just want to pick up on one of the comments that he made with respect to the refund and the EI. And I mentioned this before, that given that 60% of the funds that are paid in the EI fund are paid by employers, the refund is going directly to them. And I know we had a comment in our committee where we talked about CFIB, and we seem to always want to use CFIB when it's convenient for us. And the other party use it when it's convenient for them as well, Mr. Speaker. So the CFIB has clearly stated that they see this as creating 25,000 person years of employment. I hope I didn't hear him say that he's discounting CFIB's analysis on this refund.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Well, thank you. I would like to return the comments to the member opposite because I appreciate his work on the Finance Committee as well. I have a great deal of respect for his comments and for him as well. Now, I clearly mentioned at the Finance Committee that I have a great deal of respect for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, for the work that it does. But it does work for its members. Its main role is to lobby various government members, ministers, departments to obtain the conditions their members seek, and so that's its main role. The study that was submitted by the CFIB contradicts the study that was conducted by the Parliamentary Budget Office. There are two different studies, independent studies, with extremely diverse conclusions, would in fact mean that it's up to the government to review these. The PBO is independent, so is the CFIB, but with such different conclusions, the government would need to call upon the officials in the Department of Finance to conduct its own analysis, internal analysis that would be made available to the public and to members of Parliament to assess the impact of that measure. Now, we don't have either of those studies. It's regrettable because we see again that the Minister of Finance and the government is being negligent.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's at this point in the legislative process that the House of Commons examines the work of Finance Committee. And I was at Finance Committee when the particular clause which involves the tax credit for businesses that pay less than $15,000 in EI premiums was considered, and amendments were rejected by this government. But what I would like to complain about, Mr. Speaker, is the work of the committee, in that the point was made that for small businesses who pay just under $15,000 or just over $15,000 in EI premiums, there's a very large marginal tax on a business, which is a strong disincentive for a business just below $15,000 to hire more or to increase wages, both of which are good things, or there's an incentive for a small business which pays slightly more than $15,000 to lower wages or to reduce working hours for some of their employees. The point, Mr. Speaker, is that there was no response from the government side in committee. And so in my view, because there was no proper debate in committee, the committee was not able to do its work. And I think that this point was not given the proper response by proper consideration by especially the Conservative members of the committee, and I would just invite my colleague to further comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that's a very relevant question. Yes, in fact, it wasn't properly debated. It wasn't given the full consideration that it should have been given. So there's this limit of $15,000 in premiums paid by businesses, and that's the limit that allows them that break. And it's a problem because it can lead to situations, for example, where a business might limit its own activities. If a business is expanding, let's say, and if it's paying $15,500 per year in benefits, well, then there's an incentive actually to reduce the number of hours. And I doubt this would be the case, but potentially an employee could even be laid off in order to be able to benefit. from that refund. So it's a perverse effect of this measure for businesses that are around that threshold. And that needs to be considered very closely by the committee. But we only had 5 meetings, including the meeting with the officials, in order to look at the impact this bill may have. So that was a botched process, Mr. Speaker, and it did not fully consider the complex aspects of this bill.
West Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm certainly honored to be here today to speak on a couple of the key features of the 2014 Budget and Economic Action Plan. For Canadian families, this year's budget demonstrates the fulfillment of a promise made by this government to return the Canadian economy back to balanced books and surplus. Currently, this government is right on track to do so, and so in my limited time here today, I want to give you an overview of how this year's budget meets such a promise through creating jobs, investing in research and development, and supporting Canadian families. Let's talk about jobs first. Since taking office in 2006, this government has made it a central priority to address what has been on the minds of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, the creation of jobs. Since the economic recession, Canada has recovered more than all of the output and all of the jobs lost during the global recession. The Canadian economy has posted one of the strongest job creation records in the G7, with nearly 1.2 million jobs created since July 2009. Over 80% of the jobs created since that time are 1, full-time positions, 2, nearly 80% are in the private sector, and number 3, over 65% are in high-wage industries. And when I have a chance to travel on parliamentary business, colleagues from all over the world are obviously impressed with the kind of record that we have and we've created and want to know how we do it. And if I just look at the numbers that we heard last month, in October we had almost an increase in 43,000 jobs, which dropped our unemployment rate to 6.5%, which was a jobless rate has been the lowest since 2008. And if you look at what we've done, this government has done in creating an environment where businesses can flourish, you'll see that over almost 182,000 jobs have been created in the past year. And that's a pretty impressive record by any stretch of the imagination. And when it comes to other G7 countries, most countries could only wish to have the kind of record that we have. One way in which this government has been able to create this substantial accomplishment is through strengthening the investment, training, and employment opportunities available to our young people here in Canada. When it comes to training young people to develop the skills necessary for key growth industries in Canada, this government has taken seriously demand put forth by employers to 1, gain an increased role in training decisions, and 2, gain the support needed to train new employees with minimal red tape. Several programs supported within this budget, such as the Canada Summer Jobs Program, the Canada Job Grant, and the Canada Apprenticeship Loan, have provided funding to the not-for-profit, the public sector, and small business employers to create a great number of job opportunities for young people. I've had a chance to meet a number of these individuals in my riding. It is always interesting to see, for example, I just think of the Jordan Museum, and getting a chance to talk to these 2 young ladies that were there last year that were getting an opportunity, because the field that they would like to go into is through museums in some type of capacity, whether it's curators or involvement in exhibits, etc. And because of the money that the Canada Jobs Program, Summer Jobs Program provided, these 2 ladies had a chance to firsthand see what was going on, to experience this in the field, whereas otherwise they may not have been able to have that opportunity. So that's just one small example that I think that has very practical application. By developing an accessible path for students to transition out of full-time studies into job sectors that they are passionate about, and I can assure you that these 2 ladies were very passionate about their jobs with the museum. This year's budget looks to continue the strong legacy established by these programs in helping move forward the aspirations of Canadian employers and students alike. Since it began in 2007 through to 2013, Canada Summer Jobs has helped over 260,000 students, while the Canada Job Grant and the Apprenticeship Program have allowed for an investment of over $50 million and up to 4,000 internships in both high-demand and small and medium-sized business sectors. These initiatives all make Canada's labour force more competitive and shape a path towards enhanced national prosperity and growth. As a member of the Red Tape Reduction Commission, I am pleased to say this government is now implementing another one of our recommendations. We are cutting the administrative burden on more than 50,000 employers by reducing the maximum number of required payments on account of source deductions. The 2014 Economic Action Plan proposes to continue supporting the elimination of unnecessary barriers for employers and the creation of important programs like these, which put more money back into the pockets of hard-working Canadians. The Youth Employment Strategy, or short form YES, is another program with strong results, supported in this year's budget. YES provides skills development and work experience for youth at risk, summer students, and recent post-secondary graduates. Economic Action Plan 2014 announces that our government will improve the youth employment strategy to align it with the evolving realities of the job market. This process would also ensure federal investments in youth employment, providing young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and skilled trades. Creating these jobs for students benefits not only youth and employers, but local economies as well. That's why our government will continue to support programs in this year's budget which help connect young Canadians with available jobs. Let me talk a little bit now about research and development and the Internet. Mr. Speaker, investing in employment opportunities is only one part of how this budget proposes to continue to move the Canadian economy forward. The other half of its strategy is it's investing in the promise of new innovations, new ideas, and new minds. It is these important features which currently give Canada an economic edge over its international competitors. Our government has helped foster these innovations and discoveries by research funding and development projects throughout the country. In 2014, we continue the trend of increasing annual research and development funding, with the total spending now at $1.6 billion over 5 years. We have long recognized that the development of new ideas and new products is key to Canada's future prosperity. It fuels the growth of small and large businesses and derives productivity improvements that raise the standard of living of Canadians. Improvements to technology and infrastructure, such as our Connecting Canadian program, delivered on the government's commitment to the Economic Action Plan 2014 to invest in programs which benefit all Canadians. Bringing high-speed internet to an additional 280,000 Canadian households in rural and remote regions of this country. This program is ensuring that Canadians are equipped with the skills and the tools and opportunities needed to be competitive and thrive in the 21st century. It is because of programs like these that Canada remains the G7 leader in research and development expenditures in the higher education sector as a share of the economy. And our university are recognized internationally for providing a world-class education. We must continue this legacy by investing in the intellectual and social capital which culminates in our places of post-secondary and higher learning. Through our Economic Action Plan 2014, we will continue this legacy through creating funds to support research, academic excellence, and higher learning. Prime examples of the investments of this budget makes in the brightest minds of tomorrow are the Canada First Research Excellence Funds and the Venture Capital Action Plan. These initiatives help Canadian post-secondary research institutions leverage their key strengths to the benefit of all Canadians. Within the next decade, the Canada First Research Excellence Fund will provide an additional $1.5 billion to advance the global research leadership of Canadian institutions. The Venture Capital Action Plan aims to make significant resources available to support Canada's booming venture capital industry, including the allocation of $400 million to help increase private sector investments in early-stage risk capital. Complementing the investment in research and innovation, I want to conclude my time today by focusing on what this budget aims to do for Canadian families. In my riding of Niagara West Glanbrook, families are very important. There's no harder calling for a government than to ensure that every Canadian family with children will have more money in their pockets to spend on their priorities. Family tax cut, federal tax credit will provide tax relief, by allowing higher income spouses to transfer up to $50,000 of taxable income to a spouse in a lower tax bracket. Increasing the universal child care benefit for children under age 6, doubling the children's fitness tax credit, and increasing the child care expense deduction dollar limits all represent measures which make important priorities like child care and after-school sports more affordable for parents. Simply put, these measures put hardworking Canadian families and their children first. Mr. Speaker, whether it's creating jobs, investing in young people, research and development, or supporting Canadian families, this government is displaying strong leadership and taking important steps in moving this economy and nation forward. This budget benefits Canadians nationwide, and it puts initiatives which cultivate growth and prosperity. It is for this reason that I'm honoured to stand before you today and put forward my support for the implementation of this year's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today and speak on Bill C-43. The title of the bill is rather misleading. The bill talks, if I can get to the exact description of the bill, it talks about a bill to implement the budget and other measures. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I wanted to start with, the process that got us to this place today. This is yet another omnibus budget bill. It is a bill that actually does much more than what Canadians might think a budget would do. A budget would be about economic priorities, fiscal matters, and the like. Yet again, this bill, some 460 pages in length with 400 clauses, does so much more than deal with budget measures. It's misleading to call it, in fact, a budget implementation bill when it deals with matters that have nothing in the world to do with budget. And of course, that's the pattern of the Conservatives. This is number 5 on a long list of budget bills. I have the honour of representing Victoria and sitting on the Finance Committee, where frequently we deal with matters that have absolutely nothing to do with finance. And I have a little trouble back in the riding explaining what I'm doing, talking about those measures, but that, I guess, is just the way it is. I also have difficulty explaining why amendments are proposed and uniformly voted down by the Conservatives, even if those bills would be self-evidently an improvement in specific matters. So I would like to start then, having spoken about the failed process, the anti-democratic process that led us to this place, to talk about the substance. And I'd like to talk about things that I think we would support in this bill, things that we would oppose, and things that are glaringly obvious by omission in this bill. So there are some things that must be said that are supportable in this bill. And, of course, the one that comes to mind initially, Mr. Speaker, is the NDP long-standing proposal to deal with the pay-to-pay problem, where seniors in my riding of Victoria constantly complain about, why do I have to pay more for the telecommunications bill if I get it in paper than if I do it online? I don't have a computer. I don't want to do that. Well, the government, in its typical way, went halfway. They went along with pay-to-pay provisions vis-a-vis broadcasting enterprises and telcos. But I guess, Mr. Speaker, the banks had a better lobby, because glaringly obvious in the omission is anything to do with bank fees. And I guess that's because the banks had a better lobby than telcos, or perhaps there were disputes elsewhere with that sector of the economy. But at least they went halfway, and we give them credit for that half measure. There were, secondly, measures to improve the clarity and integrity of the tax code, something which New Democrats have been proposing for a long, long time. But, of course, there's so much more that needs to be done about tax evasion, and I'd like to talk about that in just a moment. There are other issues, such as the implementation of a DNA data code to help solve the crisis in Aboriginal women and girls, and the fact that so many of them are missing. That, I think, is a long-standing proposal that the government has recognized now, and we accept that. And lastly, the backlog on appeals to the Social Security Tribunal is going to be addressed by allowing more members to be appointed, which is, of course, something as well that has been sought by the NDP for many, many years. Now, Mr. Speaker, I said I'd talk about what was missing, and in case I run out of time, I would very much like to make sure I get what's missing on the table right away. What's missing is $7.8 billion a year that could be available to Canadians if this government were serious about the issue of tax havens. This has been a bit of a passion of mine, Mr. Speaker, to try to get the government to take that seriously. That's only an estimate. It can only be an estimate because, contrary to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's attempts and our attempts and the Senate's attempts to get the government to actually measure the tax gap, like our friends in the UK and France and the United States have been doing for years, this government somehow says it's a waste of time, it can't be bothered. Well, how can you measure? If you don't measure something, how can you manage something? Isn't that public administration 101? Government refuses. So I only can give an estimate. It can be accused of being high or being low, but it's a big number. And corporate tax avoidance in particular is a global epidemic. Even though Canada is proud, the Conservatives are, of having the lowest corporate tax rate in the G7, we still have corporations that go and send their money abroad. An example is tax shifting or transfer pricing, Mr. Speaker, where in order to pay even less taxes, these companies that have the lowest corporate tax rates in the G7, they still have their favorite trick. What's that, Mr. Speaker? Well, what they do is they sell a patent to an offshore subsidiary. Then they charge themselves licensing fees for the use of the same patent. Well, that's a good trick. Other countries have closed that loophole. We don't seem to care. Mr. Speaker, I've introduced Bill C-621 that would address the economic substance, require that there actually be economic substance before these paper transactions are allowed, and costing the Canadian Treasury billions of dollars because the government simply doesn't want to take the time to go after corporate friends on Bay Street. So I guess what's happening is the Bill 621 would do what Professor or Dr. Robert McMecken talked of in his book, Economic Substance and Tax Avoidance. Now, Dr. McMecken, who really helped in the bill that I'm talking about in drafting it, he pointed out in his doctoral thesis at Osgood Law School, having been a practitioner with the Department of Justice doing tax litigation for many years, that the government could close this loophole if the courts could get back on track with looking at the economic substance of transactions rather than whether or not they appear on paper to be okay. Something like going after the general anti-avoidance rules vis-a-vis corporate tax avoidance. That's what my very short Bill C-621 would do. It would basically put Canada on track, Dr. McMecken points out, as regards our other allies whose courts seem to have stuck to economic substance. Ours, I'm afraid, have got off the rails. That's a lot of money that we're not going after. And yet the Conservatives faced a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, with 106 Canadians with secret bank accounts in Liechtenstein, totaling over $100 million, did nothing. How many have been charged? How many have they gone after? Apparently none. Compare our woeful record of doing little to go after tax evaders with Australia's Project Wickenby, or the action that's going on in the United States and in France and in the United Kingdom to go after tax avoiders, and Canadians should be ashamed of their government's performance. Now, back in September, somebody wrote us from inside the department that said, you know, the minister announced that they were eliminating a host of senior tax office positions at the local level, including in the international and aggressive tax planning programs, 70 individuals with over 1,000 years of cumulative specialized expertise in going after these intricate, complicated corporate transactions, gone. 50 people in CRA alone losing their jobs. That's the priority of the Conservatives in going after what could have been an enormous source of revenue. That's what's missing in this budget. I've talked about what we like in this budget. I've talked about what's absolutely missing. In terms of things that ought not to be in a budget of this kind, or what I think we could also suggest needs to be done, is more action on youth unemployment, more action on homelessness. Homelessness is a crisis in my community of Victoria. I attended a lecture by Dr. Getz of York University, who pointed out that homelessness costs the Canadian economy $7 billion a year if you take into account social services, health care, corrections, interaction with law enforcement. That's an enormous number. And if investments were made in dealing with that, the return on that investment, language that Conservatives would apparently like, would be enormous. So, for example, for the hardest to house, for every $10 you invest in housing first initiatives and homelessness and addressing homelessness, $22 would be achieved through offset costs. There's a crisis in affordable housing. We're not using the income tax system to incent the creation of affordable, low-cost rental housing in communities. We have lots of condos, but we don't have it for those people who are living hand-to-mouth in our communities and are just a few steps away from being themselves homeless. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the priority, it's politics 011, that a budget reflects the priorities of a government. This government's priorities are not reflected to deal with the crisis in unemployment, the crisis in homelessness, and really fairness and equity to provide income for our Canadians by actually going after those in tax havens in a more aggressive way, like so many of our allies have done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He pointed out what was lacking from this bill. Obviously, a budget is a balance between revenues and spending, but this government has completely cut spending repeatedly. But one way of increasing revenue while at the same time being equitable toward taxpayers, because my colleague mentioned tax evaders. So on the one hand, they're cutting back on the number of officials who can crack down on tax cheats, and on the other hand, the government is reducing corporate taxes to the lowest levels ever, and so there's a significant amount of tax evasion going on. So my question is, what would a new Democrat government do to restore tax fairness?
Victoria.
I appreciate my colleague's excellent, thoughtful question. A number of things, Mr. Speaker. We'd invest in return on investment. That is to say, an ROI from expenditures on real people doing the job in the CRA would produce the kind of enormous returns that we've seen in other countries. We think it's good business. We think it deals with the fairness aspect and equity that my colleague referred to so persuasively in his remarks. That investment would help on both of those fronts. More income for all of us to build roads and schools and bridges and so on, and also, of course, deal with the glaring unfairness that the current tax code reflects. We would close tax loopholes, stock options, those sorts of things, and I think many of the proposals that the Canadians for Tax Fairness have brought to this place and at the Finance Committee would find favour in an NDP government.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very enlightening, especially since finance and figures are his field, and I appreciated his analysis. As my colleague mentioned, the previous questioner, it's quite straightforward. There are economic issues. The whole Western world is facing challenges, and as we speak, this government keeps cutting services and transfers, and so they're playing hardball. They're cutting spending, and if we were to draw an analogy with families, that you could say that there is still some money available. There's still some money, but it's to be found in tax havens. What would my colleague do about that? The honourable member for Victoria.
Going after tax havens would appear to be the most fruitful way in which Canadians could recover income to do some of the things on infrastructure spending and homelessness and issues that were alluded to by my friend, and which, of course, we think are priorities of this government. The kind of integrated work with the OECD is an excellent start, but we need to have people who know what they're doing. As a law professor, I saw some of the best and the brightest drawn into the tax field because it's complicated and it's intricate and it's rewarding if you have a brain for that sort of thing. The best and the brightest are there every day on Bay Street figuring out just how to take advantage of this complicated tax code that gets bigger and bigger every year. We need people who can fight fire with fire. We need that kind of expertise to be hired. We need to bring people on in a number of ways to do the job. They're not there anymore because the senior people at the CRA's own admission are no longer in place. So how can we fight fire with fire if we haven't got the people there to do the job?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in support of our government's Economic Action Plan for 2014, a plan which contains many measures that will benefit my constituents in my riding of Richmond Hill and indeed all Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and a plan which promises to help foster economic growth, create jobs, and reduce taxes. Today I would like to focus my remarks on how our government plans to provide more flexibility to the provinces and territories on the design of their social assistance programs. As you know, Mr. Speaker, social assistance payments are the jurisdiction of provincial and territorial governments. Through the Canada Social Transfer, the Government of Canada will transfer more than $12 billion to provinces and territories this year in support of post-secondary education, social assistance and social services, as well as early childhood development and early learning and child care. As part of Bill C-43, our government proposes amendments to the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act that would give provinces and territories greater flexibility to introduce a minimum period of residence before most foreign nationals can access social assistance in their jurisdictions. While provinces and territories are responsible for determining the eligibility of social assistance, if they decide to impose a minimum residency requirement, they would currently risk a reduction in their Canada Social Transfer payments. With our proposed changes, provinces and territories would no longer be penalized should they choose to establish a minimum wait period. On this side of the House, we respect provincial and territorial jurisdiction. That is why we are proposing to allow provinces and territories to make all the decisions surrounding social services. These changes would allow provinces and territories to introduce a residency requirement to most temporary foreign nationals. As is currently the case, Canadian citizens and permanent residents would not be subject to these provisions, Mr. Speaker. Those who have been determined to be in genuine need of protection, protected persons, would also be excluded from this provision. I remind this House that temporary residents include temporary foreign workers, international students, and visitors. To obtain a visitor visa or a study or work permit, all foreign nationals must demonstrate they can support themselves and their dependents financially for the duration of their stay. But temporary residents are just that. They are here on a temporary basis, to study, to work, or to visit Canada as a tourist. Our proposed amendment is in line with this requirement in the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Mr. Speaker. What we are proposing in this bill is simply to give provinces and territories the flexibility to establish their own timelines, should they choose, granting residents access to their social assistance programs before they grant them access to the social assistance programs. In addition to Canadian citizens, permanent residents, and protected persons, victims of human trafficking who hold temporary resident permits would also be excluded. That's because our government is committed to protect vulnerable migrants who find themselves in abusive or exploitative situations. We are simply removing the risk of a penalty if provinces and territories choose to introduce a minimum period of residence before foreign nationals can access our country's very generous social assistance programs. It is important to note that it is up to each province and territory to determine the eligibility for social assistance benefits. This also means that should they choose to introduce a residency requirement, provinces and territories would determine the length of the residency period. Again, this bill does not change the terms and conditions under which residents access welfare or other social programs. It simply provides more flexibility to provinces and territories. But don't take it from me, Mr. Speaker. On the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, we had the opportunity to hear from various stakeholders on this very topic. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation was very supportive of these changes. They had this to say, and I quote, "We merely believe that, as the level of government responsible for delivery of social services, the provinces are also the appropriate level of government to retain power to make such a decision without the risk of fiscal penalty from Ottawa." As well, Mr. Bissett from the Centre of Immigration Policy Reform commented on how logical these changes truly are. He said, and I quote, "It seems logical to me that the federal government should live up to its principles of allowing the provinces to carry out their functions without interference. This is an anachronism that exists in the law, and I think it should be changed. Remember that there's no compulsion whatsoever on the provinces to make changes. It's removing a penalty and allowing them, if they wish, to impose residency requirements on individuals." And I end Mr. Bissett's quote. When we heard from government officials, they were able to share some past experiences with the Canada Social Transfer. We learned that the 1995 federal budget announced that residency requirements for social assistance, a condition for the federal cost sharing of social assistance expenditures under the Canada Assistance Plan, would continue to be prohibited under the Canada Health and Social Transfer, which replaced the CAP. The prohibition remains in the CST today. In November 1995, British Columbia introduced a 3-month residency requirement for those collecting social assistance arriving from other provinces and countries, which was in violation of the prohibition under the Canada Assistance Plan. The federal Human Resources Minister withheld CAP transfer payments accordingly, ultimately imposing a penalty of $20 million on the province, reflecting actual savings to the province achieved by the residency requirements. British Columbia eventually removed the residency requirement. We are proposing to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act to ensure that this does not happen again, Mr. Speaker. In short, our government respects provincial and territorial jurisdiction. As social assistance is their jurisdiction, it is entirely reasonable that they have the authority to establish their own rules for these social programs. While I am delighted I had the opportunity to focus on the proposed amendments to the FPFAA, I wish I had more time to discuss other provisions contained in Budget Implementation Act 2, such as the new small business job credit that will support job creation, or the doubling of the children's fitness tax credit to $1,000 and making it refundable, or eliminating graduated rate taxation for trusts in certain estates, or extending the existing tax credit for interest paid on government-sponsored students' loans to interest paid on a Canada Apprentice loan. These are all important measures that benefit my constituents in Richmond Hill, and I believe benefit all Ontarians and indeed every Canadian in every province and every territory in this country, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, the Canadians trust our government, this Conservative government, to support jobs, to promote economic growth, families and communities, and of course to return to balanced budgets by 2015. I hope all honourable members in this House will support Economic Action Plan 2014 by voting for the Budget Implementation Act number 2. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the House.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Rimouski.
And I'd like to congratulate my friend who just finished his speech for actually having talked about what was in C-43. Most of the Conservative speakers before didn't even try to. I will take exception to an element he mentioned or he talked about, which is the residency requirements for refugee claimants. If I'm listening to what he said, and if I understand what he said, he's saying that this is a way to actually give powers to the provinces. Residency requirements is actually a part of the agreement between the federal government and the provinces for the transfers. It's been agreed by the provinces in the past. And where I don't agree with my colleague is on the rationale that it's to give that power to the provinces. If we're going to the full extent to what he said, basically if the government was willing to give that power to the provinces, they should have dropped residency requirements for social assistance to everyone. In this bill, it's only for refugee claimants. So I'd like to know from the honourable member why this residency requirements was specifically targeting refugee claimants rather than all Canadians who are actually subject to the same clause.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are facilitative. It would be up to the provinces and territories to choose to introduce a period of residence to establish its length. Unfortunately, the way that the members of the opposition have presented this somewhat obscure change provision, they seem to think that this is somehow an attack on refugees. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that protected persons who have been determined to be genuine refugees but are not yet permanent residents are excluded from this provision. Victims of human trafficking who hold a valid temporary resident permit are also excluded, Mr. Speaker. And I should point out to the member that when we bring pieces of legislation before this House to facilitate the processing of legitimate refugees so they can get permanent and long-term assistance in our country, it would be nice to see that member and his party occasionally vote in favor of those changes, because we are focusing on providing assistance in an expedited way as fast as possible to those that truly need it. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Etobicoke Lakeshore, Mr. Speaker.
Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, and I commend my colleague for his speech. Actually said some new information and corrected some of the misinformation being spread by the opposition about the provisions, the changes to the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act. Clearly, what this does is for people who are protected persons, we also want to encourage mobility within Canada so that there be no residency requirements for people moving from province to province if they wanted to collect social assistance. We want to encourage Canadians to move around, to chase opportunities. You know, this country was built on people pursuing opportunities, not waiting for the opportunities to come to them. So we want to encourage that kind of mobility. I think the point that he raises, and I'd like him to comment on it further, is that when we focus on, that protected people are specifically excluded from having a residency requirement, that there's more resources available for asylum claimants, genuinely protected people, people who are accepted as refugees in this country. Could he comment on that, how this actually increases potentially increases the funds that the provinces have to provide social assistance to accepted asylum claims? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore for that very important question and for putting things somewhat in perspective. I want to do a little bit of comparison. Let's compare it to the Canada Health Care Act, Mr. Speaker, of 1985. Currently, provinces and territories are able to establish minimum periods of residence before an individual can receive health care in their region. Typically, it's 3 months. They impose a wait period of 3 months where you have to be in the specific province before you can get health care. They have the right to do that as provinces. This basically gives the same opportunity on the social assistance side in those cases where which are not extreme. In those families that require assistance as legitimate refugees in this country are not going to be affected. As I said earlier, those that are here as subjects of human trafficking are not going to be affected. What this measure does is simply gives the provinces the opportunity to assess and to have the right to impose a short period of time, if they so choose, before providing the social assistance, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and here we are again, standing in this House and talking about another omnibus budget bill designed to ram through hundreds of changes with little study or oversight, without consultation, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, without the consent of Canadians. Canadians, they don't trust this Conservative government anymore, thanks to draconian bills, secret cabinet meetings, the muzzling of scientists, and continually stifling our democracy. These policies are anything but the transparency that they promised when they were first elected. And I'm sure you must remember that first Conservative bill, Mr. Speaker, the Accountability Act. Well, accountability is dead because we have before us Bill C-43, another of these long, in this case, 400 pages, 460 pages, 400 clauses, dozens of amendments to acts that include a variety of measures that have never been mentioned in the budget speech. I would say the point of electing MPs, at least that was my understanding, from across this country and from a variety of political parties, is to ensure that there is oversight and democratic governance. These omnibus budget bills mock the very principles that Canadians hold dear. It would behoove the government to allow MPs to take the time to study the bill and ensure that due diligence and oversight are respected. After all, doesn't oversight remain the cornerstone of our democratic system? And, Mr. Speaker, it's not just New Democrats calling for oversight. In 2002, the OECD report on best practices for budget transparencies states that draft budgets should be submitted to Parliament no less than 3 months prior to the start of the fiscal year. It also notes that budgets should include a detailed commentary on each revenue and expenditure program, and that comparative information on actual revenue and expenditure during the past year and an updated forecast for the current year should be provided for each program. None of these practices are currently followed in Canada. If we did follow these guidelines, I believe that we would have a much more democratic process, one that we could all be proud of, one that we could follow with security. Sadly, as I've said, I'm afraid democracy will once again get the short end of the stick, and this bill will be rammed through the House. The government has the numbers and have consistently rejected NDP amendments and failed to listen to Canadians. The quick passing of these omnibus bills is problematic. There are many issues in this particular bill that absolutely must be addressed and weighed by parliamentarians. Tragically, the bill that we have in front of us is, well, an overt and outright attack on some of the most vulnerable people in our society. Unemployed Canadians who will not be helped by the implementation of their so-called job credit. This proposal has already been panned by experts like the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who called it wasteful and extraordinarily expensive. Mike Moffat from the Ivy School of Business, the University of Western Ontario, said that the proposed small business job credit has major structural flaws that in many cases give firms an incentive to fire workers and cut salaries. The way this system is designed is that the maximum benefit a company can receive from firing a worker is going to be under the $15,000 threshold, and it far exceeds the maximum benefit a small business can receive by hiring additional workers. Now, as we know, Mr. Speaker, this measure will take $550 million from the EI fund. It should have been subjected to serious scrutiny by this government. But as we've come to expect, the Conservatives ignored an analysis from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and they never sought detailed analysis of the real job impacts from the Department of Finance. The Parliamentary Budget Office estimates that the program will create about a maximum 800 jobs, despite its enormous price. And, as I mentioned before, economists such as Mike Moffat have written that the proposal actually gives employers a greater incentive to fire workers than hire them. I cannot, in good conscience, support a bill that would actually give employers a reason to fire employees instead of permanently hire them. And that's exactly what Bill C-43 does. Quite literally, it attacks the unemployed and the people that this country, the very vulnerable people that this country has promised to protect. The provisions of this Budget Implementation Act allow provinces to impose residency requirements for people without permanent status and would deny refugee claimants and those without permanent status in Canada the ability to obtain the most basic social assistance. After the Conservative cuts to refugee help, which is just beyond the pale, this government continues to attack some of the most vulnerable people in Canada in the name of saving a few dollars. It's absolutely unconscionable. And let's not forget, this government is promising a false balanced budget. To get to their so-called balance, they're cutting provincial health transfers by $36 billion. That, Mr. Speaker, smacks of the missing EI funds that we saw not very long ago. And all of this is going to have a very negative impact on Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this bill also includes an amendment to the Aeronautics Act that would allow the Minister of Transport to prohibit any development or change to an aerodrome in Canada that he or she feels is not in the public interest. That means any airport, any size, anywhere in Canada would be subject to a veto by the Minister of Transport. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I haven't got a great deal of faith in these ministers. I have constituents who are very angry about this, and rightly so. This is yet another attempt by the Conservatives to centralize more power in the hands of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, and it's the absolute antithesis of democracy. I am happy to say that there are a few aspects of the bill which have some positive implications. It is good, for example, to see the NDP's long-standing proposal to end pay-to-pay billing by telecommunications and broadcasting companies is in the bill. We'll have to see if it actually goes anywhere. I've heard many complaints from seniors from across the country about this unfair charge to receive a paper bill, and I'm pleased that the change was included. However, the change falls short and fails to live up to the promise that Conservatives made to end unfair gouging by the banks. Like so many, or so much this government does, it's just another half measure. And the bill also includes measures to address a major appeals backlog at the Social Security Tribunal by allowing for more tribunal members. I'm pleased to see this. The backlog is absolutely unacceptable. It's hurt a lot of very vulnerable people. I've heard the stories, and I'm hopeful that the backlog will be tackled. But of course, there wouldn't have been a backlog if the government hadn't decimated the tribunals in the first place. Now, I wish I had more positive things to say about C-43, but I'm afraid I don't. There are, however, a lot of good things that the government could have done with this bill. Things that would have helped Canadians find jobs, make life more affordable, things like a pan-Canadian childcare program that would ensure families had access to quality childcare at $15 a day. That's the kind of thing that boosts the community, that helps families, that sparks the economy. The government could also develop a strategy to deal with persistent youth unemployment. They could implement a youth hiring and training credit. Didn't do it, and unfortunately, the youth of this country are going to suffer as a result. They could have phased out the $1 billion subsidies for the oil and gas sector. Imagine having $1 billion to invest in the security of our seniors, in job creation for our youth. Imagine that. Imagine that money redirected into health care. I I'm very sorry to say that none of those things has been addressed by this government. They could have done some good. Finally, they chose not to, and I'm very sorry about that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her comments. She did talk a little bit toward the end about youth employment, and certainly over the past number of decades, as part of our study in finance on youth employment, we did see that it's a stubborn issue that's been a real challenge over the past number of decades. And one of the things that we talked about in the committee was some of the idea that not enough of our young people were encouraged to go into the trades. And it sort of had a negative stigma to that. And unfortunately, as a result of that, we've missed a generation of tradespeople who are not available to do work in our country right now. And one of the provisions of the budget says extends the existing tax credit for interest paid on student loans to interest paid on the Canada Apprentice Loan. Does she not believe that that's a great thing for young people in order to pursue the trades education and be able to provide people for the work that we're going to have to do in the future and for all the construction and that type of work? Does she not believe that that is a good initiative in this budget?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, supporting the trades and supporting youth is critical. When I taught in London, Ontario, one of the travesties of the situation that I encountered was this undermining of the trades, or this sense that somehow they were lesser in terms of their value to the economy. And, of course, we know that that is not the case. I haven't seen a great deal of positives from this government or from the previous government. It seemed very much that in cutting their transfers for post-secondary education, they were more interested in balancing budgets or doing whatever it is they thought that they were doing. I have to tell you, this gives me an opportunity to do a little bragging. Fanshawe College is in my riding, and right now, Mr. Speaker, they are developing programs in conjunction with local businesses to support the development of the region, jobs, job creation, and they're using the expertise of the college and their staff in order to have an impact in terms of student jobs, regional jobs, and technologies. Will this government support that? I'm waiting.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nisga'a.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nisga'a-Témiscouata-Les Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. Once again, contrary to the government members in general, she focused her comments on aspects contained in this budget bill. Several of the elements that she raised are problematic. And I'd like to know what her reaction is or her opinion is on the aspects dealing with the tax credit or the premium break for small businesses, in fact, because it's taking a bite out of the surplus, but that surplus, in fact, was paid into by reducing access by premium payers, reducing and limiting access to EI. And I know that that's something that is very much of concern in the area that she represents.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. And I think it comes down to the fact that this government fails to understand investment. They talk about tax cuts and all the things that they do in order to reduce the amount of money available to government to do good things in the community. And they never talk about investment. They never talk about investment in workers and in families when they're in need, as with the Employment Insurance Fund. And they certainly never talk about investment in terms of small business, or at least the kind of investment that we need. In fact, they've cut the tax credits for small business. New Democrats would restore hiring tax credits. We would reduce those taxes to small businesses. We've seen that in Manitoba already in an NDP government. And we'd crack down on hidden credit card transaction fees. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, the boost that would be there for small businesses if they didn't have these terrible credit card transaction fees taking away from their ability to deliver to their customers and to generate more business. We can grow business in this country. We can grow it in our communities. Not with this government, of course, but New Democrats would do that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honour for me to stand in this House in support of Bill C-43, the Economic Action Plan 2014, the Second Budget Implementation Act. I represent the great constituency of Dauphin Swan River Marquette. It's a natural resource, an agricultural constituency, and my remarks will be focusing on those sectors. But first of all, I'd like to talk about Canada's overall economy, which is doing extraordinarily well in a tough and difficult world economy. Our unemployment rate's at 6.5%, and 1.2 million net new jobs have been created since July 2009. There's been 180 tax cuts. GST has gone from 7 to 6 to 5% under our watch. And a family of four right now, what that means is they save $3,400 per year. Money in their pockets. The member opposite, the previous speaker, talked about, you know, if she implied that if a dollar didn't go to the government, it wasn't a good dollar. Well, we believe the more dollars that families have in their pockets, the better off they are and the better off we are as a country. Our budget is on track to be balanced, the first in the G7 to do so. And at 39%, our debt to GDP ratio is the lowest in the G20. By contrast, Japan and Italy, their debt to GDP ratios are over 100%. So our economy, again, is on track to grow, thrive, and indeed survive in a very tough world. Bloomberg rates Canada as simply the best place to do business. My constituency has many small businesses in it, and I want to focus for a minute on the small business job credit. And this credit will lower small business payroll taxes by 15% for the next 2 years. And it will result in savings of approximately $550 million to small businesses over those years. And again, in my own constituency, the small business sector is very, very significant, and this job credit is very, very important. We've frozen EI premiums to provide certainty and flexibility for small businesses. We're cutting red tape. We reduced the small business tax rate from 12 to 11%, and we increased the small business limit to $500,000. And the results are clear, Mr. Speaker. A typical small business with $500,000 of taxable income is seeing savings of approximately $28,600. And in total, small businesses have seen their taxes reduced by 34% since 2006. This bill also ends pay-to-pay billing. The Business Development Bank of Canada, more flexibility to help small and medium-sized enterprises. Intellectual property has been modernized. And more power to the CRTC to encourage compliance in the telecom industry. I'd like to focus now on the budgets. The budget's dealing with the environment. I happen to have the honour of serving on the Environment Committee, and my chair is sitting right in front of me, the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, who's vying very strongly for Chair of the Year. And my able chair from the Fisheries Committee is also here, and both of them, the member for St. John, and both of them, again, vying their neck and neck for Chair of the Year. I'm making light of that right now, Mr. Speaker, but again, fisheries and the environment is something that's very near and dear to my heart. And again, when one looks at this government's environmental record, it is clearly second to none. We don't simply just talk about the environment, Mr. Speaker. We actually do concrete, on-the-ground environmental projects and remediation. So, for example, we're protecting Canada's national parks by providing over $390 million to make improvements to highways, bridges, and dams located in our parks. And I happen to have one of Canada's most beautiful national parks, Riding Mountain National Park, right smack dab in the middle of my constituency. And my constituents are very much looking forward to the improvements that this fund will bring. We are also, and this is a project that's near and dear to my heart as well, supporting conservation by investing an additional $15 million in the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships Program to further support projects that support the conservation of recreational fisheries habitats. The results from this program have simply been overwhelming. When this first tranche of funding is spent, there will be almost 400 fisheries conservation projects conducted and completed right across the country. We're talking about 2,000 kilometers of shoreline restored and conserved, 2.4 million square meters of stream habitat restored and conserved. And again, what makes this program so successful, and this is how Conservatives deal with the environment, for every dollar that we spend on the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnerships program, an additional $2.25 is spent by outside groups as partnerships. This is a remarkable achievement, Mr. Speaker. In terms of, and it's a remarkable achievement not by the government alone, but by those hundreds and hundreds of fisheries conservation groups, anglers groups right across the country from coast to coast to coast. The kinds of projects that have been done, like in the Maritimes, in Ontario and Quebec, and of course British Columbia. Again, local people doing local projects, helping their own local environments. That's the way we do environmental conservation, Mr. Speaker, and the results speak for themselves. We're improving and expanding Canada's snowmobile and recreational trails by investing $10 million to improve trails across the country. We're encouraging the donations of ecologically sensitive land by making tax relief for such donations more generous and flexible. We're supporting family-oriented conservation by providing $3 million to allow the Earth Rangers Foundation to expand its ongoing work with young people. And all of this builds on our government's strong record of environmental conservation and protection and our commitment to the National Conservation Plan. The National Conservation Plan is something that Canada should be very, very proud of. Not only are we creating more parks throughout this country, we have allocated $50 million for wetland conservation, something that's near and dear to my heart. $50 million are going for on-farm conservation initiatives. And $100 million is being spent under the National Areas Conservation Plan, preserving and protecting Canada's fragile land on what we refer to as the southern working landscape. So total together in terms of environmental conservation, real on-the-ground work, the results have been nothing short of remarkable. In terms of agriculture, which again is very important in my constituency, agriculture is the dominant economic activity by my constituents, and family farms are throughout my constituency and indeed across the rural areas of Canada. And family farms are quite simply the backbone of our country. And for generations, our farmers have fed Canadians in the world while providing jobs and opportunities across Canada. And that's why Economic Action Plan 2014 includes a number of measures to support Canada's farmers, as well as new innovations in agriculture, such as expanding tax deferral for livestock that are kept for breeding when sold due to drought or excess moisture, something that's very important. Again, as many in this House will know, Manitoba experienced severe floods in the last couple of years, and my cattle producers in particular are welcome this particular initiative. We're supporting innovation and competitiveness in the agricultural sector by modernizing the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, including farmers' privilege, which allows farmers to save, condition, and reuse seeds for planting on their own farms. We're introducing a new pilot price insurance program to provide cattle and hog producers in Western Canada with insurance against unexpected price declines within a production cycle. And again, this builds on our record of supporting Canadian farmers and the agricultural sector since 2006. Our track record over $11 billion, including provincial and territorial contributions to farmers through business risk management programs. Over $3 billion, including provincial and territorial contributions to farmers through business towards investments in innovation, competitiveness, and market development. $500 million to establish the Agri-Flexibility Fund, $370 million to the hog industry and support debt restructuring to help sustain the industry through some very, very difficult times. nearly $350 million to help Western grain farmers cover the cost of adjusting to operating in an open market, and $50 million to support increased slaughter capacity. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to speak in this House in favor of Bill C-43. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, rather. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his speech. Now, he referred to environmental measures or supposed environmental measures under this bill. The people in Beauport-Limoilou for years now have been suffering from the pollutants from the Quebec port. And when I look at Division 16, I see that there will be legislative amendments that will allow the government to incorporate by reference and authorize regulations. And I'd like to ask the member opposite why there are no clear legislative measures in Division 16 so that air quality regulations will apply to port authorities. It would have been very simple.
Forward off in Swan River Marquette.
I was taken aback by my colleague's use of the word supposed environmental measures. The over 2,000 anglers who worked on our recreational fisheries conservation program would be mightily offended by that particular word. What this government does, we do real, on-the-ground, concrete environmental work that generates real results. I should point out to the member opposite that on our watch as a government, almost all of Canada's environmental indicators have improved. And quite frankly, that is the only thing that counts. What is actually happening out there in terms of air quality, water quality, biodiversity, and they're all going in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, although we certainly realize we still have some work to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Tobik-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, hard-working member from Dauphin, Swan River Marquette, for all the great work he's doing in the Fisheries Conservation Fund. It's just a tremendous work, and a lot of our conservation organizations are really taking advantage of that program. My colleague across the way just talked about Division 16, and what the Act allows to do is incorporation of other acts like the Environmental Assessment Act, the Fisheries Act, and others in this. But what it also does is it allows the recognition of where provincial has a role to play in environmental. And with the efforts that have recently been undertaken by this government over the past number of years to make sure that we have one person doing the regulation, we don't need 4 and 5 people doing the same thing. And that's what we tended to have in previous overlap of all this legislation. I wonder, given his experience, if he could comment on the effectiveness of having one regulator on top of things.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for this most important question. When I was an environmental director at a paper mill many years ago, the regulatory process was extremely confusing. One never knew at any one time what kind of process a company would be in or not be in. It was at the whim of whoever happened to think they had jurisdiction at the time. There was the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Fisheries Act, Navigable Waters Protection Act, on and on. And again, the protection of fisheries, navigable waters, and so on, it's all very important. But this can be done and is being done under our government through a streamlined process as part of our responsible resource development policies. And again, as I point out, almost all of Canada's environmental indicators are moving in the right direction. Focusing on process as opposed to focusing on environmental results gets us nowhere.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Heath.
Sure, I rise to speak today to the government's Budget Implementation Act at the report stage. Once again, this is another omnibus budget bill that legislates on far-ranging and diverse matters that have very little to do with an actual budget. And as such, many of the measures in this piece of legislation are ones that are not appropriate for review or voting at the House of Commons Finance Committee. They should be at committees more specific to their actual subjects. But despite its diverse content, one thing is true thematically throughout this bill. The Conservative government is imposing a regressive public policy agenda on Canadians. It's ignoring the needs of Canada's struggling middle class. It's ignoring the challenges faced by young Canadians, and many of whom are facing significant challenges in the workforce, as we have a very soft jobs situation and, for young Canadians, and long-term unemployed, which has in fact doubled. The number of Canadians who are unemployed for over a year has actually doubled from 2008 to now. And in fact, it actually brings forward a measure in this Budget Implementation Act that actually creates a perverse incentive for employers to fire workers. Overall, this is a continued attack on the social fabric of Canadian society, but it's also weakening the economic foundation of the country. I want to talk about a few specific measures in this legislation and how I think we could do better. First of all, the government's so-called small business job credit. The finance minister admitted to the Finance Committee that his department did no economic analysis on this measure, zero, before committing over $500 million of taxpayers' money. At Finance Committee, we heard from experts who testified that this tax credit has a serious design flaw, that it creates a perverse disincentive for employers to lay off workers or reduce hours of work in order to qualify for the tax savings. We've heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that this measure will create only 800 jobs over 2 years at a cost of $700,000 per job. Mr. Speaker, this is fiscally irresponsible, and it is ludicrous from a public policy perspective, highly ineffective, very expensive, and a failed public policy experiment. There are better ways to spend $500 million of tax dollars, and there are better ways and better measures that would do more to strengthen the economy and create jobs cost effectively. The Liberal proposal that we have offered would work because it only benefits employers who actually increase employment. Instead of proceeding with this flawed small business conservative job credit, the government could create or adopt the Liberal plan that would create a 2-year EI premium holiday for businesses that actually grow and add to their payroll. This measure would be directly tied to job creation. It would be an incentive for employers to actually hire. It would be better for employers who want to grow their businesses and better for unemployed workers who want a job. It's been endorsed, the Liberal plan's been endorsed by the CFIB, the Canadian Restaurant Association, and the Canadian Manufacturer and Exporters. Mr. Speaker, this omnibus bill does a disservice to unemployed Canadians, and it actually is even worse for another group of vulnerable Canadians, and that is refugee claimants. Under Bill C-43, their access to social assistance would be jeopardized. C-43 is just the latest installment in this government's ongoing attack on refugees. Firstly, the Conservatives tried to remove access to basic health care for refugee claimants, but the courts quashed the Conservative government policy. They called it cruel and unusual. Now the Conservatives are trying to remove what little source of income refugee claimants have. Refugee claimants have to wait for a work permit from the federal government before they can work legally in Canada. If they don't have a permit, they must rely on social assistance to survive. Now, however, the government is making it possible for provincial governments to impose residency requirements as an obstacle for obtaining social assistance. None of the provinces have requested this authority. In fact, the government has only talked to the Ontario government, and they don't support, they didn't ask for this. Yet the Conservative government wants to proceed with this measure regardless. If a province does make use of the authority, the burden of feeding and sheltering the refugee claimants would fall upon charitable organizations, which are already stretched too thinly in our communities. Refugees are some of the most vulnerable people in the world, and frankly, it's mean-spirited that this government has chosen to pick on them by trying to eliminate their health care services and now by attacking their ability to support themselves. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that we're talking about not just these claimants, the adults, we're talking about their children, the children of these refugee claimants who are being victimized by this government's mean-spiritedness and short-sightedness. We would reverse this punitive measure against asylum seekers. It's not only the health of refugees that this government has played fast and loose with. It has put all Canadians at risk by the demotion of the Chief Public Health Officer and the reduction in his ability to promote and affect needed change. At Finance Committee, we heard from experts who told us that the Public Health Agency of Canada was created in response to Canada's experience with the SARS epidemic. They told us that the Chief Public Health Officer was deliberately made a deputy head at that time so that he or she would have the necessary power and autonomy to work with the provinces and the ability to speak truth to power and affect change. The Omnibus Bill undoes some of that good work, demotes the Chief Public Health Officer, and reduces his authority and ability to affect change. We think that that's an unhealthy move, Mr. Speaker. We also think it's very much in keeping with the government's ongoing disrespect for and attack on the scientific community. There was a time, Mr. Speaker, when governments were guided by evidence-based decision-making. This government seems to be guided by decision-based evidence-making. And it's not just the conservative policies that are wrong-headed, but also the process that leads to these policies. In many areas of C-43, the government has ignored key stakeholders affected by the policies. When the government changed the rules applicable to aerodromes, it gave the minister overly broad powers and failed to consult the aviation groups that are affected. When the government changed the definition of international shipping to exempt cable laying, it failed to work with the only Canadian company that does cable laying, thereby jeopardizing its business and jobs. It shows contempt for the public to implement new and possibly harmful policies without consulting the constituencies and stakeholders that have the most to lose as a result of these policies. It's not just undemocratic by nature, it also leads to bad public policy and mistakes. Another aspect of the process that troubles us is the use of an omnibus bill to effect changes to policies that have, of course, as I said earlier, no relationship whatsoever to the budget. What do the bill's measures on aerodromes and the Chief Public Health Officer have to do with the fiscal framework? Nothing. Why should they be reviewed and voted on by the Finance Committee instead of by individual committees that have expertise to deal with them? Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that a Liberal government would follow a very different course in terms of both process and policy. The public's top priority is economic growth and job creation. This requires more than simply expensive advertising of non-existent or unimproved programs. The Conservatives' proposed measure on income splitting would only benefit 15% of the wealthiest Canadians. We agree with the late Jim Flaherty, who said that I think income splitting needs a long, hard analytical look to see who it affects and to what degree, because I'm not sure that overall it benefits our society. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal government will pursue an agenda of jobs and growth and investments that benefit all of society.
Right on. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. And I'm wondering if he could expand on the point of the income split that the Conservatives are bringing forward. The way I look at it, Mr. Speaker, is what I see is that less than 15% of Canada's population will benefit. The government and the Prime Minister is, in essence, forcing the middle class of Canada to pay for a $2 billion promise in which less than 15% of the population will benefit. And if he could just kind of add some comments on that issue in terms of why it is that the middle class should have to pay this price.
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Mr. Speaker, income splitting only benefits top 14 or 15% of Canadians, but all of Canadians are forced to pay for it. It's also, if you look at the choices of what we can do with that $2 billion per year, if we compare that policy, income splitting, that actually makes our tax system less fair, that actually deepens inequality, one of the things we should listen to is the IMF that is telling us that inequality actually hurts growth. And at a time when we need jobs and growth, a policy that actually deepens inequality is bad socially and bad economically. Instead, we should be investing in infrastructure. 100% of Canadians would benefit from infrastructure. We would create jobs and growth in the short term. We would also create a more competitive Canadian economy in the long term, better productivity, and a more prosperous future and more livable communities. Investing in infrastructure makes a lot of sense. That's what David Dodge is telling us as an example. We ought to be investing in infrastructure. We're hearing that from the OECD and the IMF. Money's right now, interest rates being what they are, bond yields being at historic lows, and real interest rates being actually negative, and a crumbling infrastructure and soft job market. We've never had a better time to invest massively in fixing Canada's infrastructure than right now.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député Rim.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from King Hants, whom I have the pleasure of sitting with on the Finance Committee. I'd like to ask him a question about a specific aspect of the bill. There seems to be a difference of opinion between the government and the opposition on changes to tax arrangements between the federal government and the provinces, which would allow the provinces to impose a residency period on refugee claimants. The government seems to think that refugees are protected and they're not targeted by this, but all the experts and all the evidence we heard says the opposite. So I'd like to hear what my colleague from King's Hants thinks about the actual impact of this change that the government is proposing on refugee claimants. The honourable member for King's Hants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I highly appreciate the question from my colleague. I've had the opportunity to work with him on the Finance Committee. Clearly, once again, the Conservative government has developed and imposed a policy without consultation with the provinces. And it's ridiculous, in fact, to develop policy in that way without consultation. In the past, the progressive Conservative governments and Liberal governments would frequently meet with provincial governments to develop an approach together for dealing with issues like this. And this is another example of regressive Conservative policy. It doesn't reflect Canadian values to treat refugees this way. It makes no sense from a social or economic perspective. As a future Liberal government, we intend to replace policies like that.
The member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, and it's my honor to speak again today to the implementation bill, the second implementation bill of our budget. Reminded this past week, a young person from my riding called me who's doing their master's, and they asked me about the budget process, and it gave me a chance to review that. You know, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the budget itself, when it's presented in the spring, and for members of Parliament who don't know, there's actually no deadline for when a government presents a budget. There's actually no legislative requirement to bring a budget forward at any particular time. But we do it by tradition every spring, and the budget comes forward, and then the budget is basically a policy document, Mr. Speaker. It's not an actual piece of legislation that is able to implement it without implementation bills. So we have a Ways and Means motion for the tax purposes, and then we have a number of bills to allow for the implementation of what's actually the policy issues that are highlighted in the budget. And that's what we're doing here today. The tradition is one in the an implementation bill in the spring after the budget is done, before the House rises for the summer, and then one in the fall. And it is December 1st. It's to me it would be more ideal if we were able to do this a little bit faster. But the reason that the budget is broken into two parts and there's two implementation bills, Mr. Speaker, is that not everything can be implemented as quickly as possible. There's lots of legal legislation that is required to be developed from a budget, and that's why it takes where our officials are able to do a big chunk of it at the beginning, and then the second half at the second half of the year, but in place for the upcoming new fiscal year, which starts April 1st in this country and for this government. So that's the implementation bill process. That's why we're here today. That's why I want to congratulate the Finance Committee for their work of breaking it out. It's only happening, as far as I know, is when we've been in government, where implementation bills have been broken down and sent to different committees for review. Now, I happen to be on the chair of the Justice Committee, Mr. Speaker, and there are no justice issues in this implementation bill, so we did not get anything sent to our committee. However, I had the opportunity to sit at the Industry Committee, which some of the stuff in this bill, implementation bill, was sent to the Industry Committee, and I enjoyed the discussion. We had great witnesses come and talk about the different things that are in this implementation bill that affect industry, and there was opportunity for all parties to ask questions and comment and get comments on what we are doing in this bill. Of course, it is still a finance bill. It's still a matter of confidence, Mr. Speaker. And it is important that finance reviews it at the end, and it comes back to the House, which has happened, for third reading. But there's nothing wrong with the process that we had. We had lots of complaints about process, but we've added layers to the process, Mr. Speaker, as a government. We've added so that there would be more opportunity for input from all parts of this House. Now, I heard complaints about, well, we can't change anything. Well, you couldn't change anything before. It's a confidence bill, Mr. Speaker. If you want to go to an election over it, move an amendment, have it win, we go to an election on it. Let's do that, Mr. Speaker. That is not what happened. And the third party likes to yell about, yeah, go to election, go to election. Mr. Speaker, they hold their collective breath every time their leader's at a microphone because they have no idea what's going to come out of it. So if they want to go to an election right now, holding their breath for 60 days, because that's all it would take, they can hold their breath. I would like to see the Liberals hold their breath. If they like third place in this House, Mr. Speaker, we can go to election tomorrow, because that's where they will be. But this is the purpose. The purpose of today is what I'm really excited for myself, personally excited as a member of Parliament, in this implementation bill, is when I first got elected here in the House, I was had the opportunity to meet with a former member, Gary Lunn, who had brought forward the concept of a missing persons index for the country. Just so you know, Mr. Speaker, and for members of the House, there are missing persons indexes in every province. But if you had an individual in your family, daughter, mother, it doesn't matter, that you had gone missing, and over the length of time that the police allocate that it could be a runaway and so on and so forth, but a truly missing person, and you had not been able to locate that, you have to do the legwork of going from province to province, looking through their missing person index to see if you're able to make contact. Mr. Lunn told me about the opportunity that he had tried to get through the House as an opposition member for a national missing persons index. He then became a cabinet minister as we formed government, and he asked me to take up the cause to have that implemented, which I did. I had an early opportunity. I was very new. I was really early on the list for a private member's bill. I presented it as a private member's bill, did a lot of research on the issue, and I discovered that I needed to learn the process of this place. And that process and rules play an important role. So we got through second reading, and I'm on the government side, of course, and the government got up and said, well, we need a royal recommendation on that because it was going to cost money. And yes, through my research and my bill, it would have cost money, and I didn't have the understanding at the time that if a private member's bill is going to cost the taxpayer money, that it really should be a government bill, that it can't really be a private member's bill. Now, there is some discussion about what you can do in terms of lowering taxes with
The Honourable Member Bonavista, Gannett, Grand Falls, Windsor, rising on point of order.
For the sake of clarity, Mr. Speaker, for the House, actually, he can get that bill through if he got a royal recommendation. So he didn't get the right permission. That was the deal.
I'll take that as a point of clarification rather than a point of order. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you from my colleague. Of course, if the government accepts the recommendation that it needs financial support, it could go through. But in general, the general rule is that a private member's bill unable to raise taxes. And so I didn't know that at the time. I learned that lesson, and it was a real good lesson for me as a parliamentarian to make sure I understand the rules of the House of Commons and committee and how everything works around it. And over the last nearly 9 years, I guess, it's almost 9 years, I've done my best to try to learn the rules, and I think it's certainly helping me as a chair of a committee to be able to understand how this place operates. That being said, we did a lot of research on the project. Then, a number of years later, the whip on the government side took up the cause of Lindsay's Law, the law to provide a missing persons database for the country. And I'm very happy to see that that was included in this year's budget. That's right. It's an important piece for families and individuals to bring closure to the issue of someone in their family who's been missing. It will cost a little bit of money, and hence that's why a missing persons data bank issue is actually in the budget. It's actually in an implementation bill because it is requiring some funding to put it into place. But it is an important piece for us to do. So I want to congratulate those who followed after, and I'll give full credit to Gary Lund, who got this project started in the House, and then others who followed with it. I know other members have had private members' bills in a similar vein, and our whip making sure that it was an important issue that made the budget. And this is what the implementation bill is about. It's about taking what was in the budget, what was highlighted as a direction for this government, whether it was creating jobs, helping families, and in this case, helping those families who have been suffering, and putting it in writing and making it happen for us. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're giving me the 1 minute notice. I'm happy to be here. The government of the day, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for doing things, not criticizing. And what I'm very proud of our government is that these implementation bills, we hear, they're omnibus bills. Yes, they are 400 and some odd pages long, in French and in English, a couple hundred pages. But there are a couple of hundred pages, Mr. Speaker, of action, of actually doing things for Canadians. And at election time, people will judge us on what we did for Canadians and have the confidence in the Conservative government that they will continue to do things for Canadians. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to pop my colleagues' bubble or anything, but I think you might be deluded as to the public's reaction and the public's response to the style in which the government has been operating, especially, and I'll ask him perhaps how he even defends this, knowing, as I do, that he's a committed Democrat, the chair of a parliamentary committee, in this pre-budget period. And I recognize we're perhaps commenting on the more expansive summary rather than the bill or the issue at hand. But in this pre-budget period, is it not offensive to the sensibilities of all Canadians to be on the verge again, or under the shadow again, of this specter of another omnibus bill that God knows what they'll throw in there, everything but the kitchen sink? We know that these omnibus bills aren't really about budget implementation. They're about a neoconservative, and outdated, if you will, neoconservative ideological agenda that they try and fold into one big stinking package and then move closure on it so we can't even debate these issues. So how does he defend, and how does he feign such enthusiasm, if you will, in these months leading up to the pre-budget consultation, when he knows full well that it offends democracy at its very core?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so the member knows, today we're talking about the implementation bill, the second portion of the second implementation bill of the 2014 budget. I think he was speaking about the preparation for the 2015 budget. And yeah, if he was new, I could understand. And there is a tremendous amount of input. I know that the Finance Committee has been meeting 3 times a week with full panels of people coming and giving suggestions on what was happening. I know in my own riding I've had a pre-budget program. I invited, well, actually I had the chamber do it. They invited about 20 people, came out and gave us ideas on what they want to do. I would suggest that I'm assuming, I've never been on the opposition benches, but I'm assuming the opposition benches, the opposition members send to the finance minister on the government side their suggestions, what they would like to see in the budget. There's plenty of opportunity for discussion on what should be in the budget, and then there's plenty of debate on it. And even in this case where we split the bill up and send it to different committees, I'm not even expecting people to agree on what's in the budget, but they have an opportunity to question. And what's really important, they have an opportunity to tell us what their alternative was, not just to be in opposition, but what were their alternatives. But we rarely.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member has consistently said, well, you know, we as big, generous government, we're sending this bill to committee, and as if they're doing this huge favor. But once it gets to committee, the member acknowledges and says that we can't accept any improvements, we can't make any amendments, because if anything, if that were to happen, that would mean that the government would fall, because it would be a confidence vote on the government. And, Mr. Speaker, there are many Canadians that no doubt would love to see an election based on the past performance of ministers of the Veterans Affairs, based on what they're doing with infrastructure, based on what they're doing with income splitting, and the list goes on and on and on. The question that I have for the member is, why does the government feel that there is absolutely no room for improvement when Canadians know that there is a whole lot of room for improvement when it comes to conservative government policy? One would think the member might even be a little bit fretful in terms of going into an election.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd be interested to know, I know my colleague from Winnipeg across the way from spends a lot of time in the House. I'm not sure how much time he spends at committee to be able to debate these issues. But because they have gone there. And I can say, as the chair of the Justice Committee, of the last 2 bills that we've had, there has been an amendment accepted for that. Now, but they're not confidence motions. Of course they're not confidence motions unless the Prime Minister of the day decides a particular piece of legislation is confidence. But finance bills are automatically confidence motions. So it's a different beast altogether, Mr. Speaker, and it's based on the tradition of this House and the rules of operating. And we are open to suggestions, but I do thank you for your time, and I would hope that the activity at committee is useful to our opposition members.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député Beauport-Limoilou.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are once again debating this bill. We are at report stage. Now, I'm not talking about my colleagues opposite, but I'm talking about this monstrous bill that we're facing. There are more than 460 clauses, 400 pages that we are having to debate. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, having listened to the very boring speech by the member for Burlington, where he talked about the merit of the process without success, well, you know, this bill goes off in all kinds of directions. It covers a host of topics. He could have at least addressed one of the concrete aspects affecting Canadians, and then based on that, could have defended the merits of those measures. He could have chosen 2 or 3. That would have been a good choice for him. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that you'll be surprised to hear that I'm going to focus on a specific aspect of this bill. I'm going to focus on a very specific part in order to respond to the expectations and to express the concerns raised by the people of Beauport-Limoilou. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, I am going to say a few words about the process as raised by the member for Burlington. You know that Bill C-43 has a summary, and it's, 8 pages long, and that's just the summary. As I said, it goes in all directions. The member for Burlington, in one of the rare parts of his speech, talked about the fact that there are sections of this bill that were sent to different committees, including Industry, Science, and Technology. And I'm a member of that committee. We ended up looking at a process where we had to address certain of the aspects contained in the bill, but unfortunately, there was no opportunity for any amendments. But that would have been the case if these bills had been split and courageously presented to the various committees. But we ended up calling witnesses, all lined up in a row, from all different horizons to talk about 2 or 3 subjects that may change to a couple of different pieces of legislation. Now, I'd like to go to the summary and to tell you that at the Industry Committee, we almost wasted our time on Part 4, which changed the legislation on the industrial design, the section on telecommunications under Part 6, Radio Communication Act, and Division 9, the Investment Canada Act. Part 4, Division 9, Part 4, Division 10 on the Broadcasting Act, and then Part 4, Division 11 on the Telecommunications Act, and Part 4, Division 12 on the Business Development Bank of Canada Act. Now, for the benefit of members in the House who didn't hear the evidence provided by our experts, several members or several witnesses deplored the fact that these weren't the optimal conditions to examine changes to the dinosaur legislation that continues to exist. Now, Mr. Speaker, before coming here, well, in fact, for the past couple of years, I've had this poster on the wall in my office, which is a portrait of the health of people in the Greater Quebec City region. And it's divided into various segments or sectors of the city. And I see the part that's red, the danger zone, for the people of Beauport-Limoilou. For those people, for people living there, the situation is such where social and economic living conditions, environmental conditions are such that there is a higher incidence of cardiovascular and respiratory disease, Sometimes it's twice as high. Life expectancy is 6, 7, or 8 years lower for people living in the Basse Ville and who are living with this dust that I've mentioned before, Mr. Speaker. But I'll talk about the problem of contamination in the Quebec City port with Arrimage Québec, which is operating there. And that deals with part of the dinosaur here. And I'm referring to Part 4, Section 16, which changes the Maritime Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's interesting to note here, under the Canada Marine Act, the most ironic issue in the comments made by the member for Burlington is that this aspect, which undoubtedly went to the Transport Committee, or should have been, stayed at Finance. So the committee that the Transport Committee didn't have an opportunity to look at it. And the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, did shed some light on the government's intention with respect to the scope of changes being proposed. Now the government has fallen back into one of its bad habits of pushing aside examination of legislation, pushing it into the shadows, and pushing issues into regulations, administrative aspects, etc. And ultimately, the government puts us in a situation where we're facing a fait accompli. And the government doesn't have the courage to take a different approach. Now, among the witnesses who appeared in fact at the Finance Committee was the President of the Port Authorities of Canada, who talked about changes to Clause 64, which will enable the government to use a regulatory approach to potentially enforce legislation and provincial regulations in certain parts of Canada with respect to port activities. And it, again, applied to very specific situations. The witnesses confirmed that that was linked primarily to liquefied petroleum gas terminals in BC. And so changes, legislative changes, which will have an impact across Canada so that they can provide a solution or a potential solution to a very localized problem. Now, the head of the Port Authority said, and I quote, that changes will enable the federal government to adopt regulations that might well enhance environmental protection, but that remains to be seen. Well, obviously, I'm not going to have, I'm going to be lacking time here. I've got many important things, but what this witness was saying was somewhat contradicted by another witness, a director at Transport Canada, who said that at any rate, federal legislation apply as such, no changes are made, but that they hope to incorporate regulations into the provincial regulations into the Canada Marine Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, what's very unfortunate or disappointing is that I've only got a few moments left, and I've talked about issues that normally aren't part of a budget. And in the comments, the evidence heard at the Finance Committee, the same witness raised her concerns with respect to financial support for ports and their development, with respect to the renovation and refurbishment of facilities, which isn't even covered by this bill. And that's very unfortunate because, as she said, the Building Canada Fund will not be sufficient to face the challenges, the major investment challenges for the 18 port authorities in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for HoC. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Until recently, there was a bill, C-565, the member for Pickering-Scarborough East, which has sought to give provinces the authority to establish a residency period for people seeking refugee status because they may not have any financial support during the time where they're awaiting a decision. Now that was, it fell off the business of the House, and it was stuck into this omnibus bill. So now this is our only opportunity to discuss it. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that aspect. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank the member for HoC for her question, because that is a bit of a sly procedure. In previous parliaments, there was a maneuver undertaken, or in fact, the current Minister of State for Social Development, who had tabled the private member's bill to change the registration of firearms on the firearm registry. So that was a private member's bill instead of having the courage to put it forth as government legislation. And the Conservatives at the time were in a minority. So once the Conservatives got their majority, what did we see? Well, they incorporated that into government legislation. And the other aspect, as raised by my colleague, is that it was drowned in the mammoth budget bill. It's not a light bill. It's definitely very heavy. It's a big document. And it contains some measures that we could support if they were separate, and others that we oppose. So the process is completely dishonest, but it is a common approach used by the government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Tabik-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I just like to mention, under the First Nations Commercial and Industrial Development Act, there's also the capability for the federal government to create regulations to actually deal with maybe some of the more complex development types of things that would happen on First Nations communities. And similar to this...
Yes, benefits. We're increasing the age limit for RRSP to RRIF conversion to 71 from 69. And I'll stop and fill you in on the rest after QP.
Yes, unfortunately I must interrupt. The Honourable Member from Lethbridge. He'll have 6 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. Déclaration de député, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is facing two huge challenges: a large and growing gap in income and a total failure to reduce CO2. The Conservatives have no plans to reduce either CO2 or poverty. There is a simple solution. Carbon dividend, as proposed by the Citizens Climate Lobby, will price fossil fuels at the source, and CRA will pay those carbon fees straight back to every Canadian family on an equal basis. Energy conservers and low-income Canadians will make money on carbon dividend. The Liberals have yet to say how they will price carbon. The NDP is stuck on cumbersome cap and trade, and the Conservatives are stuck on exporting low-value crude at a 30% discount. The Green Party supports carbon dividend. I call upon all parties to join together to reduce poverty and dangerous climate change through carbon fee and dividend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejoit-Témiscouata-Lebesgue. Mr. Speaker, we learned yesterday that the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife in Canada has moved the St. Lawrence beluga whale from the threatened list to the endangered species list. This is no surprise to anyone. The St. Lawrence beluga population has declined by 10% over 10 years and now stands at less than 900 individuals. In recent years, dozens of dead baby belugas have been found on the river, and scientists can't explain why. If they had resources, maybe they could, but the Conservatives cut the ecotoxicology department at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute, which was studying the beluga's ecosystem. It's clear that this slow decline of the beluga is an environmental disaster, but it's also an economic disaster. The belugas attract thousands of tourists every year, generating an estimated $150 million every year for Charlevoix and the lower St. Lawrence. The oil tanker port project at Kakuna was problematic before, and now it's socially unacceptable, and it must be halted.
The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago we met those characters on Corner Gas, and they're back, thanks to a successful Kickstart campaign to fund a feature film. Mr. Speaker, last night I was delighted to attend the Ottawa premiere of Corner Gas, the movie, after red carpet galas in Saskatoon and Regina. Canadians can grab some popcorn to watch Brent, Wanda, Lacey, Emma, Davis, Karen, Hank, and Oscar come to the rescue of Canada's favorite small towns in theaters across the country from December 3rd to the 7th. That starts tomorrow, folks. Following the big screen run, I expect the collector's edition of the DVD will be found under a few Christmas trees this holiday season. Mr. Speaker, as the MP for Dog River, Rollo, Saskatchewan, I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the entire Corner Gas cast and for putting us in stitches once again.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Rollo area farm where I was raised is just 5.5 miles straight east of Ruby's Diner in the town of Dog River in the hit CTV series Corner Gas. Through 6 seasons, 107 episodes, and 6 Geminis, Corner Gas captivated audiences in Saskatchewan, across the country, and abroad. Each broadcast attracted 1 million viewers and more, and now Corner Gas is a movie. With the down-to-earth nature of rural Saskatchewan expressed through the most engaging humor, Corner Gas was the brainchild of Tisdale's extraordinary Brent Butt. To him and to all his co-stars, Gabriel Miller, Fred Awanek, Eric Peterson, Janet Wright, Tara Spencer-Nairn, Lauren Cardinal, and Nancy Robertson, and to producers Virginia Thompson and David Story. Congratulations from the Parliament of Canada. Thank you for your excellence, and break a leg with Corner Gas on the big screen.
For Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Mr. Speaker, our government is making reasonable and common sense amendments to Canada's firearms laws. Bill C-42, the Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act, will ensure that Canada's communities remain safe while reducing red tape. Prior to the introduction of this bill, our laws had not been updated for over 20 years. The Common Sense Firearms Licensing Act will ensure mandatory safety training courses and needless and ineffective bureaucracy surrounding the authority to transport firearms to ranges, gunsmiths, and the firearm owner's home and property. It will prohibit the possession of firearms by individuals convicted of domestic violence and ensure that the classification of firearms is accountable to the public and informed with independent expert advice. But all the opposition wants to do is fearmonger. The Liberal leader uses fear and dishonesty to make ridiculous and unfounded claims. Unfortunately, Canadians can expect nothing more from the party that brought in the long gun registry and is itching to bring it back. Only our Conservative government will always stand up for Canada's law-abiding hunters, trappers, and sports shooters.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, a roof is a right. It's a phrase that's used by many human rights organizations. Canada is the only G7 country that doesn't have a national housing strategy. The government's inaction when it comes to social housing is unacceptable. In the 2012-2013 budget, funds for social housing dropped by $21.7 million. The province's budgets are already maxed out. The lack of social housing units and of adequate funding means that 1.5 million households don't have access to adequate housing. The situation in La Pointe de l'Île is dire. In the Rivière des Prairies, Pointe-aux-Trembles neighborhood, 6,500 people are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. According to Infologis, an organization in Montreal, this is alarming because families have to cut in other essential spending, for example, for food. In Pointe-aux-Trembles, 19% of households devote over 50% of their income to housing. It's unacceptable. In 2009, the Prime Minister promised before the UN Human Rights Commission to work with the provinces and territories to ensure that all Canadians
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to welcome members of the Fur Institute of Canada to Ottawa for their annual Fur Day on the Hill. When Canadians hear about the fur industry, they probably think back to their high school history lessons about the traders and voyageurs who helped build this great country. But did you know that the modern fur industry contributed over $1 billion to the Canadian economy last year? Retail fur sales in North America topped $4 billion, and globally they were close to $36 billion. There are an estimated 50,000 trappers in Canada, and 40% of those are from our First Nations and Inuit communities. About 250 families in each of our federal ridings directly depend on the fur industry for their livelihood. And it's not just trapping. Farmed fur in Canada from 300 operations countrywide is worth $280 million. So you see, Mr. Speaker, the fur trade isn't something for the history books. It's a vital and growing contributor to our national economy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the occasion of the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. Today we recognize that modern-day forms of slavery, such as trafficking in persons, sexual exploitation, child labor, forced marriage, and child soldiers continue to thrive, with global profits exceeding $150 billion. Today, we also recognize that while virtually every nation has outlawed slavery, 20 to 30 million men, women, and children are still enslaved, Mr. Speaker, some for generations. This is outrageous. Slavery is a vicious assault on basic human rights that we cherish and uphold. But let us not forget that abolishing slavery requires far more than lip service and reflection on past victories in our countries. To abolish slavery, we must be united in listening to the voices of the victims. We must be united in our actions, and we must be united in our partnerships. I am convinced that we can abolish slavery in our generation. We can do better for victims of slavery. We must do better.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, since I was first elected in 2002, I have repeatedly called for the government to develop a national automotive strategy. In 2003, the Canadian Auto Partnership Council released a report calling on the federal government to protect the industry and create a policy. Promise after promise, including from the former Conservative Industry Minister, fell by the wayside. Here we are 11 years after CAPC's first report, and once again these industry leaders and experts have released another call for action to develop a strategy. They are clear that the time to act is now, or Canada will lose our important foothold in this industry. Who has a national auto strategy? The UK, France, Germany, Japan, Korea, Australia, China, India, Sweden, Mexico, Malaysia, and Nigeria. They are all competing for the same jobs and have been such a large part of Canada's history and our economic strength for generations. It's time that this government work with industry leaders and labour leaders to create a real policy, one that innovates our industry, challenges our competition, and puts workers back to work and a paycheck in a household.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the constituents in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga believe that mothers and fathers should be able to make the most important decisions that affect their own children. That's why our new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will give 100% of families with kids an average of more than $1,100 per year to spend on their priorities. The majority of benefits flow to low and middle income families. Our government trusts parents to invest in their children, but the opposition are against putting money in the pockets of hardworking families. They'd rather take that money away and give it to bureaucrats here in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will not hike taxes like the Liberals and NDP propose. Rather, we're proud to be putting money back into the pockets of Canadians where it belongs. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Strathcona.
I think all members in this place agree Canadians should be able to raise their families in a clean, healthy environment. Regrettably, what is lacking is the political will in this government to actually extend the right to Canadians or their communities. What is particularly galling is that 2 decades ago, Canada committed to do exactly that. Under the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, Canada must ensure Canadians are given a voice in all decisions impacting their environment. Yet the pattern of behaviour by federal government since has been to declare those grandiose commitments in international arenas but fail to act on them back home. To make matters worse, this government rescinded even the meager environmental rights and duties once accorded under federal law and without public consultation or consent. To remedy this, I once again tabled the Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights. My bill imposes clear duties on the government to protect our environment, empower Canadians to hold the government accountable, and allow the public to participate in all decisions impacting their environment. In the public interest, I implore this government to comply with their commitments, restore the rescinded environmental measures, make Canadians' right to a clean, healthy environment.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 100% of families with children in Glengarry, Prescott, Russell, and across Canada will be better off thanks to our new family tax cut. As Conservatives, we are expanding and increasing the enhanced universal child care benefit so that every family in Canada, like families in my riding, will receive over $1,900 per year for each child under the age of 6. Mr. Speaker, over 6 years, this would amount to more than $11,000 per child, and a family that decides to have 3 children could benefit by more than $30,000. This new money will make a real difference for parents by allowing them to invest in their children's future. But, Mr. Speaker, the NDP have never met a tax they didn't like, and the Liberals have never seen a tax they wouldn't hike. Both the Liberals and the NDP would reverse our tax cuts and force every Canadian to pay more. Only our Conservative government can be trusted to put more money back into the pockets of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday marked the 9th anniversary of the settlement of the Labrador Inuit land claim and the creation of the Nunatsiavut government. Nunatsiavut, which in Inuktitut means our beautiful land, was the first Inuit region in Canada to achieve self-governance, which is a proud accomplishment for all Labrador Inuit and Labradorians. Under the strong leadership of President Sarah Leo, Nunatsiavut has been vocal in calling for an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, as well as seeking recognition by the government for the suffering which occurred in residential schools. And they have been looking to the government for an Inuit housing strategy for Nunatsiavut. Mr. Speaker, Labrador is stronger and more successful thanks to the major role that Nunatsiavut has played in economic development, health, and education. I congratulate them for their insight and their hard work, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate them on this anniversary and look forward to many more years of successful governance in Nunatsiavut.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas and New Year's is fast approaching, and it's time to take advantage of the enhanced children's fitness tax credit. Hockey, ice skating, other winter sports are high priorities on many of the children's Christmas wish list. Now, Mom and Dad have a large Christmas gift also. We have doubled the children's fitness tax credit to $1,000 and made it refundable. Also, families in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex will be able to claim the new family tax cut, income split saving, up to $2,000 a year, and will receive the enhanced universal child care benefit of almost $2,000 for each child under the age of 6, and $720 for those aged 6 to 17. And you can start saving receipts for the extra $1,000 per child in increased child care expense deductions. Mr. Speaker, a Conservative government is about giving to Canadians. The opposition say they will take it away. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's not very Christmas-like.
The honourable member for Chambly-Beaudoin. The year is almost over, and the Conservative front bench is in over its head. We have a Veterans Affairs Minister who's not taking care of veterans, who announces funding over 6 years that's actually over 50 years, and who leaves the country when it's time to be accountable. We have an Environment Minister who reads the paper in the House and threatens to sue the Deputy Mayor of Rankin Inlet instead of helping her constituents who have to search for food at the dump, Mr. Speaker. We have an Agriculture Minister who attacks farmers' collective marketing rights and who is axing the Canadian Wheat Board. And yesterday, we had the Minister of State for Social Development who said that question period isn't the right place to talk about homelessness. One thing we can be sure of is an NDP cabinet won't let veterans be left behind, ni farmers, ni the homeless, No one else. 2015 is coming, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians are realizing that it's time to get rid of this government.
Mr. Speaker, the horrific terrorist attacks that occurred in late October are a reminder that ISIL is a very real threat to Canadians. It is the reason that we are working to strengthen the tools available to the police and the intelligence community in the areas of surveillance, detention and arrest. The protection of Canada from terrorist acts is just the first step of our efforts. We will not overreact, but we will not underreact either. I was shocked yesterday to see the NDP oppose this common sense legislation to give our security agencies appropriate powers with robust oversight.
Terrible.
The NDP members from Esquimalt, one the Fuca, Alfred Fallon and Compton Stansett need to explain to the Canadians why they don't support giving our security agencies the tools they need to do their jobs.
Why?
This is further proof that the NDP simply cannot be trusted on important matters of national security.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Veterans Affairs Minister flees the country to avoid answering questions about the Auditor General's damning report. Then we find out that when he did announce new funding for mental health for vets, he concealed the fact that the funding would be paid out over 50 years. Now we learn that the Veterans Affairs Ministry is actually being taken over by a staffer from the Prime Minister's office. One that we all remember from the Mike Duffy scandal. Doesn't it show a lack of confidence that the Prime Minister has had to impose third-party management on one of his own ministers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the Leader of the Opposition is talking about. I do note that the former Chief of Defence Staff, General Natinchuk, Walt Natinchuk, has become the new Deputy Minister of Veterans. As for the travels of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Italy with veterans of the Second World War who were celebrating the 70th anniversary of that successful Canadian military campaign. I can think of no greater honour than for the Minister of Veterans Affairs to accompany those Canadian veterans.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Maybe there's a fifth one in trouble and we don't even know. He should stop denying the obvious. The Prime Minister has put his Minister of Veterans Affairs under third-party management. The one who's running things now is the Prime Minister's Media Relations Director, Stephen Lecce, who's famous for his role in the Mike Duffy scandal. So if the minister can't even manage his own office, how come he's still the minister? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this Mr. Lecce has nothing to do with the Mike Duffy affair, but the new Deputy Minister of the Department of Veterans Affairs is the former Chief of Defence Staff General Natinchuk. So he's an excellent choice. Our Minister of Veterans Affairs was with veterans in Italy, where they were celebrating the campaign that happened 70 years ago. It was the anniversary of that event in World War II. The Prime Minister doesn't trust the minister to manage his own office. He puts in one of his henchmen, but he lets him take care of thousands of veterans. Since the Prime Minister clearly no longer trusts his minister, what is he waiting for to throw him out?
Indeed lost confidence in this minister. Why is he still there?
Mr. Speaker, all ministers, of course, have chiefs of staff. I gather even the leader of the NDP has a chief of staff, obviously watching over the slow descent of that particular party. The leader of the opposition did raise another question about the accounting of funds in the new veterans announcement. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that using Auditor General standards, accrual accounting over life cycle. The costs of these new announcements to the government are in fact $200 million over the next 6 years. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, those funds are available to veterans over many decades, over their lifetime. We take care of veterans for their lifetime.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Reasons he doesn't want Nigel testifying, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, instead of answering serious questions about the Auditor General's scathing report on her hopeless mismanagement, the Environment Minister just ignored questions and sat there reading a newspaper. There are people scavenging for food in landfills in the Canadian North in 2014. It's shameful. And the government's response is to deny and ignore the tragedy. Will the Prime Minister tell his minister to put down the newspaper and start doing her job?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, there is no doubt that the people of Nunavut have ever had stronger representation. Speaker, of course, the Auditor General did not say what the leader of the NDP, the words the leader of the NDP would put in his mouth. The fact of the matter is that over $60 million, Mr. Speaker, a year are being put into this new program by the Government of Canada. Record investments. There's been a 25% increase in the shipping of healthy, perishable foods to the north, and a drop of $100 a month in the average family's food prices.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. We have a minister from the north who has contempt for those who are hungry, a minister of agriculture who can't deliver grain because he scrapped the Canadian Wheat Board, a minister of Veterans Affairs who've lost the confidence of the Prime Minister, and now a minister for social development who says during QP that it's not time to ask questions. These are the three horsemen of the Conservative apocalypse. How many will be put under tutorship by year's end? The whole front bench, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to compare the track record of this government and that of the NDP.
Have Northerners, never have veterans, never have Canadian farmers been more supportive of the government. We have the record to show that, Mr. Speaker, and never have people been so little supportive of the NDP that actually had to rob parliamentary funds to pay for its own party office.
I'd ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister to avoid using terms like that in the House, as I did yesterday to the opposition. I don't think it's helpful to the tone of debate in the House. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, veterans deserve honesty and they deserve to be a priority. To mitigate the damaging Auditor General's report, the Prime Minister trumpeted $200 million in veterans funding, hoping we wouldn't see the small print that explained that it was to be given over 50 years. Why billions for immediate tax breaks that help wealthy families like the Prime Minister's or my own, but only pennies for veterans?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has invested over $5 billion additional dollars in veterans programs. I know the Liberal Party has opposed that every step of the way, just as the Liberal Party has opposed every single tax cut we brought in for Canadian families. But, Mr. Speaker, no matter how many times the Liberal Party votes against veterans, no matter how many times it votes against tax cuts for Canadian families, this government will be moving forward with those.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's priority is tax breaks for the wealthy instead of meeting our sacred obligation to our veterans. His new plan is worth even less per year than the savings from closing the 9 Veterans Service offices. It is by now clear to all that the Prime Minister owes veterans an apology. Will he stand up and apologize?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only party who has to apologize is the Liberal Party for voting against every single one of the $5 billion worth of investments we've made in Veterans Affairs. The Liberal Party tries to play veterans off against taxpayers, saying in some way that we can't do things for both. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the tax benefits that we've recently brought in for Canadian families benefit every single Canadian family in the country. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will tell the Liberal Party leader that when he goes around the country trying to figure out how he can take that money away from them to put them into the coffers of the government.
The honourable member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, our veterans deserve to be treated with respect. This is a principle that has been disregarded by this Prime Minister. He prefers publicity and propaganda rather than providing them with essential psychological services. It's become clear to everyone that the Prime Minister's priorities are misplaced. Will he finally apologize to our veterans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only party that needs to apologize to veterans is the Liberal Party for having voted against $5 billion in investments for our veterans. It is this government that created almost all the services for mental health for veterans that hardly existed during the Liberal government period. At the same time, we've also cut taxes for Canadian families. We will continue to invest in our veterans, as well as having lower taxes for our families.
Mr. Speaker, the report tabled by the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner today paints a troubling picture. RCMP flights took off overweight, and then logs were falsified to cover it up. This report raises concerns from both a safety and an integrity perspective. But what's even more alarming is the lengths the Conservatives went to in order to keep this report from being public. Why did the Minister of Public Safety go to court to try and block the Integrity Commissioner from doing his job?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, the member's right. As this relates to a matter before the court, it would be inappropriate to comment any further, Mr. Speaker. But let's be clear. Let's quote that the Integrity Commissioner has to say about the RCMP. I am satisfied with the RCMP's response on this matter. So am I, Mr. Speaker, and while I expect the RCMP to conduct itself in the highest manner, we fully support them when they are protecting us, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, this is no longer before the courts. This is made public. The Integrity Commissioner's report is worrisome. There's no doubt about that. What's even more worrisome is the Conservatives' attitude and offensive against the auditors. The Conservatives came to power in 2006 promising transparency and protection for whistleblowers, but instead they went to court to prevent the Integrity Commissioner from preventing his report on the RCMP. Why don't the Conservatives want that report made public? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, allow me to quote the Integrity Commissioner, who says this: I am satisfied with the RCMP's responses. So we thank the Commissioner for his report. We're waiting for the RCMP to continue to be professional in its dealings with the public and in its administration, and I'm confident they will continue to do their important work to protect the public.
The
Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. There are cancer patients who are terminal, organ transplant patients, suicidal citizens, citizens in debt up to their eyeballs. There are the 14,000 Canadians who are awaiting a hearing from the Social Security Tribunal. Cases keep accumulating. Does the minister find it acceptable that thousands of Canadians have been waiting years to receive disability benefits that they are entitled to? And what will he do to correct the situation? Honourable Minister, first of all, we're talking of an appeal process. Those who appeal have already received a decision. We're trying to reduce the backlog at the Social Security Tribunal, the income security side. That's why we added 22 decision makers on a part-time basis, and we moved 12 from the EI side to the other side, and we'll continue to work with the chairman of the tribunal to accelerate the process.
Delta.
With more than 14,000 people waiting for a hearing now, the Conservatives' mismanagement of the Social Security Tribunal has created a situation where people who are terminally ill or so heavily in debt that they're suicidal have to beg to have their cases heard quickly. This is completely outrageous. Canadians paid for these benefits with their premiums. They shouldn't have to go begging when they need them. How could the Conservatives let this happen?
Well, I'm sure inadvertently, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading us when she suggests that this is a denial of benefits for those who apply, when in fact we're talking here about individuals whose applications for benefits were rejected initially and who are then subsequently filing an appeal. We are working with the chair of the Social Security Tribunal to accelerate the process. We have added 22 part-time decision makers. We've moved 12 decision makers from the EI section to the pension section, and we're looking at additional actions necessary to speed up the process, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Things have gotten so bad at the Social Security Tribunal that the tribunal is telling people who have been living without any income for multiple years that they can't expedite their hearing because it would be unfair to all the other people who are in exactly the same situation and still waiting for a hearing. Why can't the government get its act together instead of telling desperate people to get in line behind all the other people living without an income?
Good grief. Mr. Speaker, any time that there is a process where people are applying, the normal process is for people to, for those applications to be considered in the order in which they were received. Only in the sort of fantasy world of the NDP could they all be considered at the same time. That's obviously not possible in the real world, but in the real world we are working with the tribunal to add additional decision makers to speed up the process, to reduce the backlog. And of course there is the good news, Mr. Speaker, that there's been a 90% reduction in the number of EI appeals being filed because of a fast-track process of reconsideration by officials in my department, which is working very well for EI applicants, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
In the real world, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have failed Canadians just when they needed help the most. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment and her Conservative government have failed to rise to the urgent challenge of fighting climate change. The world's gathering in Lima right now to move forward. They're setting the stage for a global agreement on climate change that will be finalized next year in Paris. Will the minister finally deliver on their long-promised oil and gas regulations, or are they happy to make Canada an international pariah?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are playing a leadership role on an international stage. We have contributed $1.2 billion to more than 60 developing countries to reduce emissions and to adapt to climate change. We announced last week an additional $300 million for the Green Climate Fund, and we are a founding member of a major financial contributor to the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We're also addressing short-lived climate pollutants under Canada's chairmanship of the Arctic Council. We will continue to protect our environment while keeping the economy strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives promised oil and gas regulations. They promised to act if the U.S. acted, and they promised to reduce our emissions. The only thing that they're any good at is breaking promises. And now we're not even on side with the Obama administration and what they're doing. The minister's own department admits that her 2020 targets are not going to be met by a long shot. So what exactly are the Conservatives going to offer in Lima?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of our record. We are a founding member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. We have made significant investments to help support green energy infrastructure internationally. We have one of the cleanest systems in the world. We have already regulated that transportation and electricity sector, and we are planning to reduce HFCs, one of the fastest growing greenhouse gas emissions in the world. And thanks to these actions, carbon emissions will go down to close to 130 megatons from what they would have been under the Liberals without introducing an NDP carbon tax.
Honourable Member for Drummond. It's hard to trust this minister who rather attack her constituents rather than attack the problems they're experiencing. While the climate change conference is starting, our partners are wondering whether the Conservatives have noticed the agreement in the United States or whether they will come to Lima with more restrictive commitments. Will the Conservatives take climate change seriously and announce a credible plan to fight greenhouse gases?
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the cleanest electricity systems in the world, with 79% of our electricity supply emitting no greenhouse gas emissions. We have taken actions on two of the largest sources of emissions in Canada, the transportation sector, the electricity generator sector. Canada has also became one of the first major coal users to ban the construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generation units. Canada's per capita greenhouse emissions are now at the lowest level since we started recording in 1990, and the total emissions will go down by close to 130 megatons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Nebraska. They're responsible for greenhouse gases, and they're no better for endangered species. Yesterday, the Committee on the Status of Endangered Wildlife have classified the beluga whale as an endangered species. According to scientists, pollution and noise disturbance are the main threat to the species. TransCanada reacted by suspending its work offshore from Kakuna for the winter. Will the Conservatives finally recognize that building an oil terminal there, right next to the beluga nursery, is a bad idea?
Speaker, and I can assure my colleague that our government is fully committed to protecting species at risk. That's why we've made significant investments in implementing the Species at Risk Act, and we're also taking additional measures under the National Conservation Plan. Regarding the Cosawick reassessment of beluga, we'll follow the normal practice of making a status decision after consultations with Canadians, taking a new look at the scientific evidence, and all impacts are considered. But I should note, though, that the St. Lawrence estuary beluga is already listed, so has already the needed legal restrictions.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday will be the 25th anniversary of the sad events of the Polytechnique massacre, and this government is not welcome. Because, as the survivors said, they do not share our values. They ignore the opinions of experts, police officers, women's groups that fight domestic violence. The survivors group is opposed to Bill C-42. Can the minister tell us how he can explain this bill to Quebecers and Canadian women? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
We remember the horrific events that took place in Montreal at l'École Polytechnique 25 years ago. And while we may never understand what occurred, why this happened, why these women were singled out for this horrific act of violence, we have to stand together, Mr. Speaker. We have to work continually to support victims, to hold offenders accountable. And, Mr. Speaker, we are creating a safer and more secure country by doing so. We are committed to continue in that effort, Mr. Speaker, but it will require tremendous efforts from all sides of the House and from all Canadians.
The honourable member for Random, Burien, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, over the past year, the Conservatives have closed 9 regional Veterans Affairs offices, slashed the department's budget, and laid off staff. Veterans I know must wait months or even years to receive the mental health services they require. And the minister continues to mislead veterans and turn his back on those who attempt to voice their concerns. Meanwhile, in the estimates, the Conservatives have asked for another $5 million for advertising. This neglect of Canada's veterans must stop. When will the minister do the right thing and resign?
The honourable minister
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are making substantial improvements that are generating better outcomes for Canadian veterans, such as increasing investments while expanding rehabilitation and retraining, faster record transfer between National Defence and Veterans Affairs, better medical treatment, starting with better research. And this is all part of our effort to make things better for Canadian wounded veterans and their families, and that work is continuing, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be part of that team.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, this is played out like a bad movie, and this minister has been the star in each of those scenes. We've seen the video clips of being chased down the hall by the wife of an injured veteran. We've seen him walk into a room full of decorated veterans. The veterans bent over at the waist because of the weight of the medals on their chest, and lecture them, Mr. Speaker. We've seen 3,500 people on the streets of Sydney, Nova Scotia, marching, veterans among them. These guys and women, men and women who marched into Europe, marched across Bosnia, marched into Afghanistan. Now they feel obliged to march for what is theirs. When will the Prime Minister remove this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition continues to misrepresent and manifest all kinds of fear-mongering, I just want to remind the member opposite of his party's voting credentials. Didn't vote for disability and death compensation, didn't vote for Veterans Ombudsman funding, didn't vote for Pension Act payments, didn't vote for disability awards allowance, didn't vote for children of deceased veterans education assistance, Mr. Speaker. I hardly think we need to take any lessons from that party.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. The responsibility of the government is for the Election Act. Yesterday, a former Conservative candidate was found guilty of having broken the Election Act and was responsible for reimbursing $10,000 to taxpayers. At the same time, the Conservatives admitted that they had received $25,000 from SNC-Lavalin through the use of false names. The Conservatives can't just say that it's SNC-Lavalin's fault. They have to give the money back. Will the Minister of Democratic Reform ensure that this happens? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There are strict personal donation limits of $1,200 a year. Of course, no corporate and union donations are allowed, Mr. Speaker. That's been the case since 2006 when this government brought in the Accountability Act. Mr. Speaker, SNC-Lavalin, if they are found to have donated illegally, we, as we would expect, all parties would repay those funds. Thank you.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up with the member on Section 404 of the Canada Election Act, because in this ongoing investigation into the illegal financing schemes by SNC-Lavalin, the Minister of International Development has now admitted that his riding association received $25,000 from SNC executives. We also learned that a Conservative candidate misappropriated $10,000 to pay for rent and clothes. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, if it's accepted that he received this money under the Canada's Election Act, does he not believe that this money has to be returned?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I just said, there are strict personal donation limits that were brought in by this government under the Accountability Act, Mr. Speaker. Corporate and union donations are not allowed, Mr. Speaker. Anybody found in violation of that will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If SNC-Lavalin has done that, Mr. Speaker, we, and as we would expect all parties, would repay any of those funds, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we were very disappointed when the NDP accepted $300,000 worth of illegal union donations, Mr. Speaker, of course in contravention of the law that we brought forward in 2006.
The honourable member for Welland.
Speaker, Farmers of North America, a group of more than 3,000 Canadian farmer investors, recently offered to buy the Canadian Wheat Board for, get this, about $250 to $300 million they thought it was worth. The Conservatives rejected the offer, didn't give a reason, just said no. Now we hear the Minister will hand over the Wheat Board's assets to the private sector for a grand total, get this, Mr. Speaker, zero. What? Oh, that's right. Nothing. Nada. No thank you, just give it away. So, simple question, Mr. Speaker. Why would the Conservative government give away these assets free to multinational corporations instead of simply selling it to Canadian farmers and actually gaining a real value for Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Minister
easy answer is absolutely none of that is true or based on any kind of fact at all. Farmers of North America, their bid was adjudicated by a third-party auditor and legal team that the CWB put in place. This is not a political process, Mr. Speaker. As to the assets of the CWB, they will become part of a privatization plan as they look to recapitalize with another partner. That's exactly what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Under the auspices, as I said, all these tenders are looked at through the eyes of a third-party audit team as well as a legal team.
Mr. Speaker, let's see if I understand the Conservatives' business plan for the Canadian Wheat Board. First, you take the largest and most successful grain marketing company in the world, and then you give it away free of charge to an American agri-food giant who until recently was your greatest competitor. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple, and I ask it through you. Has the minister lost his freaking mind, or is he that...
That's extremely unhelpful. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Quebec government recently announced a legislative measure that will increase the cost of provincial daycare for many families. As it stands, the increase in cost would be linked to a family's income. Can the Minister of National Revenue inform this House on whether or not these additional childcare expenses will be federally deductible? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for that question. As a direct result, our government's recently announced measures for families, 4 million families will benefit by an average of over $1,100 per year. I can confirm to the House that the additional child care-related expenses referred to by my colleague will be federally deductible. While our government is putting money back in the pockets of Canadian families, the NDP and Liberals would take that money away. Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, because of a lack of money, the World Food Programme yesterday suspended its aid to Syrian refugees. This program helped 1.7 million Syrian refugees who are scattered across Jordan, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, and Egypt, and half of these people are children. This suspension, as winter approaches, will have a disastrous effect. What are the options that this government is considering to ensure that this program continues to meet the needs of Syrian refugees? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the United Nations actually says is that the problem really is that countries who have promised money are not actually paying. But I'm pleased to inform the House that Canada is the third largest donor to the World Food Programme, and we are all paid up. Nevertheless, we are very concerned about the reports today of a shortage at the World Food Programme, and we are urgently examining ways that Canada continue to help with additional assistance to the World Food Programme and those affected populations in the region.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada's last humanitarian announcement for Syria was almost a year ago, and since then we've seen this government abandon Syrian refugees to bring them to Canada. The Prime Minister claimed at the time he would do everything to ensure there wouldn't be a lost generation in Syria. But now the World Food Programme says the upcoming suspension of food will be disastrous for already suffering families and could escalate already high tensions in Syria and surrounding countries. So the question is, will the government increase aid now for Syrian refugees and live up to the Prime Minister's promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I said earlier, we are a country that, under this government, we pay what we pledge. We are the third largest contributor to the situation in Syria and Iraq, and we will continue to examine ways that we can help more. We are very concerned about the situation for the Syrian refugees, and Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with our partners to ensure that assistance gets there.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the question period. I hope that that's not too hard for the Conservatives. Now, once again, community organizations are knocking on the doors of NDP members because they feel abandoned by the Conservatives. The minister says that all the money for the homelessness strategy was spent, but we're hearing different things on the ground. Organizations have filed their applications and have not received a response, whereas deadlines are approaching. When will these organizations have a clear answer regarding their funding? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, as I had explained tried to explain to that member, but she wasn't at a meeting, she sent her staff instead. These project proposals come in and they are reviewed in Quebec by a joint committee of federal and Quebec civil servants. Mr. Speaker, what this is about is the NDP not supporting the evidence-based approach called Housing First. Housing First actually helps end homelessness. It's an approach that we have adopted with HPS. The opposition don't approve of it. They don't support it. It's why they don't support our approach nor come into meetings to learn more about it.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I was at that meeting, and what my colleague alleges is true. The minister says that investments have increased and that the homelessness partnering strategy and Housing First is working. Can the minister then explain why the application from the nonprofit organization from Hull-Aylmer that I gave to her yesterday has not received an answer? What will people in Outaouais do who do not have adequate housing? Honourable Minister of State.
The fact is all of the funding under our HPS program is available for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, as proposals come in, as I explained to that member, there's a joint committee made up of Quebec officials and federal officials who make those decisions. Due diligence is taken to ensure that those programs and projects fit within the parameters. I would be happy to meet with her again to look at that specific project. Mr. Speaker, again, the evidence is in that Housing First works. We've committed and recommitted our investment, and we will keep focusing on getting real results, not putting money into activists that like the NDP would like to do.
Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reports of Inuit eating from landfill sites in Rankin, reports of hunger of Arctic remote communities, the Auditor General's damning report on Nutrition North's food subsidy program, and homelessness all add up to complete neglect of Canada's northern and Arctic residents. All the while, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for the Arctic threatens lawsuits and reads the daily newspaper. I ask, when will the abuse and neglect of the Inuit people stop?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the well-being of Nunavut and their families is a top priority, and it has always been my top priority. As an Inuk born and raised in Canada's north, I know how important access to healthy food is in our communities for our children and for our families, and developing healthy communities has and continues to be a top priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Northerners are fed up with the Environment Minister's litany of denial. The people in Rankin Inlet are scrounging through the dump for food. Does she think APTN hired actors to do this? Is she denying that she contacted the Hamlet office demanding an apology to the Conservative Party and an endorsement for Nutrition North? Is she denying that her office threatened to sue officials from Rankin Inlet? Will the minister just put down her newspaper and do something for Northerners unable to feed their families?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the well-being of Nunavut have always been a priority of mine and continue to be a priority of mine. The allegations allegations from the Deputy Mayor of Rankin Inlet regarding an apology are completely false. As an Inuit born and raised in Canada's north, I know how important it is for Northerners to have access to healthy food for our children and for our families, whether that be food you buy from a store or access to country food like the seal, polar bear, whales, and so forth. I will continue to stand up for Northerners, and the food issue will continue to be a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative cuts to science continue to take their toll. Their cancellation of the Major Resource Support Program has put in jeopardy a national science facility here in Ottawa. The ultra-high field NMR facility is one of the most advanced spectrometers in the world. It's been used by hundreds of researchers for wide-ranging discoveries, including vision and carbon dioxide storage. We invested nearly $12 million to build it. Are the Conservatives really so short-sighted that they'll let it die for the want of $200,000?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government, as this member knows, has made record investments in science, technology and innovation that creates jobs, opportunities and improves the lives of Canadians. Now, you should know that the National Research Council has come to an agreement with the University of Ottawa to ensure that research continues at the National Ultra-High Field Nuclear Magnetic Resonance Facility for solids over the short term, and the University of Ottawa plans to transfer the research to a new facility soon. He'd want to know that.
There you go. Not having an update.
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mines. The Conservatives cut $1.7 million from science over the past 5 years. They should be ashamed. The National Ultra-High Field NMR facility for solids is another research facility that is at risk of closure because of the Conservatives' reckless cuts. Built in 2005, it is still lacking $200,000 for its annual operating costs. If this centre closes less than 10 years after its opening, that will be $12 million wasted. Why are the Conservatives such bad managers? Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, our government has made record investments in science and technology and innovation, which has created jobs and prosperity and improved the lives of Canadians. The National Research Council of Canada has reached an agreement with the University of Ottawa to ensure that research continues in the short term at the National Ultra-High Field NMR facility for solids.
The Honourable Member for Desmethe, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are concerned about the protection of our national security. Too often, the collective instinct is to underreact to these threats. While I do not believe that the government should overreact, I believe that the fulsome response to these threats is necessary. Last night, the NDP voted to block the Protecting Canada from Terrorists Act from proceeding. Despite the need to give security agencies the tools they need to do their job, could the Minister of Public Safety please update the House on the progress of this important legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed to learn that the NDP did not support this common sense legislation to empower our national security agencies. But I should not have been surprised since they opposed the Combat Terrorism Act. Monsieur le Président, comment peut-on s'opposer à...
Mr. Speaker, how can they oppose a measure that clarifies the responsibilities of CSIS by ensuring that people who are charged will have a fair trial? Now, luckily, my Conservative colleagues know how to stand up to ensure the safety of our country.
Member for West Melville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, when we debated the cluster munitions bill in committee, the government suggested that investing in companies that produce cluster munitions would be considered aiding and abetting the production of these devastating weapons. Is the government aware of a recent report by a Dutch organization called PAX, which lists two prominent Canadian financial institutions which appear to have made investments in companies producing cluster munitions? And what is it prepared to do if this report is true?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to have participated actively in the negotiations in the Convention on Cluster Munitions, and we were one of the first countries to have signed on to the Convention in 2008. Mr. Speaker, our legislation fully implements Canada's commitment to the Convention and strikes a good balance between humanitarian obligation and preserves our national security and defence interests. Mr. Speaker, our bill prohibits the use of the use, the deployment, possession, movement, import and export of cluster munitions and assistance in these activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Minister of Justice said this about December 6th, the 25th anniversary of the tragedy at Polytechnique. He said, "We may never understand what occurred, why this happened, why these women were singled out." We know why this happened. We know why these women were singled out. It's because they were women. That's what Marc Le Pen wrote in a manifesto. Is there anything like that the Minister would like to correct in his previous statement?
Of course they were singled out because they were women, Mr. Speaker. That was exactly the point of expressing misunderstanding among anyone out there that would possibly suggest that women and girls should ever be targeted, should ever be subject to violence, Mr. Speaker. That is the emphasis. We want to bring people together around stopping, putting every effort into avoiding violence, anything that would ever put women and girls at risk. To try to make this a partisan issue on such a day, Mr. Speaker, is deeply disappointing from the minister, from the member.
Order. The honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, my constituents are concerned about the well-being of newborns, children and new mothers in the developing world. I was proud last weekend to see a Canadian woman, Michaëlle Jean, elected as the Secretary General of La Francophonie. But I was also proud to see our Prime Minister's continued leadership in the fight to save the lives of mothers and children in the developing world. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Development update this House on the announcement the Prime Minister made in Dakar, Senegal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a great weekend for Canada, as one of our own was elected to lead La Francophonie, and it was also an opportunity to highlight our government's continued leadership on maternal, newborn and child health. On the margins of the Francophonie Summit, the Prime Minister announced an enormously important contribution that will enable the immunization of an additional 300 million children, and it aims to save the lives of up to 6 million. This announcement signals Canada's continued leadership in global efforts to improve the lives and the health of mums and babies.
Member for
the Opposition.
The Minister has just asked us if there's anything that he could do to avoid putting women at greater risk. Actually, there is something that the government could do to avoid putting women or girls at greater risk. That's to withdraw a bill, C-42, that's before this House, because it will make exactly the type of assault weapon used by Marc Le Pen easier to transport, easier to have in Canada. The Ruger in question should be banned instead of being easier to get in Canada and to transport. Will he withdraw Bill C-42 if he's sincere about having better protection for women in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the member of the opposition to be consistent and to support a bill that introduces obligatory training for anyone who wants to possess or acquire a weapon that attacks spousal violence, and that toughens up standards regarding the importation of illegal weapons. We are going to continue to put in place effective standards, and we are going to stand up to protect Canadian citizens, and I would urge the member of the opposition to support us, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Finance said that the National Energy Board and it alone will determine whether the Energy East pipeline is safe for Canada's environment and for Canadians. In Quebec, we don't count on the NEB. We count on the Environmental Review Office, and it is up to this office to conduct an environmental assessment to determine whether the pipeline is safe, accepted by Quebecers, and what its impacts on greenhouse gas emissions will be. Will the Minister of Finance stop siding with pipeline lobbyists and pledge, finally, to respect the environmental process of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the opposition, we will not take a position before the review is completed. It is the National Energy Board that is that contacts people who are directly affected and that has pertinent information in this regard. We base ourselves on science and facts to make decisions, and we would like to say that these projects will be studied solely if they are safe and secure for Canadians and without danger for the environment.
That concludes the question period for today. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the member from Hamilton Centre got up in the House and said that I had lied when I told my dear friend here that we would beat him in the Grey Cup. Now that we have beaten him, can he get up and apologize to me that I did not lie in the House, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, it's a sad day for those of us in Hamilton, Speaker, and an even sadder one for me at this moment. But I think we all reflect back on the Speaker's ruling at that time when he said that this matter, indeed, given that it was in the future, would be resolved over the weekend. And it was. Not necessarily the way that we would like to have been resolved in Hamilton. So it is with a heavy heart, but a sense of national Canadian spirit that I congratulate our competitors on winning the Grey Cup. But make no mistake, Oski Wee Wee will be there next year.
Perhaps now we'll move on to orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Resuming debate at report stage on Bill C-42. A second act to implement the Economic Action Plan 2014.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before question period, I had got into some of the benefits that are being provided to seniors through this budget, and we've also reviewed some of the benefits that they have received over the past several years since the Conservatives formed government. So I'm just going to finish up on some of the benefits to seniors and then move on to the benefits to farmers and the agricultural sector. So we've established a landmark tax-free savings account, which doesn't only benefit seniors, but it is particularly beneficial for seniors, as neither income earned in a TFSA nor withdrawals from a TFSA affect their federal income-tested benefits credits and credits such as the GIS. And finally, we've introduced the largest GIS increase in over 25 years, which gave eligible low-income seniors additional annual benefits of up to $600 for single seniors and $840 for couples, helping more than 680,000 seniors across Canada. Our government's low tax plan has helped remove over 380,000 seniors from the tax rolls altogether. In fact, in 2014, a single senior can earn at least $20,000 and a senior couple at least $40,000 before paying a penny in federal income taxes. We could go on about the seniors, but I want to talk a little bit more about farmers. Family farms, as everyone knows, are the backbone to our country. For generations, our farmers have fed Canadians and the world while providing jobs and opportunities across Canada and stimulating the economy in general. We have been relentless in our efforts to halt country of origin labeling, or COOL, ensuring an open and transparent market for Canadian beef. I've met with Canadian beef ranchers and cattle feeders in the last couple of weeks, and they have announced that their industry is better than it's been in decades. Earlier this year, we've introduced rail regulations to increase movement of prairie grain to coastal ports for export worldwide, and that was welcomed by our local producers. Economic Action Plan 2014 includes a number of measures to support Canadian farmers even further, as well as new innovations in agriculture. Some of these measures include expanding tax deferrals for livestock. This includes bees and horses over 12 months that are kept for breeding when sold to drought or excess moisture. Supporting innovation and competitiveness in the agriculture sector by modernizing the Plant Breeders' Rights Act, including Farmers' Privilege, which allows farmers to save, condition, and reuse their seeds for planting on their own farm. Introducing a new pilot price insurance program to provide cattle and hog producers in Western Canada with insurance against unexpected price declines within a production cycle. This builds on our government's proud support for Canadian farmers and the agricultural sector since 2006. Some of those measures include over $11 billion, including provincial and territorial contribution to farmers through business risk management programs, such as Agri-Stability, Agri-Insurance, Agri-Invest, and Agri-Recovery. Over $3 billion, including provincial and territorial contributions towards investments in innovation, competitiveness, and market development for Canada's agricultural sector under Growing Forward 2. $500 million to establish the Agri-Flexibility Fund, which helps improve competitiveness and the sector's ability to adapt to cost production pressures. $370 million to the hog industry and support debt restructuring to help sustain the industry. Nearly $350 million to help Western grain farmers cover the cost to adjust to operate in the open market. Not to mention the opening up of the Canada Wheat Board, allowing farmers to market their grain as they see fit. Over $300 million to support an exit strategy for tobacco producers. $50 million to support increased slaughter capacity. $50 million for the Agriculture Innovation Program to support development and commercialization of new product technologies, processes, and services. $44 million to transition the Canadian Grain Commission to a stable funding model, increasing and indexing lifetime capital gains exemption to $800,000 from $750,000, doubling the current deduction limit under the restriction farm loss income tax rules from $8,750 to $17,500. These are just a few of the measures for just two sectors, demographics, the agriculture demographic and the seniors. Since 2006, our government has been committed to ensuring Canadians keep more of their hard-earned dollars in their own pockets rather than using it to pay taxes. And the Economic Action Plan 2014 marks the next chapter in keeping that commitment to Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question y commentaires. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but I have a question for him and for whoever else can answer it, and that is concerning some actually quite obscure changes in the tax legislation in this bill that purports to allow the government to deem a capital gain in a trust and then tax it in the hands of the deceased when a person dies. And I know that not very many deceased people vote Conservative, so they can say they're not going to be taxing some Conservatives, but the fact of the matter is I believe it's unconstitutional to be taxing a person after they're dead. So would the member like to answer that question? Is it constitutional and will it survive?
Member for Lethbridge.
Well, I don't think that they're actually taxing people who are dead. Like, it's not only unconstitutional, it's impossible. And so it's nothing new for estates to be taxed, and so I don't think that the budget makes a mistake in distinguishing between estates and people who have passed away.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député d'Argent.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are discussing Bill C-42 today. It's the second part of the Budget Implementation Act for 2014. This bill has 460 pages. There are hundreds of changes that are being pushed through without study, and we are now at report stage. And there haven't been any more than a dozen committee meetings over several committees, so just a dozen meetings to study this bill. So this is really not enough for 460 pages and hundreds of changes and amendments. Dozens of laws are being amended. There are measures in here that were never mentioned in the budget speech, and changes that often have absolutely nothing to do with a budget.
These are bad surprises that are put in a huge bill so as to have them pushed through without too much oversight from the opposition. The government keeps making the same mistakes with its bills. Its budget bills are poorly drafted, and they're implemented hastily. Canadians are dubious about this method, but the Conservatives are not listening to them. This is the 6th consecutive omnibus bill for implementing a budget. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the House that 20 years ago, the Prime Minister himself had stated in this House that in the interests of democracy, it's important to wonder how can members of Parliament represent their constituents with all these amendments if they have to vote in a block. That's a point we raise often when we see omnibus bills, because it's so well put. How can we say that we're in favor of 460 pages of amendments? Maybe there's one page of changes that are very harmful for my riding, so how can I possibly vote for that entire bill? Ever since they came to power, the Conservatives have had 2,190 pages of omnibus bills adopted, and they only agreed to one opposition amendment, a technical tax amendment, and that was an NDP proposal. But, as the Prime Minister said 20 years ago, it would be impossible when so many things are being addressed in one bill. It's very difficult or impossible to determine what we support and what we doesn't. And that's why at report stage we are tabling many, many amendments. For example, I want to point out that the NDP is very pleased, and I'm personally very pleased to see that there is on one of our measures that was adopted in this bill. We're talking about billing fees. C-43 will put an end to this practice of imposing fees on Canadians who wish to continue to receive a paper copy of their telecom and broadcasting bills. That's a very good thing. However, C-43 doesn't go far enough. That's quite clear. There's no trace of the Conservative promise to put an end to this practice among banks or to put an end to exorbitant banking fees. I want to talk about one of the measures in this bill that's extremely harmful for the Canadian economy and put it in the context of what's happened in the past few years. I'm talking about employment insurance. In this bill, the tax credit for employment by small businesses, and apparently this is a waste of time according to experts. They will get into the EI fund and get out $550 million. This is not a measure that has been carefully examined by the government, but the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that despite the huge cost of this, $550 million, the program will create at most 800 jobs. Economists like Mike Moffat wrote that the measure encourages employers to fire rather than hire. So we have $550 million that might create 800 jobs and that will probably cause others to lose their jobs. In my writing, I want to talk about the context we're talking about. In my riding of Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel, cuts to employment insurance have already greatly affected people. Service Canada agents are doing their best with the limited resources they have, but they're more and more overworked. They admit that. We're asking them to provide essential support to Quebecers and Canadians, people who need access to a program to which they have paid premiums when they need it, a program that exists to help those who are in need at a certain point. This is not just anything. We're talking about something fundamental here in a democracy. That is the idea that when you get sick or if your job disappears, you will not be in a situation where you will lose your housing, where you can no longer feed your children. But unfortunately, following the pilfering of this program, this is no longer the case. People can no longer rely on this program while they're looking for a new job or while they try to recover from a serious illness. Cutbacks to this program in my riding have created a true lack of access. We tend to forget when you just look at figures or the cost of the program, you forget the human situations that arise.
Canada figures show that a significant decline in access to EI benefits. There's been a significant decline in access to EI benefits for unemployed workers. In January 2006, 45.7% of unemployed workers accessed EI benefits, and by September 2014, this figure has fallen to 38.1%. And it's also really important to underline that the Conservatives and Liberals misappropriated $57 billion from the EI fund, money that belongs to workers and to the employers who pay into the fund, and now they're doing it again with a $550 million EI funded so-called job credit that will only fund 800 jobs. And Mr. Speaker, in just my riding in the past several years, we have lost that many jobs, and that is a small portion of how much how much of a hit we have been taking, and how regions are trying to create jobs. But
all this is going on in a context where the manufacturing sector has lost 400,000 jobs since the beginning of the Conservative mandate. And there is less job growth now than before the recession. So we have 300,000 more unemployed people now than we did at the time of the recession. I want to mention a specific case. Explain this to you before my time expires. In my riding, there was a lady who had been laid off from a job that she'd held for many years. The job simply no longer existed, so she was looking for a new one. She found a job, but it really didn't suit her. There was a complete discord between her skills. There was no job satisfaction for her. There was no room for improvement or advancement. So she decided to keep looking for a job, so she was refused further EI. She was not able to get the help she needed because as soon as she had never been told that she had to accept any job, and that as soon as she refused any job that they considered suitable, she would lose her benefits. In a riding like Argenteuil-Papillon-Mirabel, it's very large, has many municipalities, it's a rural area, but if a citizen does not go to some training program, they're automatically turned down for EI. So I have to vote against this bill because the changes to EI that it contains and the ones that took place in the past, creating 800 jobs for $550 million is really not acceptable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments about this bill, which is being rushed through and is 460 pages and is yet again an example of the Conservatives trying to do with an omnibus bill the kinds of things that require considerable amounts of scrutiny in this House. One of the things that worries me considerably is the notion that refugee claimants who have failed one test but not passed another, this bill purports to allow provinces to stop giving them social assistance. So these refugees will become perhaps having to go to dumps and find food as they are in the north already. And we are not, as Canadians, comfortable with this kind of approach, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if you could comment on this part of the bill.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. I wish to thank my colleague for pointing out that aspect. I was only able to talk about one of the harmful effects of the bill. This is another one. It's disgusting. Last time, they decided to stop providing Medicare to refugees, and now when it became clear that this was simply ideological and that you simply cannot allow people who are trying to get out of a dangerous situation and come to Canada for a better life, you can't just tell them, well, because we haven't decided whether your case is legitimate or not, you're being refused access to our healthcare system. And we're preventing the provinces from doing it too. The courts said that this is not constitutional. And unfortunately, they continue to go forward, which don't work. This is not in keeping with Canadian values. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to correct what the honourable member just said, because this is completely false. First of all, with regard to health insurance for refugee claimants who have been turned down, that is illegals who are being deported from Canada. Yes, it's true that these people don't have the legal status to remain in Canada and are not entitled to health insurance. Having said that, they do have access to the healthcare system like all other visitors, such as foreign students, new residents, new immigrants. They don't receive health insurance in their province until they've been here for 3 months, typically. It's the same principle with the bill that proposes giving the provinces the power to say that there is a compulsory residence period before you can obtain welfare. Almost all countries in Europe, all developed countries, say you have to be a resident for at least a few weeks before you can receive social benefits such as social assistance. So I think that we must be careful with these questions. We have to be right about the facts. We will change nothing in this bill with regard to social assistance for migrants. It's simply a matter of recognizing the provincial right to determine their own policies. The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, you have 1 minute. Well, I simply want to go to the heart of what the minister just said. Okay, we give the provinces the responsibility, but they're cutting back healthcare transfer payments to the provinces. This is done on the backs of the provinces. They're making them pay for the cost of healthcare in Canada, and that's unacceptable. We have to make sure that the resources are provided to the provinces in order for them to offer programs that work throughout the country. Thank you. Resuming debate.
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased to rise to debate C-43. And I think I just quickly want to go over what the process is that's gotten us to this point. Of course, in any budget, the budget is typically delivered in the spring, and then there's 2 budget implementation acts, both in the spring and then in the fall. I think it's really important, and this quote is actually attributed to a gentleman called Jacob Law. A budget is not just a collection of numbers, but it's an expression of our values and our aspirations. So I think when we look at this budget, what we really are looking at is the values that we as a government have put forward and our aspirations. Mr. Speaker, so having looked at what that process was, it was actually February 11th when our colleague Jim Flaherty stood up in this House as the Finance Minister. And of course, I think we all, he typically liked to joke about his diminutive stature, but I think we all can appreciate and we admire both the twinkle in his eye, and he was anything but small in both his heart and in both his influence in terms of Canada and the direction of Canada. So, I think we should take this Budget Implementation Act and really I'm just going to frame some of the words that he originally said with that introduction in 2011. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, it was only 2 short months after that of course we sat in this House stunned as we heard of his very sudden passing, and I think all of us came together and grieved that day. So his opening comments back then were, Mr. Speaker, nearly 150 years ago, Canada was founded with fiscal responsibility as its cornerstone. The men and women who carved this great country out of wilderness simply called it good government. That's what Minister of Finance John Rose was talking about when he stood before this Assembly to deliver Canada's first budget speech in 1868. He said, I say that we ought to be most careful in our outlay and consider well every shilling we expend. Now that's just good old-fashioned English for good old common sense. And it's that solid Canadian common sense that has guided our government through the good times and bad. Mr. Speaker, he then went on to say, I'm proud to rise today to present Canada's Economic Action Plan 2014. This prudent plan builds on our record of strong, sound, and consistent fiscal management. It's a low-tax plan to promote jobs, growth, and support Canadian families. And it's a common-sense plan that will see Canada return to a balanced budget in 2015. So those were the words that framed the legislation that we are talking about. So now if we want to go and we actually look at the actual Budget Implementation Act 2, I mean, I often hear the NDP going on, it's like 400 pages. And so first of all, I think I would like to suggest that it's not really the number of pages that matters. It's actually the content and what the budget is going to achieve that is the important point. But if they're really struggling through the 450 pages, I'll direct them to the legislative summary, because the legislative summary is about 4 or 5 pages, and it clearly, they often talk about these hidden things in the bill. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy for the NDP or perhaps any Canadian to go to the legislative summary, and it clearly articulates what's in the bill in a number of few short pages. And then if there's something that tweaks their interest, then of course they can go to the more the actual budget itself. So if we look at the structure, of course, we have Part 1, and that's implementing income tax measures. And so again, right now I'm going to do a little bit of micro conversation, but then I'm going to go back to what is the broader picture of what we're trying to achieve. So Part 1 in this bill has a whole host of income tax measures. And one of them, sometimes it's the small things that make a big difference in people's lives. It's the small things, for example, the move that's going to extend tax deferral breeding animals to bees. Well, you know what? That might not sound like a big measure, but if you're a beekeeper, that is a really extremely important measure. So again, throughout that section, Part 1, we have a number of tax issues, income tax measures. Another piece in there that perhaps people haven't picked out on is the accelerated capital depreciation for our green energy sector. So really it's a little bit of a boost to help the green energy sector get up and going. Mr. Speaker, we then move into Part 2, which implements goods and harmonized sales tax measures. Again, very clearly an important piece of what we do. And Part 3 is amending the Excise Act. So again, I think I welcome the NDP. If they're struggling with the 458 pages, go to the legislative summary. It's going to be very clear what the budget's trying to accomplish. And then, Mr. Speaker, Part 4, again, it looks at a number of different acts in order to implement various measures. And then, again, I have to go back to the words of law, who are really, the budget is not just about numbers, it's about the aspirations, the goals of the government. So, Mr. Speaker, what are some of the goals of our government? And again, I think, you know, in the good times when Minister Flaherty at the time, we paid down the debt, we set ourselves up, we were in a great position. Of course, in 2008, the global recession hit us hard, but we were in a good position, and we had a plan, and we've seen that plan go from Economic Action Plan 2006 right through to 2014 with the plan that was recently introduced. So, Mr. Speaker, what is our plan? All these measures in this budget look at focusing, supporting our movement. The first, when in 2008 we know we were going to have some extraordinary challenges, we decided we would put stimulus into the economy. And, Mr. Speaker, I know the opposition kept saying, oh, you need to put more in, you need to put more in. And, of course, now they sort of say, oh, well, you incurred debt. Well, in actual fact, I think we found the right balance. We managed to get extraordinary stimulus out the door, saw us through that very challenging time. And, of course, we look at coming out of the recession earlier than many. We look at some of the best job growth in terms of the G7. I think we're over 1.2 million net new jobs now. So really the plan that was put in place, it was a global recession. I remember many, many countries being very concerned. We all remember the Portugal, Italy, Greece, Spain, the significant challenges that they were facing. But we had a plan, we were in a good position going in, and we came out. And I know that we were particularly proud with the delivery of Economic Action Plan 2014 to say just like we told Canadians we are going to be back to balanced budget. So we said we were going to spend, unfortunately, and with sort of concern, we were going to spend some extra money for stimulus, but we made a commitment to Canadians that we would get to back to balanced budget, and indeed that is what we've done. So the back to balanced budget was one of the significant priorities. The other areas that I would call our pillars were supporting jobs and growth. We have to have an environment where we are supporting jobs and growth. So this, again, does exactly that. Items such as the small business job credit and Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, which represent those small businesses, have said this is going to make a real difference to the small businesses of this country. When you have payroll taxes that are a little more forgiving, they put that money back into hiring more people, expanding their business. And I think some of the real experts are the people that run those small businesses. So I certainly look at what they're doing. Another area that we looked at in terms of supporting jobs and growth was the tax credit on interest paid on government-sponsored student loans and extending that to the Canada Apprentice Loan. We know that having apprentices, a bit of that skills mismatch area, that there are jobs that are available. So again, I think that was an important measure. Supporting families and communities, there is a number of items in there that support the families and communities. And finally, measures that improve the fairness and integrity of the tax system. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I think if you knew Jim Flaherty, you might know that he loved to sail. And so, you know, he was at the helm through some very, very difficult waters. He has now, of course, left that helm for us to take on, but he charted a solid course. He put us on a solid course. And I know this has been very ably picked up by our new finance minister. And as this is the last time I'll get to speak to what really was the direct hand of the influence of Jim Flaherty, I'll just say thank you, Jim, for all your hard work. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de
Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague across the way, and I'm looking at the facts. Bill C-43 implements the small business hiring tax credit, a measure which is designed to waste money, according to many economists. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says that despite the tremendous cost of this project, that this program will only create 800 jobs. So those are the facts. And something else is that the private sector growth is practically dead since the past 18 months. No jobs have been created. So there's nothing in this bill that facilitates the return to work for 300,000 unemployed people because of the last recession. And the 400,000 jobs that were lost in the manufacturing sector under this Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not serious to say that this small business hiring tax credit with its astronomical cost is a good measure. So will my colleague admit that economists all agree that this will not generate a lot of growth? So there are some major flaws in this bill.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves. First of all, our government's record. We headed into the global recession. We have come out 1.2 million jobs have been created, mostly full-time, mostly in the private sector. So obviously the government's plan and its strategy is working. In terms of the small business, the tax credit for our small businesses, we know our small businesses are the cornerstone. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses is one of the experts in this particular area, and it only makes sense when you put $550 million back into the pockets of our small business owners, that they're going to have the opportunity to put that money into growing their business in terms of creating more success. So again, we have a plan, and our plan is working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York West.
And to my honourable colleague,
I think if Mr. Flaherty was here, he would be quite pleased with the glowing attributes which were shared about Mr. Flaherty today, and certainly quoting him. But I must ask the honourable member if her comments were so glowing about her thoughts for Mr. Flaherty, but also his thoughts on the issue of income splitting, which is an important issue for Canadians to be knowledgeable and understand the implications. But Mr. Flaherty said in his last days as the finance minister that income splitting he didn't think was a good idea. So I'd be interested to know, since my honourable colleague is so interested and so much of a follower of Mr. Flaherty, why is it then that she doesn't support his vision of income splitting being bad for Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to stand up and answer that question. I believe that Mr. Flaherty would have been really pleased with our comprehensive plan that is going to support every Canadian family. We have increasing the universal child care benefits, which every single family is going to benefit from, the increase in the expense deduction, which is going to benefit many, many, and of course the modification in terms of the income splitting. So again, I think he would be very proud that we have created what is a comprehensive package, and I think it's a package, we fulfilled our election platform commitment, but we have created something unlike the NDP and unlike the Liberals, who want to put money into a program that doesn't help shift workers, that doesn't help people that live in remote communities. We have a plan in place that's going to help every single family with children, and I'm very proud of that, and I believe he would be also.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today in this House concerning Bill C-43, the Budget Implementation Act. This bill of over 460 pages is divided into 4 parts and involves the creation, amendment, or elimination of some 400 sections. Now, most of the acts amended have nothing to do with the budget, and the Conservatives pushed through a number of omnibus bills without any kind of sufficient study, obviously, and without any respect of the democratic process. We deplore that we are seeing this once again with Bill C-43 here in the House of Commons. It's as if it's Groundhog Day. We see this over and over. This is another Trojan horse bill that we are seeing, and we are truly opposed to this bill because we cannot debate all the measures in it. A perfect example of this undemocratic process with this government's omnibus bills can be seen in Clause 27.2 of the bill on telecommunications. This bill provides that anyone who provides telecommunications services must not ask for fees from a subscriber to provide this person with a paper bill. This is a measure that the NDP supports wholeheartedly. We have always supported it because we have been calling for this measure for years and years. We've been fighting to ensure that this pay-to-pay practice ceases. Unfortunately, I will not be able to vote for this measure, Mr. Speaker, because it is buried, completely buried, in a mountain of amendments with which I totally disagree. So you can see my problem here, Mr. Speaker, and this situation is something that we see every time that this Conservative government brings forward an omnibus bill, and that's the sad thing. Now, obviously, this will give the minister the ability to say time after time, well, you voted against pay-to-pay, the opposition voted against it. When in fact, let's tell things like they are, Mr. Speaker. We want to support that section, but only if it was withdrawn from this omnibus bill and voted on separately as part of another bill. Once again, this government prefers petty politics and small-mindedness to a true democratic process. Now, I will say today that I'm going to vote for the proposal seeking to end billing fees in the telecommunications sector. At least I've been able to say that here and put it on the record. There are other amendments under Bill C-43 It also includes measures seeking to improve the integrity of our tax code, which is definitely a step in the right direction, even though there are still much to be done with regard to the fight against tax evasion. Now, the bill also puts in place a DNA database to fight against disappearances, and we've been calling for that measure for a very long time. Now, among the negative elements of this bill, which unfortunately are much more numerous than the positive elements. First, Bill C-43 reneges on, or rather does not put an end to exorbitant banking fees. Conservatives should recognize that it is unjust that telecommunications firms should make people pay to pay. Now, it says that telecommunications firms shouldn't be able to do that, so why should banks be able to do it? This omnibus bill also includes provisions that amend the federal provincial fiscal arrangements to allow provinces to impose minimum residency requirements on immigrants so that they can have social benefits. Asylum claimants and other people thus might be refused social assistance benefits. The Conservatives' aim with this is to encourage provinces to reduce costs associated with paying social assistance at the expense of the most vulnerable residents of our society. And yet, these are people who already have to deal with major obstacles, including a very stagnant labor market, discrimination, and a lack of experience. And those are just some examples. The restriction of access to social assistance will only harm their integration process, and it will also increase poverty and its multiple symptoms. So all of society will suffer. More of these measures are discriminatory and are a flagrant violation of human rights. Over 160 organizations across Canada sent an open letter to the Minister of Finance to oppose the government's decision to limit the access of refugee claimants to social assistance benefits. And Bill C-43 changes the regulation that applies to credit cooperatives without any say in the matter. We don't know what exactly the consequences will be of this amendment, but this is another change that the Conservatives made in the 2013 budget, which unjustly increased taxes that credit cooperatives have to pay. Bill C-43 also implements the small business hiring tax credit. Now, obviously, this measure is a waste, according to many economists, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that despite its exorbitant cost, the program will only create 800 jobs. But that is not, but what we don't find in this Budget Implementation Act, and something that is very troublesome for the Canadian economy, the growth of the private sector has practically stagnated for the past 18 months. No jobs have been created, and yet there is nothing in this bill to facilitate the return to work of some 300,000 new and unemployed people due to the last recession, or to replace the 400,000 jobs that were lost in the manufacturing sector under this Prime Minister. Currently, the unemployment rate among young people is double the national average and has not budged since the lowest point of the recession. For people who are entering the labor market, their first job is crucial. That allows them to become a productive member of society. Furthermore, the rate of debt, the household debt, has never been as high. It is much higher than in the past. In 1980, if we look at statistics, the ratio of household to personal debt, to personal disposable income, was about 66%, whereas today it is 164%. It is unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. That is an unbelievable increase. The Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Stephen Poloz, said that household debt among Canadians is a major risk to the Canadian economy. And indeed, our society is living beyond its means. We can't afford to pay down our debts. It is in the indebtedness of our families, and that is a difficulty. It's a problem, Mr. Speaker, because for many, many years, if you can't make ends meet, what happens is that you just can't pay your bills anymore. And people will never be able to pay their bills because they have not properly estimated the cost of people not being able to afford things. We can see this in many, many situations. In Quebec City, rents have gone up by over 40% in 10 years, Mr. Speaker. But when you see the statistics, the figures, with your income, when you can't even pay your rent because it represents a 30 or 50 or 60% of your income, just your rent alone, obviously that's a tremendous amount. It means that people can't pay their electricity, they can't pay for their groceries. And I'm talking about basic needs here. I'm not even talking about recreation or leisure activities. So if we do not realize this, if we do not realize the gravity of this situation, and if we don't help out people who cannot make ends meet, well then we cannot create proper policies. And that is something that I deplore about this government, which has not understood the gravity of the situation. We in the NDP, Mr. Speaker, we have concrete solutions to help Canadians. We want to apply new regulations to end abusive banking practices. Lenders and credit card companies. We want to ensure that all citizens have access to credit cards at a reasonable rate that does not go beyond the preferential rate plus 5%, and we will cap ATM fees at 50 cents per transaction, no more than that. Mr. Speaker, an NDP budget would revoke the federal budget's plan to raise the retirement age to 67. To balance the budget, we would propose the progressive elimination of subsidies to the gas and oil sector, which is over $1 billion. We also want to hire the resources needed to recover the billions of dollars that tax evasion causes us to lose. Right now, the federal government barely functions like a real democracy, and since the Conservatives won a majority, they have had some 2,700 pages of omnibus bills adopted. We are opposed to their omnibus bills, just as we're opposed to the Liberals' omnibus budget bills in the 1990s. So the government is simply using the Parliament to impose its own bills, and Canadians deserve better from their elected officials. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her passionate speech. She addressed the situation of debt, and I was talking about this with some families in my riding on the weekend. People go into debt to buy cars or to pay mortgage or to carry out activities with their children. And it's as if people are living in a situation where they think they have money in front of them because it's so easy to get access to credit, and all of a sudden they are stuck because they are simply piling up debt. And as my colleague said, there are not really any provisions or not really any measures that are taken to help families that are digging themselves deeper and deeper into debt. For example, they're so heavily into debt that they can't buy proper groceries, and their children are in trouble. So I'd like my colleague to elaborate on that and to talk a bit more about the NDP's vision of a country where we help families to emerge from a situation where they are not constantly indebted, and so that the banks cannot put people into that situation.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, who I know, like me, goes door to door very often and is very present at events in her riding. And that is why she brings up these very concrete issues in the House. And she understands, as we do, that everyone, people from all ages, keep asking the same question. Why are banks making billions in profits every year, whether the economy is on shaky ground or not? And why are we, families, more and more in debt? Rent is going up. Food prices are going up. Prices for everything are going up. Debt is going up everywhere. And now people are paying to take out their own money. Sometimes taking $20 out of a bank machine costs you $4 or $5 So imagine banks are making huge profits on that. Well, of course they are when it costs you $4 or $5 to take your own money out of the bank, money that you earned with your sweat, blood, and tears. And that's why we need to take a serious approach. We are legislators, and we represent Canadians. We need to put the banks back in their place and say, yes, they can make profits, but not profits of 700 or 800%. That doesn't make any sense. That's why we need to put the banks back in their place to have having limits for the percentage on credit cards, and only the NDP is calling for that. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, honourable colleagues, there is good reason to be pleased with the 2014 Economic Action Plan. Our hard work is paying off, it's paying dividend, and we're on track to realize a stronger and more prosperous Canada in the coming years. When I was elected in 2011, the global economy was still fragile, following the 2008 Great Recession. It was a time of continued economic uncertainty, both south of the border in the United States, around the world, and at home. Our economy, while it was better than most, was still sluggish. Indeed, voters in my riding of New Brunswick Southwest, which borders Maine and shares waterways with the United States, were well aware of the economic challenges facing U.S. workers and the U.S. government. A majority recognized our economy was stronger and our outlook even then was brighter. And today, the results of several Conservative budgets under this government has created 1.2 million net new jobs since the economic downturn. I should say, actually, government has not created those jobs, but perhaps worked to create the condition for the hard-working men and women across the country, businesses, small and large, to together working in the national interest to create those 1.2 million jobs. And today, our government foundation is strong. We have competitive tax rates, and we're marching towards a balanced budget. And overall, it's very fair to say that we have strong economic fundamentals. We've done all this while maintaining transfers to the provinces and territories, which will continue to rise every year to a new record high. We've helped vulnerable families with children and seniors by taxing them less and ensuring important social programs and transfers are maintained and even enhanced. And we've done this all along while the Liberals and NDP opposition have called for higher taxes and more debt spending. Under our plan, 1 million Canadians have been removed from the tax roll, including 380,000 seniors. I'm going to repeat that. 1 million Canadians are no longer paying federal income tax. 1.4 million Canadians are no longer living in poverty, including 250,000 children. And after-tax disposable income has risen by 10% across all income levels since 2006. These are real, measurable benefits that have helped Canadians from coast to coast. Of course, there are ongoing challenges, and in some parts of Canada, including my region, unemployment remains stubbornly high. But recently, the federal government ratified an agreement with the provincial government of New Brunswick to deliver skill trainings for in-demand professions through the Canada Jobs Grant. We remain focused on job creation and ensuring the nation's economic fundamentals are strong and will continue to move the country forward. And we should take great solace that, according to the New York Times, Canada's working families are at the top of the pack compared to other nations. This is remarkable news. And of course, this is unpleasant news for the opposition, and in particular the leader of the third party, who has attempted to depict a worsening situation for Canadians. And in the end, the facts just don't bear that argument out. On that score, it was with great regret that I read today that the new Liberal Premier in my home province is moving to stop the fracking of natural gas in New Brunswick. This decision will slow economic growth. It will hurt job creation and cause more young workers to go west. Towns will continue to empty out, and there'll be less money for important social programs. And so Premier Gallant is already calling for Ottawa to throw him a lifeline. He wants more transfers. That's right. He is closing the development of natural gas in New Brunswick, yet insisting more tax revenues earned by other provinces that do frack natural gas be sent to his government. If it weren't so cruel, we'd note the deep, deep irony of sending New Brunswick workers to work in the very same industry Premier Gallant is closing. But I digress, Mr. Speaker. Well, back to the matter of hand, which is the 2014 Economic Action Plan. Our work, which has been ongoing and over many years, continues in this Budget Implementation Act. It began with Ottawa first looking internally, reviewing programs to ensure they delivered value for Canadians and Canadian taxpayers. As a result, direct program spending has fallen for 3 consecutive years, and we're on track for a 4th year, which I believe is a first in modern Canadian history. At the end of the day, this means we are delivering quality social programs, we're maintaining transfers to the provinces, we're delivering some tax relief, and we're doing it all within, as of next year, a balanced budget. We've also reformed programs to take into account demographic changes, and we've made modest changes to EI in order to encourage more work and less reliant on the state. This has all been hard work. I don't think there's been a riding in the country that has not been affected in some way or other by some of these changes. But they resulted in a number of things. They've resulted in a stronger federal balance sheet. They've resulted in a stronger national economy. And they've resulted, I think, in better fortunes for Canadians in the years ahead. And I stress the hard work because I know it's been said time and time again. It will continue to be said, I think, right up until the election next year. Budgets do not balance themselves. They require hard work. If you believe budgets balance themselves, I'd ask you to consider Greece, Detroit, or even Canada in the mid-1990s. However Mr. Chrétien and Martin qualify their efforts at the time, they certainly, I'm sure, would not say the federal budget balanced itself. Promoting jobs and economic growth has been our #1 focus for the last 3.5 years and will continue to be our focus going forward until every Canadian that wants a job has a job. We've done this through support for businesses by reducing red tape, making it easy for them to invest, hire, and sell their products. We've frozen the EI tax, and we provided EI payroll tax savings for small businesses through the Small Business Job Credit. We're supporting apprenticeship and training programs, and we've also expanded our infrastructure programs. We've done this through the new Building Canada plan, which will provide $21.8 billion over 10 years to the gas tax fund. And that, incidentally, has been indexed, meaning as inflation goes up, our municipalities across the country will see modest increases every year to account for that inflationary loss. We're spending $10.4 billion over 10 years under the GST rebate to municipalities, again, ensuring that when they spend money, it's going to benefit their constituents. And finally, we're spending $14 billion under the new Building Canada Fund to support major projects right across this country. This is real spending that's going to have a benefit on communities from coast to coast and ensure that infrastructure is upgraded so our products can get to market, our men and women can get to work, and products, whether they're coming across land, by air, or by sea, are able to get across this continent to markets in the United States, within Canada, or overseas. And of course, the budget also has to be taken in context with our overall trade agenda, where we're seeing greater market access, and we will see greater market access in Asia and in Europe. That's something I talk about an awful lot when I'm home, because for many of the industries in New Brunswick, it's closer to major markets in Western Europe than it is to Western Canada. And if you're selling something like live lobster, you want to be able to get that to market while the product is alive and fresh. The other area we focused in on is, of course, responsible resource development. And we'll continue to do that through, I hope, the Energy East pipeline throughout the entire country, and in particular into the St. John refinery in New Brunswick, as a way to ensure that more hardworking New Brunswick men and women have jobs right there in the home province. That when they get up in the morning and go to work, they're able to come home at night and spend time with their families, as opposed to have to travel across the country for work. Work that we could be doing and should be doing in New Brunswick, whether it's building a pipeline, refining oil, or fracking natural gas. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, these measures have been that we pursued have benefited Canadians, Canadian families, and I look forward to Budget 2015 to see that balanced budget and the additional opportunities that our future measures will take. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to resist commenting on the whole issue of a Conservative balanced budget, because they were able to turn a surplus budget, multi-billion-dollar surplus budget, into Canada into a deficit situation, and have not yet had that surplus budget. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, or balanced budget. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest travesties of this government over the last number of months has been their lack of a commitment to infrastructure in all regions of Canada, Mr. Speaker. They talk a big line in the sense they say, well, record high amounts in terms of billions going into infrastructure, but what they don't say is that that tap that flows the money doesn't occur this year, Mr. Speaker. They have put that off until future years, the bulk of that money. There's actually a 90% cut, and this is the question I have for the member, and that is, why does he believe that his own government has dramatically cut infrastructure spending for this fiscal year, estimated between 80% to 90% of an actual cut in infrastructure dollars that is flowing for this fiscal year?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the previous infrastructure program ramped down, the new program is ramping up. And I hear a lot of talk in this chamber from the opposition about too few infrastructure dollars. But I have to say, back home, when I talk to municipal leaders, they're very pleased with the changes we made to the gas tax transfer, which at one point doubled it, and then, of course, took the additional step this year to expand what would be eligible. So as a result, I have municipalities throughout my riding applying under that program to spend it in areas, infrastructure areas, that previously they couldn't do so. At the same time, they're putting in new applications for the Canada Building, the new Canada Building Fund that's going to see projects begin this year and every year going forward. You know, and on that note, I might just ask my honourable colleague back. On one hand, he talks about the need to balance the books, but at the same time, he talks about the need to constantly spend more. And I'd ask, well, what is it? Is it a question of balancing the budget? Is it a question of spending more? We believe you can do both if you're responsible and you make tough choices.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member, my colleague, for that very thoughtful speech that speaks to spoke to the benefits of this budget for Canadians across this country, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the Liberal member ask the question and make comments with respect to balanced budgets. Of course, I think everybody in the House knows when we voted to stimulate the economy with some $62 billion, the Liberal Party knew very well at that time that we were going to be operating in a deficit situation. But, Mr. Speaker, we're out of that situation now. We're working towards a balanced budget. The member that gave the speech spoke very eloquently about the gas tax refund money and how that is benefiting municipalities
in his particular writing. Certainly that is predictable funding that local municipal councils can use to upgrade facilities and parks and so forth. Could he perhaps expand a little bit on the importance of that predictable funding to the municipalities in his writing?
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest. You have just a little over a minute.
Thank you. Well, predictable funding is key to ensure that other levels of government can rely on that funding year in and year out in order to plan around it, whether they're planning a one-off project or a project over many years, which tends to be the case when you're talking larger infrastructure. But I'm going to give another example where predictable funding has been very, very helpful. Since 2006, our time in office, federal transfers to the province of New Brunswick, my home province, have increased by 27%, and this year stand at $2.6 billion, which is a very good amount of money for a small province like New Brunswick. The point I want to make here is that under our government, every year, those transfers for health, social services, and equalization have gone in one direction, and that's up. We've managed to do this while we've looked at Ottawa's operation. We've reduced spending that was not in the public interest or not in the taxpayers' interest. And again, at the same time, and in a parallel with the question of municipalities, this has ensured that the province of New Brunswick can guarantee quality social programs going forward, and is unlike the changes that the Liberal opposition made in their time in power when they cut health and education by 30%.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for York West.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to add a few words to this important debate on a 460-page omnibus bill. And before I make my comments, I just would like to take an opportunity to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and my colleagues and happy holidays. And to my constituents at home and those watching, I hope that 2015 is a great year for everyone. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to speak to C-43 as much as I am frustrated with a 460-page document, which I'm willing to bet very few in this House have gone through. I know we certainly attempted to, but no matter how hard you try, I can suggest it's such a large document. There's so many different things in there. Everything but the kitchen sink is in that bill, as with previous omnibus bills. And we find out later, after things go through without the sufficient scrutiny that they should, that there's a variety of mistakes that we find out in the Senate and corrections that have to be made. So it's pretty poor pieces of legislation end up being as a result of this omnibus bill, but that's going to land on the feet of the government. Certainly the opposition points them out and they don't choose to listen, so they'll have to deal with those things when people raise them and they have no justification to really argue back. But in the simple of terms, I oppose C-43 because it implements a budget that fails to address the real challenges that each and every one of us hear every day, every weekend that we are in our ridings. But worse yet, by abusing the very process for the budgets, by again tabling an omnibus bill, and then limiting debate and study. So it goes through in a variety of short period of time, and again, it's 460 pages, and it's a joke to think that anybody's going to get time to really go through that and examine it. And then to limit the amount of time that we can challenge the government on it, give the government an opportunity to improve it, is also very limited. But again, this government continues the same reckless pattern that they have been ever since they came into power, to pursue a reckless and very anti-democratic course. So I clearly, from my perspective, and I believe from our party's perspective, will not be supporting C-43. But my opposition to C-43 is not just rooted in the government's failure to understand or respect our democratic institution, but clearly they don't. But my concerns are much deeper than that. Bill C-43 is clearly the product of a tired old government that has lost touch with Canadians, or at least Canadians outside of the corporate boardrooms of the nation. Sadly, this Prime Minister has forgotten what it is like to struggle to make ends meet. He has forgotten what it is like to make financial choices based on how to stretch the dollar a little bit farther. And he has forgotten how hard it is out there for blue-collar crowd sitting around their kitchen tables, figuring out how they're going to make ends meet. It's Prime Minister is the 6th highest paid world leader, and he has a strong and stable retirement income waiting for him. It's too bad most Canadians don't have a chance to have even half of that. But this Prime Minister's ambivalence to middle-class struggles was clear when he attacked Income Trust and slashed the OAS, making people wait until 67. I don't know about their ridings, but certainly in my riding, I've got people coming in their mid-50s that have done construction jobs, mining, hard labor jobs that can't make it to 65, never mind 67. Right. And now this is only going to make it that much worse. One needs to look no farther than the government's reliance on measures such as TFSAs and non-refundable tax credits. This is a philosophy premised on giving people with extra money the ability to put it away at a higher rate of return. But if you don't have extra cash to invest, Budget 2014 offers you nothing. I say less than nothing, actually, because the government continues to chip away at the federal government's fiscal capacity, which hinders our ability to help those who need help the most. But maybe that's their objective, to squander every cent of money that there is left, so that if we're given an opportunity to form the government, we'll have a real hard time when the money's all been spent and all we're going to end up is running into more debt. Maybe that's the goal here.
It's their plan.
But in the context of Bill C-43, the question remains, what about those without extra money to invest? What about seniors and students and working families that have too much debt at the end of the month and not enough money? Again, why has the Prime Minister turned his back on struggling Canadians? The middle class is working harder and harder under this government, and working families are falling further and further behind. This year's budget does nothing to address the very real challenges that are facing the middle class. So the real problem with Bill C-43 is the missed opportunities of the things that they could have done since they have a good surplus, the things they could have invested in that really would have helped the average Canadian have an easier life. We as Liberals believe that the government must not only create the right conditions for economic growth, but also ensure that that growth is sustainable and will finally help middle-class families. This requires investments in infrastructure, training, innovation, expanding trade, as well as a competitive tax rates. It's not only about taxation. It's about investing in our universities and our colleges, investing in our entrepreneurial hubs that we have across the country that are looking for support for new ideas. So instead of creating real jobs and growth, Bill C-43 will encourage businesses to stay small and actually punish them if they grow. It actually creates an incentive for some businesses to actually fire workers, as ridiculous as that sounds. The PBO, which is the Parliamentary Budget Officer, says that the EI tax credit in C-43 will only create 800 jobs over the next 2 years. But the big thing is it's going to cost $700,000 per job. Now, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is an independent officer of Parliament. He doesn't belong to any party. He doesn't belong to the government or the opposition. He's an independent officer who is there to examine all of these things. So his analysis and his figures need to be paid attention to. The Liberal plan for an EI holiday on new hires would actually reward businesses that create jobs. It has been applauded by job creators like Restaurants Canada, the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, and by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. But then again, Budget 2014 is certainly not a budget in the traditional form. Bill C-43 is full of changes that don't belong in a budget bill, such as a mean-spirited rule change to help deny social assistance to refugee claimants. Bill C-43 also adds GST and HST to various services provided by the non-profit healthcare facilities, such as residential services at old age homes. This will, again, punish Canadian seniors who are already struggling to get by on a fixed income. But yet again, this is another example of a government bent on attacking the most vulnerable. And Conservative closure tactics are preventing those of us who actually care about middle-class Canadians from offering any level of protection. At 460 pages, with over 400 separate clauses amending countless different laws, Bill C-43 represents nothing short of a clear abuse of power. It will be years before we find out the impact of many of those clauses, no matter how much time is spent on them. It is actually anti-democratic for the Conservatives to use an omnibus budget bill to limit debate and ram so many unrelated measures through Parliament. It prevents MPs from properly scrutinizing the legislation. It's called a budget bill, and it's anything but a budget bill. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what are the Conservatives so afraid of? I think we all know the answer to that question. This government is afraid that middle-class Canadians will see the reckless and mean-spirited actions of this government. But in addition to the tone and abuse of power problems underscored by C-43, it can't go unnoticed that Bill C-43 is just poorly written legislation. And I continue to be shocked by the level of incompetence demonstrated by the government on such fundamental items as the laws of the country. Certainly, I have long questioned the government's general compassion and fiscal competence, but I would have expected some level of proficiency in actually preparing legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to offer my comments and my disappointment that the government continues to put forward omnibus budget bills that are clearly meant to put everything but the kitchen sink through and to really reflect little of what Canadians really need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Brunswick Southwest.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to find it laughable that the honourable colleague, with all due respect and deference, suggests that the Prime Minister does not understand the struggles of ordinary, hardworking Canadians, particularly when you look at the numerous policies that the government has put out with respect to benefiting workers through various tax credits, the doubling of the fitness credit for kids, and of course more recently the family tax relief that was announced and be rolled out next year. Thanks, we're able to do this because of the tough measures that were taken by the government over the last couple of years as we moved to a balanced budget. But I suppose I'll ask the member to perhaps answer a question that reflects on her own leader and how her leader could suggest that budgets balance themselves and don't actually require decisions to be made by the government of the day.
The honourable member for York West.
I want to first mention that when the current government got into power, they got into power with $13 billion surplus sitting there, and they used it in the following two elections to buy every single vote they possibly could by promising everything they possibly could. So through all of this period of time, we are now starting to see the 2011 election promises come out to reality. But they made people wait until the next election. So it's simply using the process to buy votes. And as far as how do you run an economy and how do you build a country, is by investing in things like innovation, infrastructure, that help create jobs in a positive environment. And that's how you get your balanced budgets, and that's how you turn around and look after your economy. Our leader is very competent, very knowledgeable on these things. And when you want to take a comment like that, well, if you look into it, what are you going to get from C.D. Howe and the rest of it? You invest in infrastructure and in the economy, and yes, your books will be balanced.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words from my colleague. Wanted to know maybe if she could kind of expand as to the big issue of the middle class. And this is something in which the leader of the Liberal Party and the caucus as a whole has been putting a great deal of emphasis, is the importance of the middle class to Canada's economy going forward and how much more we need to give attention to the middle class. Well, the government's recent announcement of the income split is in essence going to assist less than 15% of the population. It's going to cost $2 billion, and it's going to be the middle class that is going to be paying for that commitment from the Conservative government. If you would want to provide some comment on that particular policy announcement.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank my colleague for the question. The focus continues to be very much more on those who have a lot. when you talk about the TFSAs and the possibility of doubling them or whatever it is, that really helps an awful lot of people who have money. Doesn't help the people who don't have the money to put away. You don't find 35-year-olds having a whole lot of money to put in the TFSAs because most of them are trying to balance their families. Having fully refundable tax credits, no matter what it is, then you know what, you really are helping those maybe in the middle class. But to bring in things that really help, like income splitting will help those in the upper levels. It's very reflective of this government. The people in the lower levels that are just struggling, where mother and father are both working, kids would be in daycare if they don't have them. Many of those kids end up home by themselves with nobody really to look after them. Well, they're struggling to pay the mortgage and put the bread on the table. There's nothing in this C-43 at all that's going to help those families. When they sit around the kitchen table tonight, they're not going to say, isn't C-43 wonderful? That budget's going to help us in all kinds of ways. No, they're going to say, okay, now how are we going to get through till the weekend? That's the reality.
Order. À l'ordre. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Member for Thunder Bay Superior North on Canada Revenue Agency. Second, the Honourable Member for Halifax West on National Defence. Third, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North on Ethics. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for letting me rise today to speak to this very important piece of legislation. But before I begin, I'd like to indicate that a few members of this House were part of the cohort of 2009 that was elected not too long before today. 4 years is the anniversary, and I believe a few of them are here, so congratulations to both the member for Winnipeg North and Dauphin Swan River Marquette. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-43 is now at an important stage where we will see it now come into law very soon. And this legislation builds on a very strong foundation that's been not only laid this year, but over the past now almost 9 years. And we're continuing to build on a portfolio of initiatives that have been introduced since 2006 with affordable measures to create jobs, promote growth, and support long-term prosperity. This key strategy is working. It's creating jobs, it's keeping the economy growing, and of course, perhaps most importantly, now that our economy is going in the right direction, we are returning to balanced budget in 2015. Since we introduced the Economic Action Plan to respond to the global recession of 2008, we've created nearly 1.2 million net new jobs since the depths of that recession. When I say we, I mean, of course, the private sector. Government can only help the economy, but it is, in fact, the businesses out there that are the employers. And thankfully, due to all those hardworking entrepreneurs, we have one of the strongest job creation records in the entire G7 during that period. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight some of the outcomes of our Economic Action Plan. According to KPMG, total business tax costs in Canada are in fact the lowest in the G7, and 46% lower than those in the United States of America. Let's not forget that we're starting to see some of their very large corporations choose to come to do business in Canada. And quite frankly, I support that. Even if, it's not necessarily a burger of choice of mine, I will still buy that product. What's more, Canada leapt from 6th to 2nd place in Bloomberg's rankings of the most attractive destinations for business. Both the IMF and the OECD still expect Canada to be among the strongest growing economies in the G7 over this year and the next. For the 7th year in a row, the World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system the world's soundest. They are very conservative, it is true. And perhaps during the boom times of the late 90s and the early 2000s, perhaps they didn't lend out maybe as much money as some other countries did, but man, that policy sure kept them in good stead when 2008 hit. All the major credit rating agencies accord Canada a top AAA rating with a stable outlook, a rating shared by very few countries. A recent New York Times study found that after tax middle-class incomes in Canada, substantially behind in the year 2000, now appear to be higher than in the United States. In fact, the Canadian middle class is among the wealthiest in the developed world. The federal tax burden is at its lowest in over 50 years. And remember that we've removed more than 1 million low-income Canadians from the tax rolls. The average family of four, nearly $3,400 this year, and a small business earning $500,000 now saves over $28,000 in corporate taxes, thanks to our low tax philosophy. It's clear, Canada has become an international success story. But Canada's still not immune to the global economic challenges beyond our border. Our government has been adamant that as long as Canadians are still looking for jobs, our work is not done. With that, Mr. Speaker, let me highlight 3 measures that are helping small businesses as well as ensuring Canadians are first in line for new jobs. C-43 implements our recently announced small business job credit, which will save small employers more than $550 million over 2015 and 2016. It will also lower EI payroll taxes by 15%. This is real money that a small business can use to help defray the cost of hiring new workers and to take advantage of emerging economic opportunities, supporting growth and job creation. That's not all, Mr. Speaker. The legislation builds on our support for small businesses and entrepreneurs by reducing barriers to the international and domestic flow of goods and services. This measure will promote job creation and improve the conditions for business investment. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of our government's achievements as it works to prepare the workforce of tomorrow. Economic Action Plan 2014 includes training for students, focuses federal investments in youth employment in high-demand fields, and also supports young entrepreneurs through mentoring. Students participating in Canada's education system are the largest source of new workers. Providing them with the right skills is essential to furthering the country's economic prospects. In 2011 and 2012, more than 500,000 Canadians received direct financial support from the Canada Student Loans Program to help them pursue their post-secondary education. Over $2.4 billion in loans were provided, and over 336,000 students obtained a total of $640 million in Canada student grants. And Mr. Speaker, in my role as chair of the post-secondary caucus for our government, I have met with many student groups, and all of them have universally said that this plan, this program is far superior to the Millennium Scholarship Fund. Canada places at the top of the OECD rankings in terms of post-secondary educational attainment, thanks in part to these federal supports for students. However, more could be done to ensure young Canadians are receiving the training they need to realize their full potential. Mr. Speaker, that's why we've not only reached out to students in a broad, general way, but we've also helped other organizations that are focused on First Nation and Aboriginal learners. I'd like to highlight Inspire, which is a wonderful program that's led by Roberta Jameson, which I know you know her quite well. And Mr. Speaker, this program has succeeded where government hasn't in the past. And by helping this organization fund more students, we're seeing more First Nation learners than ever before. And I'd like to, again, congratulate her for all the work that she's done over the years, and I look forward to seeing this program continue to receive funding. Mr. Speaker, the government invests over $330 million annually in programming for youth through the Youth Employment Strategy, which provides skills development and work experience for youth at risk, summer students, and recent post-secondary graduates. Economic Action Plan 2014 announced that our government will improve the youth employment strategy to align it with the evolving realities of the job market. This process would also ensure federal investments in youth employment, providing young Canadians with real-life work experience in high-demand fields, such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the skilled trades. Although Canada boasts high levels of post-secondary achievement, the transition to a first job can be very challenging. Youth graduates often lack opportunities to gain the workplace experience and skills necessary to find and retain jobs. In addition, too many Canadian graduates find themselves unemployed or underemployed while employees are searching for workers. Recognizing these challenges, our government proposes to strengthen youth programming by dedicating $40 million towards supporting up to 3,000 full-time internships for post-secondary graduates in high-demand fields in 2014 and 2015-16. Mr. Speaker, this was also in part inspired by some of the work that has been done over the years by the MyTax organization, which has helped deliver internships for science grads, post-grads, and post-grad engineers into, of course, the technology sector, and has been very successful. I see you're indicating I should probably continue onward in my presentation, so I will do that. Mr. Speaker, we have been supportive of not only the private sector in helping them employ more individuals, but of course bringing students into the private sector so that they can gain that world experience that they need to further their career and also essentially become an important contributor to our economy and help pay the taxes that support, of course, all of the programs that benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast. On that front, I will thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity and look forward to any questions that my colleagues might have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask the member in regards to the budget implementation bill as a whole. What we've seen is a number of pieces of legislation that have been incorporated into the budget implementation bill that could have easily been standalone legislation. And I'm interested in receiving the member's comments as to why it is that the government has chosen this, since it's achieved its majority, where it comes in with these massive budget implementation bills.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member. Of course, from time to time, I think this practice has evolved over the years, but our government has I think, seen quite important measures be introduced through its budgets. Budgets, of course, are effectively the key piece of legislation that our government, any government, requires to implement its agenda. And I wouldn't be standing here today speaking to this budget if I, of course, didn't believe in the initiatives that our government is proceeding with. And so I can't apologize for our endeavors because I support them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member opposite has to do with a promise that was made by the former finance minister, Mr. Flaherty, in his 2013 budget that has not yet been implemented in any of 4 budget bills. And that was a promise to link infrastructure spending to the creation of apprenticeships for our young people. Right now, our governments, both federally and provincially, spend billions of dollars annually on infrastructure builds in various regions of the country. And Mr. Flaherty, at least, thought it would be a very good idea to tie that spending to the creation of apprenticeships for our young people. And I'm wondering if the member opposite could tell me why the Conservatives have abandoned that promise.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Of course, having been elected in the class of 2006, I did spend my first day in the House as a member with Jim as he spent his first day back in that 2006 class where we formed government, and I did enjoy working with him through the years on, I believe, almost 10 budgets. I think it was actually 9. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Flaherty's work, I think, had gotten to a point where he had achieved much in our great country. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to continue serving with us as I know he wanted to. But I think that there is more to come, obviously, in the future. On this matter, we will have to see, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech very much. One of the things about the two parties opposite is that when they talk about budgeting, they primarily talk about spending. For them, it's spend, spend, spend. And they rarely, if ever, talk about the need to create a business climate that creates the wealth that runs our country. Could my honourable colleague comment on what our budget is, and having been an entrepreneur in a previous life, he knows the importance of a sound business climate. Can he talk about what the factors in our budget that go towards creating the business climate that we so desperately need in this country?
The honourable member for Winnipeg South. You have 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this question. Mr. Speaker, we have, as a government, taken a philosophy of reducing the tax burden right from the first day that we entered office, and I would like to think that the record speaks for itself, and the outcomes of the record are also quite demonstrative of, I think, the philosophy itself. I think it actually has benefited our great country to reduce the tax burden as we have over the years. I think we're seeing that just in the number of world economies that rate against ours and how we've risen through the ranks. I think this specific budget takes that philosophy now also to the taxpayer, and I think that will have a similar effect on the households of the taxpayer who are now able to reduce their own tax burden by, for instance, splitting income, by having more capital within their own home business, essentially, their home unit, to be able to pay for the important things that they need to succeed. So I think that we will see the same outcomes flow from that. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Nickel.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-43.
Today to speak on C-43, and this should come as no surprise to anybody, but we are going to oppose this piece of legislation, and I'm going to tell you why we're going to oppose it. I'm going to give you some reasons as to why we're going to oppose it. And main reason is, one of the main reasons, there are many reasons, it's an anti-democratic process the Conservatives have used to force legislation through in Parliament, and they've used this trick over and over and over again. When they have a law or a bill that they know will not pass on its own, what they do is put it in an omnibus budget bill, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with budget issues. They put it in that bill and try and get it passed that way. My colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley moved several amendments to this bill that would have improved the bill. It wouldn't have made it perfect, but it certainly would have improved it. So I want to go over some of those amendments that were suggested. And the first one was that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declines to give second reading to Bill C-43, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures because it amends dozens of unrelated acts without adequate parliamentary debate and oversight. Like I mentioned a while ago, what the Conservatives do is put in a lot of bills that they know will not pass on their own, so they shove them into this omnibus bill. It fails to address persistent unemployment and sluggish economic growth, aims to strip refugee claimants of access to social assistance to meet their basic needs, imposes a poorly designed job credit that will create few, if any, jobs while depleting employment insurance funds. Now, we've seen this before, depleting the insurance fund. I mean, the Liberals use that to take $50 billion out of the employment fund, and the Conservatives rubber stamp that. I don't want to use the word theft, but that money that they took from the unemployment fund and put it in general accounts. That was a Liberal move that was rubber-stamped by the Conservatives. It also breaks the government's promises to protect small business from merchant fees and ban banks from charging pay-to-pay fees. Previously, small businesses could use a tax credit to hire more employees, to create employment. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it's the small business that create employments in this country. It's not the big business. It's the small business, the mom-and-pop business that is very, very important. Pay-to-pay fees. The Conservatives like to cut public service jobs by forcing Canadians to go to the computer to pay their bills. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of seniors in Canada that don't know how to use a computer or that don't want to use a computer, so they are forced to pay these pay-to-pay fees to pay their everyday bills. Bill C-43 is another omnibus budget bill designed to ram through hundreds of changes with little study or no oversight. The Conservatives use time allocation over and over and over again. I'm not sure what number we're up to, but it's certainly up in the 75 to 80 times that they've used that process. The bill is over 450 pages, has more than 400 clauses, amends dozens of acts, and includes a variety of measures never mentioned in the budget speech. Bill C-43 is an outright attack on some of the most vulnerable people in our society, refugee claimants for one, and an implementation of hiring credit that has already been panned by experts and a parliamentary budget officer as wasteful and extraordinarily expensive. That's their way of creating jobs, is spend lots of money, and they accuse the opposition party of being spenders. But if you look at their track record, Mr. Speaker, it's not very impressive. There's nothing in this bill to get the almost 300,000 unemployed Canadians than before the recession back to work, or to help replace the 400,000 manufacturing jobs lost under the Prime Minister's watch. I want to go back to pay fees. This is some of the things that we support in this in this bill. We're happy to see that the Conservatives finally adopt a NDP proposal, and I repeat, this is an NDP proposal to end pay-to-pay billing, and that was a private member's bill that my colleague from Sudbury introduced, and the people of Sudbury should be very, very happy to be represented by such a good MP. And again, Canadians shouldn't be forced to pay these bills. Unfortunately, Bill C-43 only bans pay-to-pay for telecom and broadcasting companies, and fails to live up to the promise that Conservatives made to end the unfairly gouging by banks. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of companies that use this pay-to-pay fees. It's not only the telecom communications, it's Ontario Hydro, it could be Quebec Hydro, it could be credit card companies, it could be a lot of people. A lot of the major companies are not now using this pay-to-pay, making Canadians pay to pay their bills. The other thing on this in this bill is about credit unions. Being a former member of the Caisse Populaire Vermillon in Chelmsford, Espanola, and Dowling, I know that the credit unions and Caisse Populaire are very important to Canadians. But what the Conservatives are doing under this bill, C-43, they changed the regulatory landscape for credit unions without their input. So again, the Conservatives have decided on their own, without speaking to credit union operators or managers or the people that run credit unions. They don't have an input into what they did. The exact impact of those changes are not yet known, but we know it's going to adversely affect the credit unions and Caisse Populaire. This is almost like the changes the Conservatives made in the 2013 budget, which unfairly hiked taxes on credit unions. I happened to have a meeting with the Caisse Populaire from Werner. The manager was in my office along with some other people from the credit union Caisse Populaire, and they're very concerned about the effects that this bill is going to have on the credit unions. What we would like to see, Mr. Speaker, is action to implement a pan-Canadian childcare program that will ensure families have access to quality childcare spaces for less than $15. This would grow our economy, help women enter the workforce, and help families to make ends meet. In today's economy, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult to raise a family on one income, and that's because of some of the laws that have been passed by this Conservative government. If we would be able to do like Quebec and help families with daycare, it certainly would go a long way to strengthening our workforce. I see you're giving me the 1 minute already, Mr. Speaker. This is going quite rapidly, so I just want to jump a few pages, and I'd like to validate or name some people that are validating our position, some people or some businesses. Mike Moffat, Small Business Job Credit from the Ivey School of Business, University of Western Ontario. And he says the proposed small business job credit has major structural flaws that in many cases give firm and incentives to fire workers and cut salaries. Paul Wells, Maclean's Magazine, by the broadest measures of expenditure on research and development, Canada has fallen from 16th out of 141 comparable countries. That's not very impressive, Mr. Speaker. Here's one. A conservative commentator, Andrew Coyne, wrote of the omnibus budget bill. Not only does this make a mockery of the confidence convention, shielding bills that would otherwise be defeatable without a money bill, which it is not. So this brings my point that I've been mentioning prior. The Conservatives have put a lot of bills in this, sections in this bill that are not related to money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the last budgets that were presented by the Paul Martin government incorporated a child daycare plan that ultimately brought the different stakeholders together, in particular the provinces and the providers, along with the potential clients, where there was an agreement which would have ultimately led to tens of thousands of new daycare spots in all regions of Canada. Well, history will show that the NDP actually helped kill that particular plan, but now they've come up with their own plan that the member has made reference to. And the question I have for the member is, does he believe that there's any benefit in terms of actually consulting with the provinces, given the importance of the daycare issue, before announcing a plan? And if he could provide some comment in terms of what his party plans on doing with the tax break that the government is giving to those that have children at home.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Well, I'm certainly glad to answer that question. And I'd like to remind the Liberal member that the Liberals promised daycare for budget after budget after budget, election after election, and they never came up with anything. And I'd like to remind the honourable member that Canadians threw him out of Parliament, not the NDP. And why did they throw him out of Parliament, Mr. Speaker? Because they were corrupt.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Question. The honourable member for Topic. Back to Quack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments. One of the things I would like to ask him about is he brought up the credit unions, and the credit unions are a pretty dynamic force in our rural communities, and I'm sure as rural communities in his riding, and I know in Atlantic Canada there's a tremendous number of credit unions who serve a need that a lot of the big banks don't anymore. And one of the provisions in the bill allows some mergers and across provincial lines, so it's allowing more scope for the credit unions to actually to work a little bit more in the nation. But one of the comments of the credit union folks when they did come to committee was specifically about the implementation timeline. There wasn't any argument from them with respect to the legislative aspect. However, they were concerned about the coming into force time and the regulatory environment on that coming into force so that they could actually solicit their members, because it's an important and a member-driven organization, as the member would know, to do that. So generally in the committee there was a lot of sympathy for like the 2-year, and I think the finance had indicated to the credit union somewhere around a 2-year implementation period. So there was no argument with the legislative aspect. It was the coming into force provision. So is he aware of that, and would he support a good consultative process in the next 2 years to make sure that is brought in correctly?
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my hope was for a better question, and I got one. So I thank the member for asking that question. I met with the Caisse Populaire in my office here in Ottawa, and they had specific concerns about this this bill, and the fact that they were not consulted was their major concern. And I think if they were to be consulted in the future, and as you know, as he said, credit unions are very important, not only to Eastern Canada, but from coast to coast to coast. And if we Caisse Populaires and credit unions are co-ops run by the citizens of the communities. So if you want to do a good job, if you want to have a good bill, you should consult at all times the constituents in all of the towns and cities affected with credit unions.
Reprise the débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-43, the second Budget Implementation Act. And I just would like to start with a huge thank you to my colleagues on the Finance Committee from all the parties. It's been what I would call at best a hectic fall with the committee actually working on not only the Budget Implementation Act, but in addition to the Budget Implementation Act, a fairly aggressive schedule with respect to the pre-budget consultation. So all those things are wrapping up and wrapped up in the last week or this week. And so I do want to thank them for that, and I also want to thank our great chair, the honourable member from Edmonton, Leduc, who does such a great job in chairing that committee. Very fair-handed and works very well with all his colleagues. Mr. Speaker, there's a few things in my outline of my comments today I would like to talk about, 3 or 4 provisions of the bill, and then I would like to, whatever time I have left, I would like to spend some time countering some of the things that I've heard in debate today, and to try to give some assurance to people about the objectives that are being accomplished. First thing I'd like to talk about is the extension of the tax credit for interest paid on student loans to apprenticeship loans. And as we know, with apprentices, about 80 to 85% of their training is called on-the-job training. And somewhere in the order of about 26,000 people will benefit each year from the provisions in this agreement. And that's important because when you look at the study that we did on youth employment in Canada, it's a little over, I think about 14.2% right at this point in time. Not as high as it has been in the past, but youth employment has been a stubborn issue for successive governments over the past number of decades. And one of the things that we saw was a study in 2013 that was done which said that 50% of students with their choice would actually want to go to a university, and only 20% would actually want to pursue a trade. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at the opportunities that are available out there, industrial opportunities, manufacturing, it's incredible the opportunities that are available for our young apprentices and tradespeople. This is one of these efforts with the expansion of the loans and the interest to this particular to apprentices and to trades will give us the opportunity to actually for more interest and for people to go into the trades. The second I would like to talk about is a little bit about clean energy generation. And as part of this bill, there's also the expansion of the accelerated capital cost allowance for clean energy generation. It's being expanded to water current energy and to equipment that would gasify eligible waste fuel. And was commented by the member from Skeena Oakley Valley this morning when he said there's nothing in here on the energy, the environment, or anything like this. Well, when you encourage companies with an accelerated capital cost allowance to actually invest in this type of equipment, that feeds all the way up the pipeline in terms of the R&D in the sector as well, because more and more of these types of energy generation that are being supported through aggressive capital cost allowance also provides the opportunity for that to happen as well. I also want to talk briefly about the small business job credit, and there's been a lot of discussion about that here today. Mr. Speaker, that in reality is $550 million going back to small businesses. And when you look at that, and the CFIB has commented on this, and you know, I was in committee and I've heard the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, but at the end of the day, CFIB, who's the leading spokesman for small business in Canada today, said this will create 25,000 person years of employment. And not only that, but additional training to help small businesses grow their businesses. And when you look at New Brunswick, where probably 80% or more of the businesses in New Brunswick have less than 10 employees, you're talking a significant number of our small businesses and are able to take advantage of that. And I know my New Brunswick colleagues, including the member from St. John, would really be, you know, happy to hear that, that's there. And the last point I would just like to make on this was the credit unions and the point that was brought up previously. I believe we have somewhere around 300 credit unions actually in Atlantic Canada, and the credit union movement is very strong in terms of loans to the agricultural sector and to small business in Manitoba and Saskatchewan as well. So that's very important for us, and the ability for these credit unions to be able to go beyond their provincial scope and to come under federal regulation is important, and this allows them the tools to do that. We did have representatives from the credit unions actually come to committee and say that one of the major concerns for them was not necessarily the legislation, but ensuring that the phasing in and coming into force of this was stretched out over a period of 2 years, because that would allow them at least the opportunity to engage with the department and make sure that there's no unintended consequences of this, which I think is a very fair proposal that they actually made. So, Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to go on to a few things where I've heard earlier today that I think are important to actually come back against. And the member for Victoria talked about tax evasion, and in some of the aspects of this budget, there's continued to close loopholes and other things in the tax. But I think it's also important to talk about the number of auditors, because when you look at CRA, there's been already an increase of about 750 auditors. And yes, CRA is realigning their operations, because what we're trying to do is actually collect more taxes. And in fact, up to March 31st, 2014, the CRA audited 8,602 international tax cases, identifying over $5.6 billion in additional taxes that are being collected. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we continue to aggressive action on the file with respect to tax treaty networks and develop those, as well as tax exchange agreements. So those are all very important aspects, and saying that very much that our government's on the job when it comes to tax evasion. The next piece I'd like to talk about is a little bit about the Public Health Agency of Canada and some of the changes that are in here. And I've heard a lot of talk this morning about the Chief Public Health Officer in some ways going to be neutered by this change, and nothing could be further from the truth. And in fact, when you look at the comments that were made, the Public Health Agency of Canada now has somewhere around 2,000 employees and a budget of some $600 million. And as the Chief Public Health Officer indicated to us in his comments, Mr. Taylor, who's done a fine job as the Chief Public Health Officer, and in fact, this legislation that we are actually proposing today is actually codifying what the agency has been doing since 2012. and it makes sense to have an administrative arm at a deputy minister level to be looking after the administrative side. And Mr. Taylor very clearly said he didn't feel that his role to be able to talk about health issues to Canadians and his mandatory requirement to report to Parliament is still very much in place. And we had comments to that from some of our witnesses who also came to committee. And a couple of witnesses who did express concern, Mr. Colbert and Mr. Hoffman, but when the chair from Edmonton Leduc asked some very pointed questions with respect to the actual legislation, did he see any portion of this legislation which prevent the public health officer from actually reporting? And he said, well, no, we don't think so, but we're not sure. And Mr. Speaker, I rely on the testimony from Mr. Taylor very much because he's the one who's operated in this environment in the last couple of years, and he's the one who actually knows how this is going to work, and because he's seen it actually work for the last couple of years. So, Mr. Speaker, I think those are very important changes that we've had in this, and very important that we continue on, because very important as part of a budget bill too to ensure that a $600 million agency each year is properly administered, and we don't want a distraction between the administration of the affairs of that public health agency and the important role the chief public health officer plays. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by just indicating that there are tremendous benefits in this Budget Implementation Act C-43, and there's some very important administrative and legislative changes that are actually being made in here that I think, even though there were some amendments made at committee, that was certainly all they would have done would have been taken away from the good things that were done. I think a strong effort on the tax credits for the interest paid for apprentices is an awesome thing to get more people involved in the apprentice, and for our clean energy generation and some of the great things in Part 4, I think are just going to move us forward on the economic and continued economic growth in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I note with interest the amount of discussion on apprenticeships, and that's all well and good that people with apprenticeships can have some tax credits, but Mr. Flaherty, 2 budgets ago now, and there have been 4 budget implementation bills since that have not acted on his promise, which was to use infrastructure spending by the federal government to create apprenticeships, to actually create the jobs for these individuals that need the tax credits that your budget may provide them. And so it's all well and good to suggest that there is money being spent on apprentices, but that's once they have a job. And we need to find a way to get them the jobs in the first place, and Mr. Flaherty had a great idea. I was wondering if the member could tell me why the government has not put forward that suggestion in any of the budget bills to date, and if they will be, when we can see it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and it's a good one. That was in that previous budget where we talked about actually having a preference for apprentices and working on the housing projects and other infrastructure projects is going to be very important. And I guess I would just say to him that there's going to be some things that we're going to have to be working with the provinces on this as well, because as the member would know, some of the efforts that the federal government will take on apprentices to do some things will be very helpful. And the other cases, there are some areas where the provinces have ratios and other things on apprentices to journeymen. So it's going to be an action that the federal government's going to have to work with the provinces to make sure that we implement this correctly. And I look forward to seeing that in the very near future.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to credit unions, and it wasn't that long ago when the government had made an announcement related to credit unions and taking back tax breaks that ultimately had an impact on credit unions. There was a number of them that had provided comment in regards to that. And he's quite right in his assessment. You know, in all regions of Canada, credit unions have played a fairly important role in the development of the economy and, in fact, ultimately the social fabric of our community. I only think of, whether it's the Carpathias or the Assiniboine Credit Union and others, the Steinbach Credit unions that have contributed so much to us. My question to the member is having a bit of hindsight, what does he think about the tax break that was taken away to our credit unions or from our credit unions by his government?
The honourable member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. In fact, that tax break was actually established in 1972 for the credit unions, and it was when they were basically very small, and they were very much like Canadian-controlled private corporations. And they have grown since beyond that, so it was putting them on an unfair playing field, not a level playing field with other businesses of that kind. So the idea of that specific measure being addressed in 2013 does not provide me any problem. But as that member has probably noted, if he's been visited by the credit unions, which we all have, they've proposed something as part of our pre-budget consultations as well as a way to potentially address some of the concerns that they have, because as member-driven organization and who rely on retained earnings and have much more struggle raising cash, they can't do share offerings or anything like that, as they get larger and come under the Office of Superintendent Financial Institution and things like Basel III requirements, it's going to be important for them to actually be able to build up their retained earnings. So they've proposed some measures which could be helpful on an enhanced retained earnings tax. So those would be something that we should consider in the future.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today, opposing the main motion here at report stage. That's Bill C-43, which purports to be a Budget Implementation Act, but we know that it's anything but. As is the habit of my colleagues across the way since they have been in government, they have a habit of bringing forward omnibus bills, and buried into those bills are usually totally unrelated matters, unrelated pieces of legislation, and then later on, when we vote against some of those measures, if we oppose a few of those measures, we end up having to vote against the whole legislation, and then they get to stand up and say, gotcha. Well, gotcha doesn't work in this case, Mr. Speaker, because since being elected with a majority, the Conservatives have moved 2,190 pages of omnibus bills. And in all that time, they've accepted one amendment from the opposition, which, by the way, was a very technical tax amendment to Bill C-31 in 2014, put forward by the NDP. So when you take a look at it, and amongst all those pages, 2,190, and buried in there are changes to the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, EI access, you name it, it's all in there. And many changes to environmental issues and changes to airports, all kinds of things that I could just list on for hours, but I don't have the time, Mr. Speaker. And what it points to is a government that absolutely has very little respect for a parliamentary democracy. Because if they did, they would bring pieces of legislation that they were proud of, they would put them here, and then they would let us debate them. Not only that, once they have omnibus bills, of course, what do? They move time allocations and do all kinds of other things in order to end debate. And we're not the only ones saying that. Here is a Conservative commentator, Andrew Coyne, who wrote on omnibus budget bills, and this is a direct quote from the National Post, 30th of April 2012. Not only does this make a mockery of the Confidence Convention, shielding bills that would otherwise be defeatable within a money bill, which is not, it makes it impossible to know what parliamentarians really intended by any of it. We've no idea whether MPs supported or opposed any particular bill in the bunch, only that they voted for the legislation that contained them. There is no common thread that runs between them, no overarching principle. They represent not a single act of policy, but a sort of compulsory buffet. There is something quite alarming about Parliament being obliged to rubber stamp the government's whole legislative agenda at one go. And that is where disrespect for our parliamentary democracy comes in. And I want to remind us all, Mr. Speaker, that in 1995, the Prime Minister, when he was in opposition, had this to say: "In the interest of democracy, I ask, how can members represent their constituents on these various areas when they are forced to vote in a bloc on such legislation and on such concerns? We can agree with some of the measures but oppose others. How do we express our views and the views of our constituents when the matters are so diverse?" Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here asking myself and my colleagues across the way that same question. How can we represent our constituents and fully debate and then vote on disparate matters, and instead of being forced to vote on these huge omnibus bills? You know, in this bill is buried, once again, the temporary foreign worker program is broken. I think everybody has admitted to that. And instead of doing piecemeal fix-its when they get caught, usually by the media or by the opposition, what they do then is, okay, we're going to tweak it a little bit more. We have another tweak in this bill, and what it does is it talks about enforcement. First of all, it's a shocker that enforcement wasn't in place. But secondly, what will this enforcement look like? We're being told it's going to be mainly administrative on paper. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have very little confidence that what's promised in this bill, this government will be able to deliver, because at the same time as they've made cuts to Service Canada, what we're seeing here is more work being assigned in that area, and where are the resources? But you know, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to stand here and speak against what we don't like. Let me tell you what I would have liked to have seen in this budget bill. I would have liked to have seen a pan-Canadian childcare program that will ensure families have access to regulated quality childcare spaces for less than $15 a day. That's the kind of vision people are looking for from their governments, because coast to coast to coast, we're hearing from families that they are struggling to find childcare spaces. Not only that, but those who can find them, the costs are so burdening on them. And some of them talk about costs being as high as $2,000 a month. And for most families, that's just not doable. So that's the kind of a program I would have liked to have seen in the budget, instead of all this announcements of, we'll give you an extra $60 a month. An extra $60 a month, Mr. Speaker, doesn't even buy you a day's worth of childcare, and doesn't also help to create additional childcare spaces. So once again, smoke and mirrors from my colleagues across the way. I would have also liked to have seen in this budget a real plan, and I mean a real plan, to address the very high youth unemployment we have. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you hear from young people as well. Our young people, those who finished university, those who've left after high school, those who have gone into other kinds of post-secondary education, what they're telling us is they can't find jobs once they graduate, and yet some of the kind of jobs that they could get into are being filled by temporary foreign workers. But also, Mr. Speaker, it should be a major concern to every parliamentarian when youth unemployment in some of our cities is sitting at double digit and in the high teens. And that is once again a major, major concern. And I don't really see any action plan, any commitment in this budget that would address that head on and in a serious way. And also, recently we heard this announcement, you know, that young people who want to get a job even after they graduate and have a huge student debt should maybe just go and volunteer, work for nothing. Well, Mr. Speaker, not everybody can do that. And that's one of the other areas I had hoped we would see our government address, but once again, a failing grade. They have failed in this legislation to crack down on the abuse of unpaid internships to ensure that young people are paid for the work that they perform. Mr. Speaker, you and I know the difference between volunteering and unpaid internships. And you know what? Here we are talking about the unpaid internships, where in the maybe distant hope of a job, some young people are working full-time, without any pay. And in another time in our history, we had words for that kind of labor. And really, we should be addressing that, because young people are facing major, major challenges. The other thing I would have liked to have seen in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is a relaxation around some of the restrictive barriers that this government has put forward for the unemployed to access employment insurance. This is something that they pay into. They pay into it and they need to access it when they are unemployed. But for many of the unemployed in Canada now, we've seen how the access rate has gone down so incredibly. For many of them, they feel duped by their governments. And there is nothing in this legislation to say that future Conservative or Liberal governments will not take money out of that fund, money that workers and employers are paid for, and use it for other nefarious activities that they want to conduct. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I've got the sign from you. I will say that this budget fails Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire? The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the items that this budget purports to do is to reintroduce a bill that was withdrawn, a private member's bill that was withdrawn, that would have made it much more difficult for refugees to survive in Canada. And this bill now contains that same provision. And it will make it much more difficult for refugees who have arrived in this country on good faith to continue to survive, because they will be cut off the provincial assistance rolls. And I wonder if the member would comment on that part of this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Ontario here, hard-working member of Parliament, who puts in an incredible number of hours representing his constituents. You know, Mr. Speaker, whether I go to Kelowna, or whether I'm in Vancouver, or whether I'm in Montreal, or whether I'm in Halifax, I hear very, very clearly from Canadians who are very, very concerned at the mean-spiritedness that they're beginning to see in their Canadian government. You know, we're signatories to UN conventions where we agree to take refugees. And then we have heard from doctors, nurses, frontline service providers of how we are putting people's life in jeopardy. And these further measures in this piece of legislation once again continue that mean-spiritedness that that government has displayed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the member opposite to clarify her comment on refugees. That was the question that was asked by her colleague. First of all, yes, Canada accepts the large number of refugees every year and fulfills not only its commitment under international treaties, but goes above it. And all these refugees get the proper treatment, get all the benefits that are assigned for them. Now, what we are talking about here is our people that come to this country, are asking for asylum and are asking to be determined refugees, and at the end of the process, it's determined they have no grounds for that claim. Those people are eventually cut off from benefits. Therefore, let's not mislead Canadians. Let's not mislead the members of this House or anybody, and clarify it for the sake of the dignity of this place.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his question, and let me remind him that, yes, we do have convention refugees, but asylum seekers are also refugees. And when asylum seekers come here, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, we have signed a UN convention that recognizes asylum seekers as refugees. And so, you know, we can sort of protest as much as the government likes. The government can keep protesting. But the real fact is that asylum seekers who arrive here have the right to apply for refugee status when they get here, and many of them are now being denied access to healthcare services. I'm not making that up. The medical profession has put that out. Other agencies have put that out. And this is long before they've finished going through all the legal processes to do with their claim. Now, we live in a country where we have rule of law. And the rule of law gives you a chance to go through the appeal process and go through all of that. But I've got my colleagues across the way that are not clear about the conventions that the government is signatory to.
Order. It being 5:31 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day, standing in the name of Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet, seconded by Mr. Allison, moves that Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Carried. And when shall the bill be read a third time? Now, as it happens to be. Yes, now. Mr. Sweet, seconded by Mr. Allison, moves that Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate, the Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westday.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in the House and speak to all kinds of issues, but particularly today to speak to this bill in regards to Lincoln Alexander Day, January 21st. I'd like to thank and acknowledge Senator Don Meredith for bringing Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day, before the other place and shepherding it through to passage here. As we conclude the third reading of S-213 in this chamber, I also want to thank all my Conservative colleagues that showed an interest in the bill and spoke in its favour. As well, I'd like to thank the honourable members from the NDP from Hamilton. We all take pride in the fact that Lincoln Alexander was a great Hamiltonian, as well as such a great Ontarian and Canadian. So much so that in our view, designating January 21st of each year as Lincoln M. Alexander Day is the very least we can do to honour his legacy and his huge contributions. Once again, as all honourable members will know, January 21st was Lincoln Alexander's birthday. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned before in this House and at committee, I have the honour of being the Member of Parliament for a constituency that includes much of Link's former constituency when he was a member of the House, although I have to admit there is some debate with the member from Hamilton Centre on just how much of his consistency we each had, but we'll forego that aspect of the debate for tonight, Mr. Speaker. When I appeared before a committee, I read into record the highlights of over 20 pages of awards, honours, titles and accomplishments of Lincoln M. Alexander in his lifetime. I thank Marnie Alexander for that list. Mr. Speaker, the length of the list, let alone the caliber of achievements on the list, affirms the appropriateness of Lincoln Alexander Day. I won't repeat all the details, but in my summation of the debate in the House, please allow me once again to highlight 4 important accomplishments, the first 2 with significance to this place. Lincoln Alexander is the first black member of Parliament rising above barriers that he had faced all of his life. He was the first black cabinet minister. In this case, Minister of Labour under Joe Clark government of 1979 and 80. Link pulled himself up from facing discrimination as a youth to sitting at the cabinet table for our great nation. It was a true testament to his grit and determination. Lincoln Alexander was also a deeply loved Chancellor Emeritus of the University of Guelph. I remember hearing a representative from the University of Guelph speak at his funeral about just how important it was to have Lincoln Alexander as their Chancellor. One of the best-loved Lieutenant Governors in Ontario history. This was his finest hour, Mr. Speaker. He served from 1985 to 1990, and his legacy stands to this day. He was eloquent. He focused on youth and education, the very things that made a difference in his life as he blazed the trail that overcame discrimination. Mr. Speaker, is it any wonder why so many schools in Ontario are named after him? Is it any wonder why thousands and thousands attended his funeral in Hamilton in October 2012 and lined the overpasses of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway as the procession entered Hamilton with the casket en route back from lying in state at Queen's Park? Mr. Speaker, Lincoln Alexander knew that if a society did not take care of its youth, they would have no future. It's why he championed youth. He also knew that education and awareness were the essential tools to changing society's prejudices. And that's why he always championed education as well. Mr. Speaker, let's recognize January 21st each year across this land to honor Lincoln Alexander, to celebrate youth, and to advocate for education and awareness. Colleagues, join me in passing Bill S-213 in order for it to be cemented forever in Canadian history, the great legacy of Lincoln Macaulay Alexander of Hamilton, the 24th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, and forever in our hearts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wondered if the member would care to talk a bit about. We knew about Link's professional life, but if he could just maybe talk a bit about how he was around town and the kind of guy he was as he interacted with people on the street.
Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, I thank my colleague from Niagara West Glanbrook for the question. Lincoln M. Alexander was an extraordinary man who I've already mentioned about his admiration of youth and the time that he spent dialoguing with them, encouraging them to aspire to greater vision than they even had at the time that they met him. But he was also not only a very classy man, but a very casual man as well. When he dressed up in his honorary chief of police uniform, I'm certain that chiefs of police across the country were jealous because he looked so handsome and pristine in that uniform. But he would also, if we were doing an event in Hamilton, I remember him coming down in his red scooter, and a block away he would be yelling, "Sweet, what's going on?" And that was okay. That was never meant as an insult. That was because we had that kind of relationship that he could address me that way. And in fact, if he called me David Sweet or Mr. Sweet, I think that something was wrong. But, Link seemed to be able to be one of those mystical, magical, extraordinary characters that could fit into any situation, whether it was a black tie fundraising event, whether it was an official duty that he was doing as an honorary chief of police, or whether it was calling "Hey Sweet" to a member of Parliament to find out what was going on as far as what the government was investing in.
Questions and comments. Honourable Député de Jeanne-Lebert.
The honourable member for Jeanne-Lebert.
I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I would like to ask him if he would share his thoughts, maybe a little further on why this bill and recognizing January 21st as Lincoln Alexander Day is an important thing to do for this House.
For Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Well, I think, as I iterated in the past, Mr. Speaker, he had this extraordinary capability to not only face the prejudices that were held against him, but he did it in a way that was very respectful and dignified and yet strong and forceful because it was wrong. I think as well, throughout his entire career, from the time that he was a lawyer to the time that he was a member of Parliament, and I hazard to say that was probably the case too when he was serving in the Canadian Forces, that he always made time for youth. He understood that I never asked him this, Mr. Speaker, but I think we can intuit from his behavior that he felt an obligation to pay it forward, that he got some great opportunities that he capitalized on, and he wanted to make sure that every young person had that ability, if he could touch them, if he could encourage them, if he could make a way for them. And he did that throughout his career, and of course carried it on right to the time he's Lieutenant Governor. And certainly he continued that practice even in his retirement years when I interacted with him most on the streets of Hamilton, Ontario.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. Le député de...
Honourable Member for Jeanne-Lebert.
Speaker, and as always, it is with pride that I stand in this House today to speak to my colleagues and also to the Canadian people, and particularly on this day, speaking to this bill. I would like to give my thanks to the member from Hamilton Mountain. It was this member who a year ago put forward Bill C-563, which in effect is this bill, and it is good to see that even though it's changed its title, it has come to this place to be heard for the third time, and I do believe passed. Mr. Speaker, we all have dreams. We, in this House, all have individuals who we have seen at one point in our life that we look to and say, I want to be just like that person. And I think, just following up on the question that I asked my colleague, I think this is an aspect, an important aspect of why we should support this bill and why I support this bill and my colleagues support this bill moving forward, making January 21st Lincoln Alexander Day in recognition for the fine work that he's done. Now, my colleague and all of my colleagues who have spoken to this bill in the past have spoken to the dedication and the passion that Lincoln Alexander, former Lieutenant Governor, has made to this country, the contribution he has made to Canadians, to Ontarians, but also I'd like to highlight the contribution that he has made in terms of being a focal point, or a beacon, if you will, to the black community here in Canada. As I said, we all have dreams. When I was but 7 years old, I saw Sidney Poitier in To Sir with Love. And in seeing that, I decided, or solidified in my mind, that yes, I was going to be an actor, but not only that, this is how I was going to do it. And that was the beginning of my road, where I had, like so many of us, individuals who helped guide us in that direction. And I think the importance of this bill is that it allows for the story of Lincoln Alexander to represent the same kind of beacon, to represent the same kind of guidance, to represent the same kind of pride to the community of communities that is the black community here in Canada. Lincoln Alexander indeed overcame the barriers, overcame the walls that existed in his time to become the first in many levels. And we do look at the firsts in our community as being significant. There are times where there are areas of the world or activities where it is expected for people of African descent to participate, to excel in at different times. And there are areas of the world or activities where that's not so open. Before there was the Williams sisters, there was Althea Gibson and Arthur Ashe in the world of tennis, which was a very closed world. Before there was Tiger Woods, there was Charlie Sifford, who became the first person of African descent to play in the PGA Tour. And like these trailblazers, Lincoln Alexander holds that very proud distinction in the world of Canadian politics. In a world where history has forgotten many of the stories that have been forged in Canadian history and in the world history, recognizing the accomplishments of Lincoln Alexander on January 21st each year will give a focus to young people. And as my colleague has pointed out many times, the importance of young people to Mr. Alexander, to Link, goes unsaid. Like so many individuals who care about the future, Lincoln Alexander did what he had to do, not only because it was his time to do it, but in blazing a trail forward for those to come after him, including myself, Mr. Speaker. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before, and I count myself as one of those who stands on the shoulders of Lincoln Alexander. Mr. Speaker, this bill is important because it sends a very clear message to those who have a vision. It sends a message that it can be done. It sends a message that it should be done, Mr. Speaker. It sends a message that underlines the continuing march towards inherent inclusion and the distancing from the hard-fought merits of inclusion. It solidifies the history and the place, the life, times, and works of Lincoln Alexander. So it cannot be lost in the history of our country. It becomes a beacon, much like the beacons that I have followed, Mr. Speaker, to future generations. It becomes the point where young people sitting at their desk thinking that I would like to be a part of changing this country, I would like to be a part of contributing to this country. It is a beacon. Lincoln Alexander is a beacon to how that can be done and the fact that it could be done. My support for this bill, Mr. Speaker, and all of our support in this bill means that we are participating in the making of dreams, the dreams of those who are just beginning to dream, as well as those who are well on the road to achieving their dreams. It allows them to be, those dreams to be attained. It allows those dreams to become a reality. And I think above all else in his accomplishments, if he were with us today, I think that is something that Lincoln Alexander would be quite proud of, being able to be a beacon for those young people and for those dreams that they have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you. It's an honor to rise in the House today and to speak to Lincoln Alexander. While Hamilton may claim him as a son, I know that the riding that I represent, Trinity Spadina, on a street called Draper Street, there's an historic row of houses, and one of those houses is the house that he was both born in and raised in. As his family came to Toronto and he started his amazing life. Draper Street has an annual event where the guards of Fort York march up and commemorate an old stand of houses that used to be military homes, but later became homes to Canada's railway workers. And it was in this industry that many of Canada's early black settlers, early African Canadians, found work in Canada, in fact in Toronto. But we have a proud history in the riding of leading a civil rights conversation with strong leaders, and Lincoln Alexander's voice, Lincoln Alexander's presence, his accomplishments are celebrated amongst a group of Torontonians that we all remember. And I think that in holding this day for Lincoln Alexander and recognizing it nationally, we also stand and recognize the amazing contribution of people like Wilson Head, people like Bev Maskell, one of the early black entrepreneurs in Toronto. We talk about Stanley Grizel, the first black judge, also coming out of this neighborhood in the Bathurst Street corridor that linked railway workers' homes to the rail yards in the south end of the city and in the riding that I represent. And we know that Harry Gary and Sonny Atkinson and the Ellis family and the Birds family and the Padmore family are all part of this collection of one of the oldest communities in Toronto, a community that at one time produced a mayor of the city back in the 1890s. That has produced significant folks. But Lincoln Alexander holds a special spot in the city of Toronto. Although he represented and worked in Hamilton, his time in Toronto was also well celebrated, and his presence in the city was one that made all of us better as citizens, all of us better as politicians, all of us better as actors in public life. His time at the legislature, I was a young reporter covering Queen's Park. I remember when his name was announced, remember when he was invested in the office of the Lieutenant Governor, and remember the focus he brought at a critical time in our city's history when race relations and the tensions with police were running high. Not only did he bring a strong voice and a clear voice about equity and about inclusion and about civil rights and justice, but he also managed to build a bridge between the communities and the police service in our city, and that was recognized with the honor that was bestowed upon him when he became an honorary police officer, and fulfilled those duties and was present while I was a member of the Police Service Board in Toronto, and was present at many of our events, and again brought history to life and brought the achievements of Canada's community that can call itself black and refer to itself as African Canadian. It can draw its roots from Nova Scotia, from the south of the United States, from the Caribbean, and from Africa. Lincoln was a leader amongst all those men and all those women, and to honor him today and to stand and to recognize it nationally is to do service to what this country has always done well, which is found a way to open the door to the next community coming in, the next person arriving, the next person looking for a job, and to make sure that they get the dignity and the opportunity and the future that all of us deserve and all of our families hope for all of our children that will be realized. Lincoln Alexander was a strong voice in the civil rights movement of Toronto and of Hamilton, of this country. He was a strong presence in this chamber, in the legislature of Ontario, in the police service of Ontario, in the city of Hamilton, but most importantly for those of us who call Trinity Spadina home. He was one of the early voices, one of the early leaders, and one of the great contributors to a much better Toronto on the way to becoming a much better Ontario and ultimately a much better Canada. And for that, we thank the member who's brought this motion forward. We look to the support of the House to celebrate this in solidarity with Lincoln Alexander. And I remember the last time that we celebrated his presence on Draper Street, and he pointed at the house where he was raised and then pointed across the street and said, "But that's the house I had my most fun in." We never heard the end of that story, but if we did, we might not be honoring him here today. Lincoln Alexander is missed, he's celebrated, and his gentle smile, his gentle ways, but his fight for a better Canada will always be remembered fondly for those of us who call Toronto home and Canada home as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. And it's my understanding that the honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale, having just spoken moments ago, doesn't see the need necessarily for a right of reply, so we'll go directly to the question. And it is as follows. Mr. Sweet, seconded by Mr. Allison, moved that Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Yes? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday. That's tomorrow, December the 3rd, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 37, sub 7, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-628 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-628, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and the National Energy Board Act, Oil Transportation and Pipeline Certificate, standing in the name of Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Donnelly, moves that Bill C-628, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and the National Energy Board Act, Oil Transportation and Pipeline Certificate, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I represent northwestern British Columbia, an incredibly beautiful and powerful part of this country. Not only in the makeup of the geography, the stunning mountains, the coastal communities, the ocean, the rivers, but as much the people who live there and have lived there since time immemorial. Some of the proudest First Nations culture that this continent has ever known. The Haida, the Haisla, Taku River, Tlingit, Tsimshian, Gitxsan, and on down the line. People living with and from the land. There's an expression we use in the Northwest, Mr. Speaker. We say the land makes the people don't make the land. And the act that I bring to Parliament here today for debate is born directly from that love of home, that defense of land, and the aspiration to be able to continue to hand that down to future generations better than we found it, while creating the type of prosperity that we hope for all. I represent the northwest of BC. It has been one of the greatest honors and pride of my life. This stunning land has informed my very way of being, and I hope in every day that I'm in this place in the House of Commons to do them some credit. Over the last near decade, we have been facing a crisis that has, in fact, borne itself out to be an opportunity. And this has been the threat of an 1,100-kilometer pipeline that is meant to run from Brudenheim, Alberta, to the port in Kitimat, containing diluted bitumen, upwards of 525,000 barrels a day, then transported in super tankers 3 football fields long and a football field wide through the narrow passage of the Douglas Channel, through 3 hairpin turns and out through the inside passage and the Hecate Strait by Haida Gwaii and on to China. Now, this threat is a threat to our very core, our very being as a people in the Northwest, because our culture, our economy relies on the natural environment, relies on the rivers, on the salmon, on the place that has sustained people for millennia. And while this has been a direct threat to all of those things, it has also helped bring us together across the Northwest. First Nations and non-First Nations, conservatives and progressives, people who find their love of the land in many different ways but are unified in the defense of that land. And it has also been born out of the crisis of a federal government that has chosen, rather than to work with us as a people, has chosen instead to use terms like enemies of the state, foreign-funded radicals, when we had the audacity to raise our voices, to raise questions about this proposed pipeline and the supertankers that threaten so much. And rather than silence our voices, which I suspect the government and the minister of the time had hoped to do, it raised our voice, it strengthened our passions in defense of our home. And we have been seeing municipalities, First Nations communities, groups across the political spectrum come together in opposing the plans not only of this particular oil company and Enbridge Northern Gateway, but the plans of any government that hopes to bulldoze its way through the people that it claims to represent. It does not make you an enemy of the state to raise your voice in this country. It makes you Canadian. It is not to be an enemy of the state to join together with neighbours in common cause. It makes you Canadian. And any government that suggests otherwise is unfit to govern this great country. Now, an act to defend the North Coast, which this bill is titled, does 3 principal things. It bans the export of raw oil, raw bitumen, and oil products off the north coast of British Columbia, period. It says that and recognizes what we all know to be true, that there are some things that we cannot risk. There are some places that are deserving of our concern and our protection. But it also goes further, this piece of legislation. It seeks to deepen and broaden community consultations whenever the Government of Canada addresses the Canadian people about important projects like pipelines and mines and anything that may have an impact on our communities and our homes. And you would think that the government would learn from the mistakes they've been making time and time again. We see the Conservatives have gutted the Environmental Assessment Act, utterly destroyed the Navigable Waters Act, gutted key parts of the Fisheries Act, all in an attempt to speed up and ram through various oil pipelines right across Canada. But the reaction from Canadians is most Canadian. It has been to oppose such actions. Because when the government is not playing a fair and balanced role in the discussion of something as important as the transportation of energy, Canadians notice. Perhaps Canadians are smarter than the Conservatives think because they pay attention to these things, all these omnibus bills that they've been pushing through. The third component of this bill is to finally ask the question in this place that has not been asked, that we should have an opinion and take some sort of position about the proposed raw export of our natural resources, in this case bitumen out of northern Alberta, with no value added whatsoever. Because not only is it environmentally risky when you move diluted bitumen because it sinks and cannot be cleaned up, it is also economically risky. In fact, economic suicide to export raw resources of such a value, leaving behind all the jobs to some other country to pick up and resting just with the costs of its production alone. So in those three components, to protect the North Coast, to encourage and honor public consultation for once, and to finally talk about a value adding to our natural resources, are the core principles of this bill, born out of the crisis, born out of the threat that Enbridge Northern Gateway posed to my home, to the people I represent, but allowing us to take it for what it is, which is an opportunity to do something better in this country. This has in fact been a generational debate, Mr. Speaker. Many in this place will not know that we've been debating supertanker bans off the north coast of British Columbia for 42 years in the House of Commons. This House passed a motion 42 years ago by one of my predecessors, Frank Howard, to do just this very thing. The then Liberal government later on brought a voluntary prevention of shipping oil in this manner. And just 4 years ago, the House passed a New Democratic motion to protect the Northwest, protect the North Coast, and to say no to Enbridge Northern Gateway. It's been 42 years. It's time to have a definitive declaration from the House of Commons and to find out, particularly from my BC colleagues across the way, who exactly they work for. Because I have been touring British Columbia from edge to edge and north to south, talking to hundreds and thousands of British Columbians at over 30 town halls, Vancouver Island, Vancouver itself, up through the north and into the interior, packing rooms, church basements, community centers, town halls. British Columbians from right across the political spectrum are turning out, signing thousands upon thousands of pages of petitions that have been flooding into my office, participating online through Lead Now and Avaz and the Dogwood Initiative, raising their voices because they can't seem to get the attention of their members of Parliament if they happen to be Conservative on this issue. Now, this should know no partisan bounds. This isn't about right and left. This is about right and wrong. And we know that in defense of home, we are always in the right. When we know we try to take an opportunity to improve the way we do things in this country, that is right. And anybody that thinks in 2014 you can simply fire up the bulldozers and ram these projects through communities against their will, against the First Nations who have right and title on the land, is somebody living in another fantasy world. Because in 2006, this Prime Minister declared for all the world to hear that Canada would become an energy superpower. We all remember it. Well, all these years on, how are they doing? Every major energy transportation project is mired in controversy. The latest on Burnaby Mountain in Burnaby, just outside of Vancouver, where a company that wants to build a multi-billion-dollar pipeline can't even get their GPS coordinates right when seeking an injunction through the courts. And the people stand up. Of course they stand up. This is a tradition in Canada. This is a welcome tradition in Canada, that when a government refuses to listen, the people come together and join their voices one to the other. And there is a better way to do things. Now, up north, we call it the Skeena model, where First Nations sit down with industry, and industry recognizes the right and title to that land, and works from the values up, incorporating who we are as a people, as opposed to the top-down, Ottawa knows best conservative model that says, we're just going to tell you what's going to happen to you. And if you have the audacity to raise your voice, if you have the temerity to suggest that this Prime Minister and his oil executive friends know better than those of us who live with the resources, those of us who live in the communities that will be impacted and affected, well, then we're going to try to silence you. We're going to change the laws of the whole country in order to silence you. We'll push people out of the conversation rather than welcome them in, rather than use the intelligence. And so what's the reaction been? Twice now, the Union of BC Municipalities has passed resolutions against this pipeline. Twice. The Fraser Declaration, more than 130 First Nations across British Columbia came together, put their differences aside, and said this way of doing business is wrong. This pipeline is wrong for First Nations in this province and in this country. And we've seen municipalities right across the Northwest, towns that are based in resource development and have been for generations, who understand the extractive economy, but know that the risks of what Enbridge is proposing and is supported by this Conservative government are wrong. And from Prince Rupert and Haida Gwaii to Terrace to the site in Kitimat where this pipeline is supposed to land, Smithers, Hazelton, on down the line, communities have passed resolutions at their municipal level against this project. Now, you think all this would matter to the Conservatives across the way, but not as yet. They haven't quite been able to hear their constituents. They haven't quite been able to hear the people of British Columbia, who just last year were polled on supertankers off the North Coast, and 80% said no. And a small indication to my Conservative colleagues, 1 in 5 of those British Columbians who voted Conservative in the last election said they'd switch their vote. So if we can't make an economic argument that the Conservatives are willing to listen to, that raw export is a bad thing for the Canadian resource economy, if we can't make a moral argument that standing against people who have stood up and presented their voices in calm and peaceful ways, if we can't make the legal argument that you're not going to get this thing through, the objection of First Nations who have just so recently proved their case at the Supreme Court through the Silkatine decision, that rights and title must be honored. If we can't convince the Conservatives on any of those fronts, then certainly we can convince them of the politics, because that's something this Prime Minister claims to pay a lot of attention to. And I can remember the day when the Conservatives gave their tacit approval to this pipeline, and Lord help the media who are out there trying to get one Conservative MP from British Columbia to make one comment about how enthusiastic they were for this pipeline. They couldn't find a one. They did find one, actually, after a few days of hunting, and his message was, well, don't worry, this pipeline won't be built anyways. What kind of government operates this way? What kind of integrity is this? What happened to standing up for Canada? Now, the threat is real. When a government has so lost its way that it feels it does not derive its power and its authority and its legitimacy from the people of this country, that the threat to our economy, just in the Northwest alone, it's $140 million per year wild salmon economy. Across British Columbia, that's $1.7 billion from the seafood industry and recreation, 1.5 through tourism, which is almost wholly based on the appreciation of what British Columbia is, which is a magnificent place, a beautiful place, a place that we all as Canadians treasure, those certainly of us who live there, but even more so broadly in the imagination and hearts and minds of Canadians. So through all of this, we launched the campaign TakeBackOurCoast.ca, and thousands upon thousands of average, ordinary, everyday British Columbians have been signing on, joining, encouraging their friends to participate, and know and believe in one hopeful idea, that we still have something akin to representative government that seeks to represent the people rather than some narrow interests. A government that if you plead with them on the moral, on the legal, on the ethical, on the economic level, and ultimately, I suppose, on the political level, that we can sway even this government when it comes to oil and the oil industry to do the right thing. I believe in my heart of hearts, Mr. Speaker, that there are friends across the way. I thank the support we've heard from the Liberal Party and from the Greens. I believe in my heart of hearts that there's members across the way that can understand the importance of getting this right, of having an energy policy that actually fits with Canadian values, and that in this day and age we can do better than what we've seen so far. In this day and age, we can learn to respect First Nations, respect citizens when they come forward, and understand that this project, as designed by Northern Gateway, is not in the interests of this country, certainly not in the interests of the people that I represent, and there is a better way, one that seeks to respect those that send us here, one that seeks to respect rights and title, one that seeks to respect, finally, the balance and the harmony we seek with the environment in which we live. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech to his private member's bill. You know, Mr. Speaker, our government has been building an outstanding safety record with world-class, world-leading liability regimes, preparedness for a response to all modes of transportation of energy in this country. This bill, which the member is presenting, would prohibit oil tankers, from my reading of it, on the Dixon entrance, the Hackert Strait, the Queen Charlotte Sound. He's very specific in a geographical way. So I guess my question would be, is the member opposed to all tanker traffic in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I suppose if I was, I would have put it in the bill, which I didn't. And what we put in the bill is a very specific reaction to a government that seems to be either unwilling or incapable of hearing both the science and the voices of the people who live there. Ultimately, we have to respect the people who do know best. And those are the people that are on the ground, in the communities, that take their living from the ocean and from the rivers, and who understand how to work in harmony. And when they've looked at the risks posed by this, which are an 8 to 14% chance of a major oil spill over the course of its life, a spill that can't be cleaned up because even now the federal government admits that diluted bitumen sinks when it hits water. And when it sinks, you can't clean it up. I would dare the Conservatives to offer any kind of evidence, which they haven't to this point. What we know is this, is people have consistently raised their voices on a sound principle, a democratic principle, that they need to participate in the conversations that happen in this country. And they will not be bullied out. They will bring their principles and their voices to this debate, whether the current government likes it or not. Thank you.
Some comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member from Skeena knows, I'm supporting this bill that he's brought forward, an important one for British Columbians, and an important bill respecting the kind of voices that have been heard over the years to protect the coast. The question that I have is, so the bill has substantive part, which is amendments to the Canada Shipping Act, and then 2 aspirational ideas that are incorporated in changes to the National Energy Board Act. Could the member tell me what, if any, are the differences between his bill in the section of the Canada Shipping Act and the bill which I had on the order paper of C-437, formerly C-606 in a previous Parliament? Thank you.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I want to address that quickly and then get to my friend's other points, that there's been many iterations of this conversation in legislation put forward by her, myself, and others. This is very, very, very specific, based on the recommendations and advice that we got from the people who live in the Northwest, my friends, my neighbours, the municipal and First Nations leaders, and they prescribed it very specifically. The elders also spoke to me from the First Nations communities about the importance of having some connectivity, some basic connection between the values that First Nations people hold in the stewardship of the land. To other points about the aspirational, we've seen the Conservative government actually shrink and greatly limit the amount of consultation that can go on any of these pipelines going on across Canada. Rather than welcoming Canadians into the debate and hearing the wisdom and the intelligence and the passions from people who actually live along the proposed route of any of these pipelines, for the West-East pipeline or Kinder Morgan into Vancouver or Gateway, this bill seeks to open up the conversation and bring people in and show them some respect. The last piece is to finally say that value added should be a component of any consideration of any resource project that government faces. Why a government would be so infatuated and content with raw export, leaving the cost of cleanup behind while sending the jobs off to some other country is beyond me. It's certainly not in Canadian interest. It may be in the Chinese government and other governments' interest, but certainly not our own. So those are what the three components of the bill are, and this is what it seeks to accomplish, finally, through legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance to speak to Bill C-628 and specifically the significant accomplishments of this government with regard to Aboriginal and community consultations. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the fact that the natural resources sector is the largest private employer of First Nations people in Canada. First Nations have and will continue to make important contributions to the development of our natural resources. Significant improvements have been made to the review process through the government's plan for responsible resource development. This has resulted in Canada having a more robust, evidence-based regulatory review process for major natural resource projects. Included in these improvements is the requirement for enhanced consultation with Aboriginal groups. Aboriginal groups who are potentially affected by a project can participate in all phases of the review process. They are also given the opportunity to present their own evidence and test or challenge the evidence submitted by project proponents. We recognize the necessity of working together with First Nations communities to build relationships that are respectful of First Nations and treaty rights. We want to ensure they have the opportunity to share in the benefits of energy resource development in the years ahead. Through this engagement, Mr. Speaker, we are listening to all the views being expressed so that we can promote energy resource development that works for each community, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Our government has taken significant action to strengthen Canada's world-class energy transportation system. Our tanker safety system, which is built around the pillars of prevention, preparedness and response, and liability and compensation, is just one example. We have also announced our intention to introduce legislation to enhance pipeline safety. Mr. Speaker, I find it a bit ironic that this member is proposing this bill after he and his party voted against our increased safety measures for pipelines. Let's look at what the NDP has done. They propose a bill that will ban tanker traffic, which will hurt Canada's efforts to diversify our markets and the Canadian economy. They consistently oppose every single form of resource development. And finally, ironically enough, they vote against increasing safety measures for pipelines. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know the NDP can't be trusted to protect their safety or the safety of the environment. Canadians can trust our government to grow the economy while protecting the environment. We know that working with First Nations is crucial to doing this. Having local First Nations involved in the development and operation of Canada's world-class tanker and pipeline safety systems is pivotal to gaining their confidence in these systems. It is also essential to benefit from their traditional knowledge of the land and its resources. Building on this momentum, last May, we announced the launch of the Major Projects Management Office West in Vancouver. MPMO West addresses Mr. Aford's recommendations and serves as a single window for the government to coordinate extensive engagement with Aboriginal peoples and industry and identifies ways to support participation in energy projects. This includes everything from employment and business opportunities to environmental stewardship and safety. The energy sector is already making a dramatic difference in people's lives in British Columbia. Look at the Pacific Trail pipeline. To date, more than half of the 366,000 construction hours worked on the pipeline have involved Aboriginal peoples, and about 85% of the construction spending on the LNG plant so far has been awarded to Haisla First Nation businesses. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2014 sets aside $28 million over 2 years for the National Energy Board to ensure Aboriginal peoples have a strong voice in decisions regarding energy projects. The NEB requires the project proponents to consult with all parties potentially affected by those projects. The Board considers the views of industry, provincial and territorial governments, First Nations and affected communities to determine whether a project is in the national interest. The renewed contribution to the participant funding program will strengthen the ability of Aboriginal communities to be heard during consultations on major projects. Mr. Speaker, we understand that one key concern of British Columbians and all Canadians is ensuring environmental protection. That's why we have said time and time again that no project will proceed unless it is deemed safe for Canadians and safe for the environment based on scientific evidence. It is also why we have taken a whole-of-government approach to working with Aboriginal peoples and First Nations to ensure their meaningful participation in assessing and managing the environmental safety of projects. We know these projects can only proceed with the active participation of Aboriginal peoples and the assurance that public and environmental protection are the top priority. Taken together, Mr. Speaker, these measures I've outlined today make it clear that we have taken significant action to ensure all parties potentially affected by projects have not only a voice, but a meaningful opportunity to play an active part in these projects. Unlike the NDP, our government understands the economic benefits of responsible resource development for Canadians and recognizes the tremendous opportunity First Nations can play in the future of Canada's energy development. We are building on an outstanding safety record with world-class, world-leading liability regimes, preparedness and response for all modes of transporting Canada's energy products. That's what Canadians expect from their government. While that member voted against our safety measures, including voting against increasing the number of comprehensive inspections and audits, and voting against implementing fines against companies that break our strict environmental regulations, our government will continue to focus on what matters to Canadians. Given our government's significant efforts to increase consultations with First Nations and communities, as well as the actions we will continue to take, Bill C-628 is redundant and we cannot support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also pleased to rise today to speak in support of Bill C-628, introduced by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Bill C-628 would exclude supertankers from the inland waters around Haida Gwaii, an area of significance to our whole province, and an area that I know well from having been an environment minister who's traveled up and down the coast in boats and small planes, and from having been a tree planter who's worked in these areas and a reforestation contractor who's visited these areas and seen firsthand their the teeming wildlife and the quality, but also fragility of the ecosystems in that area. And as the House well knows, Canada's quality of life is closely connected with the health of our oceans, our salmon, our ecosystems. And those ecosystems, that coast is integral not only to our livelihoods and way of life, but also Canada's economy. And nowhere is this relationship more important than on British Columbia's north coast. So I join the vast majority of British Columbians, including dozens of First Nations communities on the coast and in the interior, who are of the view that transporting oil by pipelines through the proposed route to the head of the Douglas Channel, and who believe that transporting oil by super tankers in turbulent and hazardous waters both pose unacceptable risk to the environment, to the communities and businesses that depend on that environment, and to all Canadians who share pride in the common heritage of this very special place. So I'm pleased to support the bill, which is modeled after my own bills, both C-437 as well as C-606 from a previous parliament. I had the privilege of being in the order of precedence in 2011 after having traveled, as the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has described, having done a number of years earlier. So in 2010, I had the privilege of traveling from the southern tip of Vancouver Island to up to the area to Kitimat and the area on our north coast, communities from one end to the other, consulting with people and hearing from them their views, and actually hearing that strong support in 2010, which inspired me to put this bill in the order of precedence. Though unfortunately it died an early death due to the early call of an election in 2011, just short of the fixed election dates that are in law in our country. So I'm happy to see the House get the opportunity to address this bill again. As I think I mentioned in my question earlier in this debate, the bill is substantially based on mine. It's essentially the Canada Shipping Act changes. I didn't hear that there were any difference to this in the substantive part of the bill to my bill previously before the House. Then there are two aspirational sections in the National Energy Board Act, both of which are eminently reasonable, in which they ask the National Energy Board to ensure that consultations have taken place and to report on them in their consideration of the project, and also that the National Energy Board should consider the impact on employment in upgraders and refineries and the petrochemical industry. Of course, the Liberal Party is very supportive of the idea of consultation, supportive of employment and having employment locally from our natural resources. Those are instructions to consider important issues, certainly. So I appreciate that the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has built on the work that I and many others before me have done to protect this area. In fact, it was a long-standing policy of Liberal governments from the time of Pierre Elliott Trudeau to not allow tanker traffic in the inside passage between Haida Gwaii and the central and north coast of Canada. And that long-standing policy put the environment into the center of the consideration, and our economy flourished notwithstanding. So it is not essential to use this area and risk it with oil spills in order to have a thriving economy. And in fact, our contention is that the economy of the coast is important as well, and that would be at risk. So there's a strongly expressed consensus amongst the communities of the province of British Columbia, and especially First Nations and coastal First Nations like the Haisla, the Haida, the HoC, the Gitgat, the Laxqualams, whose heritage is tied into the ecology of shellfish collection, of salmon, of the abundance of sea products, and simply the ability to be able to continue having some of their traditional practices. It is so important for coastal First Nations, and I want to acknowledge them for having been strong voices for many years in support of banning tanker traffic in those inland waters. This Conservative government has unfortunately undermined a very fundamental principle of our country and our government's ability to balance the various interests and activities that come before it. And what they have done is undermined the environmental regulatory framework. And so that is what that has accomplished for this government, actually, is to block many of the projects that they aspired to complete because of the erosion of trust by the public in anything that they have to say. And frankly, when I heard the member from Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger, talk about public trust in this government, I want to point out that every time a member from the Conservative Party says, and that member didn't vote for this, that, and the other, I want the public to remember that the omnibus bills and many of the other bills are designed exactly to put some positive changes into some very political, ideological, or we call poison pill changes, so that it is to make it impossible for opposition members to support them, just for the very purpose of the Conservative members later being able to say, and they didn't vote for this, that, and the other. So that is actually code for the Conservatives undermining our democracy with the way they put forward legislation, especially these omnibus bills. And I want any public members of the public reading this to recognize that code the next time they hear it, because will hear it every day in the House, used as a tool to really undermine the public's trust in themselves because of their anti-democratic processes. So back to the bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that to note that the BC's North Coast is the home to the Great Bear Rainforest, some of the world's most diverse ecosystems, which include 27 species of marine mammals, 120 species of coastal birds, and 2,500 individual salmon runs. This also is an area, the coast of British Columbia, that is home to 55,000 coastal jobs, and many of these jobs would be at risk should there be an oil spill. And oil spills happen, whether it's for technological failure or human failure. We know that they happen, and should that happen, our coast would never be the same. So, Mr. Speaker, rather than having learned the lesson from this particular pipeline project that this bill is addressing, and that is the pipeline to Kitimat, rather than learn the lesson of their failures of consultation and their failures in undermining the regulatory process, they have compounded them since then by making changes to the National Energy Board to further limit consultation, further squeeze the time that people are being given to have comment, and further delegitimize any of the projects in British Columbia that the National Energy Board is contemplating. So that will then live on in mistrust of the public in their in other projects that this government is trying to put forward. And my hope in closing is that the members of Parliament from British Columbia, from the Conservative Party, will join us to vote for this bill, because their constituents want them to do that. Their constituents are solidly behind this kind of protection of the area around Haida Gwaii from the potential for oil spill, and their constituents in British Columbia are for proper environmental regulation, for communities granting permission for these major invasive projects before they push them through with the National Energy Board. So I invite the Conservative members to consider that. Join us in supporting this bill so it will pass. And I want to congratulate the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for his initiative in putting this forward.
Yes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Speaker, it's a great pleasure to rise in support of the bill by my honourable colleague from Bulkley-Skeena. This is a historic bill, and I'm so proud to rise in support of it. It's called an Act to Defend the Pacific Northwest, and I think a better name could not be given to this initiative. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when I ran now exactly 2 years ago, I knocked on many doors in Victoria and Oak Bay in my part of Vancouver Island. I met so many different people, but not one person did I meet in my constituency who supported the Enbridge Northern Gateway project, not a single one. They all were fearful of what it would do to our beautiful coast and what the impact on First Nation communities would be. So what this bill does today, Mr. Speaker, is codify that resistance that this particular bill has, codify that resistance that British Columbians have. And I believe that that's what's central to this initiative. The first thing, however, I want to say is how shocked and delighted I was a moment ago to hear the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources rise in this place and say something quite remarkable. She concluded her remarks by saying that this bill is, and I quote, redundant. So I went and looked in the dictionary, and I saw in Google, of course, where we all look for definitions of words, that means it's not or no longer needed or superfluous. So I guess what she is saying then, on behalf of the Conservative government, is that a ban on oil tankers, VLCCs in the Pacific Northwest, is unnecessary because it's already there. Now, I did not know that. I'm delighted to hear that. It shows that the Conservatives actually have thought about what the impact of a spill would be in this particular part of the world. And I was delighted to learn that they've accepted that. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's not necessary, and if we could therefore simply agree to those conditions, that would be great. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill goes beyond that quite substantially. It would force pipeline proponents to look at adding value to resources and creating jobs in Canada by amendments to the NEB Act, something I would commend. And most significantly, perhaps, given the cases, the Chilcotin case and other cases in our courts, it would strengthen consultations between the federal government and First Nation communities at pipeline reviews. Of course, it would do that for all municipalities, as my friend has suggested, but it would go, of course, much beyond that in light of the new obligations that face all of us as we deal with First Nations in resource development contexts. So for us, Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense initiative that would put the environment and First Nations back centrally into the energy conversation and make sure that Canadians are getting full benefit for energy development. So I want to say in particular that the bill would stop Enbridge Northern Gateway in its tracks. I feel, Mr. Speaker, that I have a mandate to represent the people who sent me here, all of whom are opposed to this, and therefore I think this bill, redundant though it may be, would definitely put a nail through the heart of that egregious project which so few people in my part of the world think has any sense at all. It's grotesque, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's inspired by the experience of Northwest BC and its fight against Enbridge that the Bill C-628 would legislate immediate protections for the pristine North Coast from threats from these oil tankers, while addressing the key concerns raised by the poor process that led the Conservative government to approve the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to have been the past co-chair of the Environmental Law Centre at the University of Victoria. Those people are now in court fighting the NEB decision and the government's decision to accept the JRP's report because of the numerous procedural errors that are so patently obvious to any lawyer who's examined them. And I think this would go some distance if Bill 628 were to be accepted to address some of the deficiencies that were made so apparent during that process. A process where literally thousands of people appeared, 99.whatever% of whom opposed this pipeline. Yet nevertheless, 3 individuals appointed by the NEB came to British Columbia and said, we know what's best. We'll go ahead and recommend approval for this project. Nobody in our community takes seriously that process. Nobody takes it seriously in the Kinder Morgan process. If this bill would go some distance to improve it, then I think it's worth it for sure on that basis alone. 300 scientists from around the world condemned that joint review panel project, full of errors and omissions, and said it cannot be used to make decisions about pipelines, and demanded the government finally say no to the lunacy of the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline proposal. You know, and what's happening, Mr. Speaker, as recently as in today's Globe and Mail, is we see a change in the economy. Green energy sector jobs now they surpass the total of oil sands employment in this country. There's 6.5 million people employed now in the clean energy sector, according to Clean Energy Canada in a report released today. $25 billion has been invested in Canada's clean energy sector in the past 5 years. And as I say, more people are employed in this sector than in the oil sands. The world has changed, the Conservatives have not, and projects like Enbridge Northern Gateway show how much they have their head in the sand, perhaps I should say in the oil sands. So, Mr. Speaker, I had a constituent, Dr. Gerald Graham, who works with World Ocean Consulting, and he calculated that over a 50-year period, the chance of a major tanker spill is somewhere between 8.7 and 14.1%. These are the same odds at the top end as Russian roulette. Applying a standard model used by governments to project spill risk, researchers at Simon Fraser University have estimated the Northern Gateway pipeline would generate a tanker spill somewhere between every 23 and 196 years, a terminal spill every 15 to 41 years, and 15 or 16 pipeline spills on land every year. Overall, they pegged the probability of a tanker spill at 90%. And yet the Joint Review Panel said, quote, a large spill is unlikely, and quote, a large spill would initially have significant adverse environmental effects, but the environment would ultimately recover. Tell that to First Nations people who depend on the sea in the northwest part of British Columbia. Tell that to the municipalities like Kitimat, that despite propaganda from the Enbridge company decided to vote against even allowing that project in their community. They've spoken. The Conservatives have certainly not listened. I could go on and talk about the lunacy of a report that said Dilbit may not even sink. I didn't know that. Tell that to the people in Kalamazoo, Michigan. They spent over $1 billion trying to clean up something on the bottom of the Kalamazoo River, but I guess it doesn't sink. There must have been a lot of wasted money. Oh no, it says when it gets to the waves and in seawater, it's an entirely different issue. Well, Mr. Speaker, the scientists with whom I've consulted think the report's conclusion on such a central issue was itself lunacy. And of course, we're playing Russian roulette, as I said earlier, with the fate of some of the most beautiful part of our planet and some of the most dangerous waters on our planet when one thinks of Hecate Strait and Douglas Channel with 90-degree turns out to the ocean. If you look at a map that Enbridge gave, those islands don't exist apparently, but I've seen them. I've been there many times. It's my favorite part of this planet, and I will not let the Conservatives destroy it by allowing this pipeline and these tankers to go through this part of the world. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I've been an environmental lawyer for most of my life. I've participated in many hearings. I've been commission counsel on environmental assessment projects myself. This project was flawed from the get-go. The process was just so inadequate that everyone has spoken against it. The same people are now speaking out about the process that's facing the Kinder Morgan process in British Columbia. I'm proud to stand here in support of my colleague for introducing this bill. We were lucky to have him in this House. He was in my riding a couple of weeks ago. Several hundred more people. Take Back Our Coast is what he calls it. Had several hundred a year or so ago, several hundred now. We're not going away. Our resistance to this project, we're only getting started, Mr. Speaker. This bill will make an enormous difference to how we do business in Canada in addressing these kind of projects. I commend my colleague for this initiative, and I hope all members of this House will support it. Thank you very much.
Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Western Economic Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in response to Bill 628, C628, which calls for among many other things, the Canada Shipping Act to be amended. And the proposed amendments would ban oil tankers from operating off the northern coast of British Columbia, specifically the Dixon Entrance, the Hecate Strait, and the Queen Charlotte Sound. Mr. Speaker, I want to put some facts on the table in my conversation here because we've heard certainly some passion perhaps from the other side, but I think facts become important. And certainly we're committed to protecting the environment. I'm a member that represents British Columbia, and I know how important our coastal environment is, how important our waterway is, and we take our duty to protect these areas very seriously. And so the members' proposal to ban tankers off the West Coast is problematic for a number of reasons. And first of all, I want to talk about how we've already taken significant action to ensure we have a world-class tanker safety system and how we are keeping shipping safe. The cornerstone of Canada's maritime regulatory regime is the Canada Shipping Act, also known as the Act. The Act's main purpose is to ensure marine safety. This includes preventing pollution from all shipping, including tankers. The Act is applicable to all vessels operating in Canadian waters and to Canadian vessels worldwide. And of course, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to do is balance the safety of shipping with the protection of the marine environment while ensuring maritime commerce. So in order to ensure that oil is shipped safely, the Act establishes standards, which requires oil tankers to be double-hulled, set out how they're built, equipped, inspected, certified, and operated. Oil tanker in Canada, of course, has an excellent safety record under this regulatory regime. And, Mr. Speaker, roughly 320 million tons of oil are safely shipped off Canada's coast annually, with 43 million tons of oil shipped annually through the coastal waters of British Columbia. And even with this high volume of oil shipping, Canada has not suffered any significant oil spills since its current regulatory regime was implemented. This track record can be attributed to strong prevention measures that have been implemented over the last 2 decades. Transportation of goods by vessels need to be compliant with the Act and are vital to British Columbia's coastal economy. Multiple prevention measures are set out in regulations, such as the Vehicle Traffic Services Zone, which this monitors the movement of vessels, so traffic separation schemes and special routing measures are in place where appropriate. Crews aboard these vessels must also meet stringent international training for standards for training and for certification. So in accordance with the Pilotage Act, there is compulsory pilotage in British Columbia's coastal waters, and that means the vessel must have on board a pilot who is a navigator certified to have specialized local knowledge of the waters. Mariners are dedicated professionals who undergo years of training and experience to advance through their ranks, again, in accordance with training and examinations overseen by Transport Canada and other maritime administrations around the world. Transport Canada has also established a Canadian marine oil spill preparedness and response regime, and this requires tankers to have an arrangement with the Canadian Response Organization to provide cleanup services in the event of a spill. Tankers are also required to have a shipboard oil pollution emergency plan. The Marine Liability Act, which forms part of Canada's regulatory regime, sets out rules for tankers to carry insurance not only for their oil cargo they carry, but also for the oil that they use as fuels. So, Mr. Speaker, internationally, Canada is highly respected in the maritime community as a country that provides a clear and predictable set of rules to ensure safety and to protect the environment. A key way we achieved this reputation was by being party to international conventions that set rules for how ships, including tankers, operate safely and prevent marine pollution. Being party to these conventions allows Transport Canada the right to inspect ships that call on Canadian ports. And the conventions also provide rights for Transport Canada to act if the standards are not met. And this can include warnings, detaining a vessel in port until the repairs are made to comply with the standards. So not only are we party to these international conventions, but we're also very active in the International Maritime Organization. The United Nations, that's the United Nations specialized agency that governs global shipping. We've had leadership roles in this International Maritime Organization for several years, and we've been working to facilitate the world's adoption of maritime standards to protect the environment. So not only in Canada, but working worldwide. So we continue to strive to make our regulatory regime stronger, and recently have done so through our World Tanker Safety System initiatives. So, of course, as you're aware, we know that British Columbia was interested in having the best system in the world. So in May 2013-14, we announced a number of new measures that were put in place. Some of the announcements that were made was we were increasing tanker inspections, new and modified aids to the navigation, expansion of our national aerial surveillance program to increase surveillance efforts, while continuing to deter polluters and enable early detection of marine oil spills. So a ban on oil tankers as proposed by the NDP would have a lasting negative effect on Canada. And I understand that the NDP is anti-trade and they don't understand the issues of that we're a trading nation. The NDP always want to say no. They don't say, how can we perhaps have a process in place? How can we look at how we can have a balance and get to yes? And I just have to go back to the recent provincial election where their leader stood up in the riding that I represent and said, we're not even going to support this pipeline. We don't care about having a process in place. We're against it. And, you know, I think British Columbians spoke clearly. they said we need to find that balance. Our environment's critical, but we need to find a balance. And, I'm not sure that worked out so well for the NDP to always be saying no and to say we're not even going to have a process before we say no. It's just an automatic no. It hasn't worked out so well. So really, Mr. Speaker, banning the tanker traffic would essentially eliminate any chances Canada would have of further diversifying energy exports with countries other than the United States. And I have to also note that they say no to Keystone. They say no from east-west, north-south. It seems to be no, no, no. They really are not looking for any way to get to a yes, in spite of whatever measures we could put in to really have environmentally sound practice. So anyway, I think the ban would actually also be seen very negatively by the United States and other countries that view these waters as free for navigation, specifically the waters in Fishing Zone 3 between the Queen Charlotte's and Vancouver Island. As you might know, Mr. Speaker, they're disputed as international waters. So in closing, our government is already keeping shipping safe and preventing pollution in our waters through our current regulatory regimes. We continue to be proactive in our approach to safety, and we are proud of recent initiatives such as our world-class tanker safety system. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, British Columbians can be reassured that our government is committed to protecting our beautiful West Coast. And as I say, as a member from British Columbia, I believe that we can get to yeses on some of these projects with the important measures that are in place. Banning a class of vessels operating legitimately within the standards I've just described is contrary to the comprehensive system that has served Canadians so well. This type of project or ban as proposed by the NDP would have drastic impacts on Canada internationally. And, I heard the member from Victoria talk about every single person said no, and I was actually, I have people in my riding, many say yes, some say no, but I think, there are people in British Columbia that recognize we can get to a good balance on these issues. Anyway, so Mr. Speaker, for these reasons, our government is not going to be supporting the NDP's C628. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam, I'll let him know that there's only about 3.5 minutes or so left in the time permitted for debate on this particular hour of this question, but we'll get him started at least, and I'll give you the normal signal just before we have to bring it to a close for this hour. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak in favour of Bill C-628, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act and the National Energy Board Act, introduced by my colleague, the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. And let me provide some background information about this bill. Bill C-628 is designed to fully and finally stop the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline in its tracks. The bill will also steer the National Energy Board toward a process that respects communities and First Nations and puts Canadian jobs and energy security first. Enbridge proposes to have supertankers the length of the Empire State Building traverse through the sensitive and difficult waters of the Douglas Channel and BC's North Coast. Over the 50-year lifespan of the project, they plan to do it 11,000 times. And given Enbridge's track record, we don't trust the odds that a devastating accident will never happen. Mr. Speaker, polls consistently show over 2/3 of British Columbians oppose Enbridge's Northern Gateway supertanker scheme and the dangers that it poses to the coast and communities who depend on it. Thousands of people wrote letters and testified before the Northern Gateway Joint Review Panel. Municipalities and the province of British Columbia formally declared their opposition to the pipeline. 130 First Nations signed the Fraser Declaration opposing Northern Gateway, only to have their views discarded by this Conservative government's decision to support it. The Enbridge Northern Gateway project would move 525,000 barrels of diluted bitumen per day from Bruderheim, Alberta to Kitimat, BC. The 1,177-kilometre length of the pipeline would cross the Rocky Mountains, hundreds of rivers and streams and sensitive habitat for species such as woodland caribou. BC's North Coast is a place of great biological diversity and extreme weather. It's home to 120 species of seabirds and 27 species of marine mammals such as orca, gray, and humpback whales, as well as the commercially important wild salmon, halibut, and other fisheries. Spills along this coast are more likely and would be devastating. The supertankers Enbridge plans to send down Douglas Channel have a minimum stopping distance of 3 kilometers. While the channel itself is a network of sharp turns and narrow passages, just 1.35 kilometers in some places, and winds have been recorded up to 200 kilometers an hour with waves as high as 29 meters. The economic costs of a spill would be enormous. The seafood sector in BC generates close to $1.7 billion each year, while wilderness tourism in British Columbia generates more than $1.5 billion in annual reserves. This sector's a permanent source of income for around 45,000 Canadians that would be deeply affected by a spill. 10,000, Mr. Speaker, is the number of individuals and organizations, including the provincial government of British Columbia and several First Nations, wrote to or appeared before the Joint Review Panel of Northern Gateway, and their opposition was nearly unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to continue this in the new year.
And when the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam will have 7 minutes remaining for his comments, he can pick it up from where he left off when the House next returns to debate on this particular question. But for now, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38.1, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to speak about a troubling trend of Conservative interference that is putting a chill on Canadian charities. Canadian charitable organizations now operate increasingly in a climate of fear. The Harper government has made it part of their mandate to target charitable organizations that oppose Conservative policies, especially environmental and social justice groups. The latest victims include the Kitchener-Waterloo Field Naturalists, who received an ominous message from CRA ordering an end to so-called partisan practices. As far as I can tell, the only partisan practice this charity was guilty of was disagreeing with the Harper government. The Kitchener-Waterloo Field Naturalists...
Order. Just a casual reminder to the honourable member that we don't use the names, the proper names of other honourable members. You can maybe switch to their riding names or their positions could be used.
Disagreeing with the Conservative government. The Kitchener-Waterloo Field Naturalists simply sent letters to the government opposing its approval of neonicotinoid chemicals that damage bee colonies. They were contacted just a few days later by the CRA. Are we expected to believe that this was a coincidence? Another charity targeted last year was the David Suzuki Foundation. That organization provides dozens of programs to educate Canadians about the causes of global warming and to support sustainable practices. They're not left-wing radicals, Mr. Speaker. The Suzuki Foundation produces science-based analysis by some of Canada's greatest minds. While there are quite a few climate deniers in the Conservative caucus, they cannot use their power to shut down environmental research. Last time I checked, Canada was a liberal democracy, not a dictatorship. PEN Canada, an organization that advocates for freedom of expression, has also been targeted for a political activity audit. PEN Canada has been critical, as have I, of muzzling scientists on the public payroll, and now they too are being muzzled by this audit. Is the Conservative government so afraid of criticism that it must resort to harassing charities? These organizations know as well as most Canadians that the Conservative government has been turning a blind eye to the environmental consequences of their policies. From lack of regulation of harmful chemicals to irresponsible energy policies, the Conservatives have made it clear that the environment is just not important to them. However, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the main issue for tonight. The issue is the right to free speech. It's our democratic right as Canadian citizens to use our voices without fear of persecution. These citizens were exercising their freedoms as Canadians and yet were met with harassment. This shift in Conservative policy has created a chill among charities. Despite being within their constitutional rights, organizations have gotten the message that criticism of this government comes with consequences. On the flip side, Conservative think tanks that are registered as charities haven't endured these abuses. For example, the Macdonald-Laurier Institute in Ottawa is not being audited despite its clear right-leaning research. Charities work for the good of a cause rather than any one individual. Their founders and employees give time and effort for something they really believe in. Under this Conservative government, they've had to forge ahead knowing that they may be targeted. This is simply unacceptable. The Canada Revenue Agency is not meant to carry out a political agenda. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives stop punishing charities that advocate for science-based conclusions to Canadian issues simply because they oppose the Conservative agenda? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was so much factually incorrect about the Honourable Member from Thunder Bay Superior North statement that I really don't quite know where to start. So maybe if I can get him to step out from under that, umbrella of conspiracy theories, we could just talk about the facts instead of some fictional conspiracy theory that he has. So Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. Charities registered under the Income Tax Act are afforded the valuable privilege of providing tax receipts to their donors. In fact, in Canada, as the Honourable Member should know, we have 86,000 charities worth some $14 billion. The idea that none of those charities should be checked is ludicrous, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is that in return for those tax receipts, Canadians expect that the government will take all necessary steps required to ensure that all their charitable donations are used for charitable purposes. All registered charities are required by law to have exclusively charitable purposes. Some political activity may be allowed, provided it is not partisan in nature and is connected and subordinated to the charity's purposes. These rules are not new, Mr. Speaker. They've been around for decades. I know that the CRA goes to great lengths to support charities and to help them meet their obligations as easily as possible. In recent years, it has provided a wide range of new tools and resources and updated and improved existing ones to help charities better understand the rules, including those rules that relate to political activities. Fostering voluntary compliance and helping charities get it right from the start is always the #1 priority. The CRA ensures compliance through a balanced program of education, guidance, and responsible enforcement. Audits are an important part of CRA's overall approach as it allows CRA officials to better understand a charity's activities to confirm whether an audit is compliant with the rules. Whenever the CRA conducts an audit, whether related to political activities or any other issue, it follows an education-first approach, uses the full range of compliance measures at its disposal, including education letters, compliance agreements, to ensure that rules are followed. And let me be clear, the rules related to political activities apply to all registered charities, and the CRA's compliance efforts also apply to all charities. No charity, no sector is singled out here, Mr. Speaker. The process for identifying which charities will be audited for political activities is handled by CRA alone. In a fair and consistent way, and with all CRA audit activities, it is not subject, as with all CRA audit activities, it is not subject to political guidance. Mr. Speaker, frankly, the member opposite is attempting to politicize something that's completely removed from the political process, and it's absolutely shameful that he would do that. That member, along with some others in this House, should be asking themselves why they are attempting to score cheap political points at the expense of public servants. I have full confidence in the professionalism, integrity, and fairness of CRA officials who administer the charities program on a day-to-day basis, and I can assure the members of this House that these officials are doing their jobs professionally, competently, and free of any political direction.
Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but it is clear that there has been a campaign of political activity targeting charities that have criticized the government. This is an abuse of power and cannot continue in a democratic society. If this doesn't convince that honourable member, perhaps comments from his colleagues might. The finance minister said not very long ago that environmental groups have a radical agenda. What exactly is that radical agenda? To lower our carbon emissions so future generations can live safely on a livable planet? To protect ecosystems that have been damaged by mismanagement and irresponsible lack of regulation? Perhaps if the Conservatives would even look at the harm that they have caused the environment, they would see that we do need change. Instead of owning up to their failures, the Conservatives are targeting charities whose main goal is to distribute information and research to Canadians, as they should. It cannot be a coincidence that of the $8 million in the 2012 budget allocated to political activity audits, groups critical to the government have been targeted the most. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives own up to their own policy failures instead of scaring charities into silence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
You know, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the honourable member, his comments are nonsensical, they're incorrect, and they're incoherent. To begin with, we don't know who's audited. The only way anyone knows who's audited if that person or group who's audited chooses to tell that. So you have no idea who else is being audited in this country because there's no way to track that. That's private information kept in CRA. So as I mentioned previously, Mr. Speaker, audits are an important element in CRA's balanced approach to compliance. When CRA identifies non-compliance, it can use a series of progressive compliance measures, ranging from education letters, compliance agreements for less serious cases, to tougher measures like financial penalties, suspension or even revocation for the most egregious cases. But the truth is that the overwhelming majority of charities selected for audit are able to correct identified non-compliance concerns and continue their charitable programs, and the CRA's approach is clearly working. To close, Mr. Speaker, in case the member opposite missed what I said earlier, in a recent message to all CRA employees, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner said, quote, "To be clear, the process for identifying which charities will be audited for any reason is handled by the Charities Directorate alone, and like all audit activities, is not subject to political direction." 86,000 charities in this country, Mr. Speaker, $14 billion in charitable money out there. The honourable member thinks that there should be no audit in any of that. That's not responsible.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have a chance to rise and speak about a question that I asked last week and certainly didn't get a very satisfactory answer to. It was about this government's lack of commitment to the health and welfare of our Canadian veterans, which I think is only really one word to describe, and that is the word shameful, I'm sad to say. Too many veterans are too often denied benefits they're entitled to, while others are forced to fight their own government for years before they can get the help they need. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this fall's Auditor General report presented clear evidence the government's failed to provide adequate access to mental health services, which is needed by many of our veterans. The report noted that mental health support for veterans was very slow, complex, poorly communicated, not tracked, and not comprehensive enough. In fact, the Auditor General concluded that Veterans Affairs, believe it or not, was largely unconcerned with, quote, how well veterans were being served whether the programs were making a difference in their lives, unquote. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, which has closed down regional support offices to save a few dollars, and at the same time allowed over $1 billion in funding to lapse and go unspent in this department so they can make claims about balancing the budget. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that shamelessly fudged the numbers with regard to the recently announced program to enhance mental health services. While the Conservative Cabinet Minister originally led us to believe that this funding would flow over 6 years, we then, of course, learned that it would, in fact, be stretched over 50 years. Imagine making an announcement. Imagine being a government that has the nerve to make an announcement to presume that they can determine what's going to happen for the next 50 years, Mr. Speaker. The gall, the arrogance of that is appalling. And but worse than that, to come across and pretend that you're doing it for 6 years, it's going to be spent over 6 years, when in fact it's over 50, is fundamentally dishonest. And they should be ashamed of that, Mr. Speaker. On top of failing to deliver mental health services for Canadian veterans, a new report reveals that after committing to hire more mental health personnel for our Canadian Armed Forces, this Conservative government failed to deliver. It's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians don't believe a word this government says when it comes to the treatment of our men and women, those who serve our country and who have served our country in the past. They simply can't be trusted to tell the truth, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the lack of adequate and timely support for our veterans is clearly taking a toll. Over the last decade, 160 Canadian Forces members have died by suicide, and many more are struggling with mental health issues like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorders. But as the Auditor General pointed out, under the current system, 1 in 5 veterans are forced to wait up to 8 months to get help from this government. Up to 8 months, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives talk a good game about supporting our veterans and our armed forces, but they clearly fail to recognize that we have an obligation to those who serve our country and to their families. This fall's report by the Auditor General is a reminder of the Conservatives' failed record on Canadian veterans. The Auditor General has found that Veterans Affairs needs to update its outreach strategy to include family physicians, and that it needs to educate family members on how to spot possible signs of mental illness. Why on earth is it not doing this already? Why doesn't the government want to have this happen? Because they don't want people who have PTSD to be found and recognized and dealt with? They don't want to know? What's wrong with this government, Mr. Speaker? In fact, when we ask why the government's failed to correct this problem, what do we get? We get PMO talking points. And I hope we won't get the same thing tonight when the government has a chance to respond. Why do they take this approach? Is it because they really don't want to know? That's the question in my mind. Is it because the minister is more concerned with photo ops than being available to respond to the report of the Auditor General? Or is it because he'd rather try to bully and intimidate veterans instead of listening to their legitimate concerns? Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary in the minister's place could answer my colleague, the member for Guelph, who asked why the current funding for veterans' mental health is stretched over 50 years and wildly insufficient, especially when comparing the $1.13 billion Veterans Affairs left unspent and the fact that the Conservatives have squandered hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars on partisan advertising campaigns.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and for Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that, of course, it was the Minister of Veterans Affairs who actually proactively asked the Auditor General to conduct a review of the existing mental health services and supports offered Canadian veterans by his department. I'd also like to draw to the member opposite's attention the fact that it was the Minister who acted promptly and announced new and expanded mental health initiatives for veterans still serving members and their families, which was a huge step forward. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the Minister didn't stop there. He also announced mental health services for veterans, or announced a mental health services for veterans action plan to further support these investments and to continue to be forward-thinking and proactive. We will provide more timely access to the psychological assessments and treatments. Also, the new operational stress injury clinic in Halifax, slated to open in 2015, which I believe is actually in the members opposite's riding, as well as satellite clinics across Canada will give veterans faster access to specialized mental health services. We will strengthen our outreach efforts targeting the reserve force as well as families and family physicians. We will invest in treatment and research and work with the Mental Health Commission of Canada to develop mental health first aid programs for veterans and their families. The expansion of the Operational Stress Injury Support Program with 50 new peer support coordinators will also help veterans and their families seek treatment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite highlighted a number of things, the Prime Minister today highlighted the fact that the announcement that we made recently was for $200 million. We also highlighted, the Prime Minister highlighted today, that that would be over 6 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member opposite talks about it being over 50 years. Well, here's a real note to the member opposite. Not all of our veterans in 6 years will be, their issues will they be resolved. It might take a little bit longer. That's why this program, the life of this program, will be longer than the 6 years that we announced. He talks about funding for veteran services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has actually increased funding for veteran services to levels that have never before been seen in this country. And certainly when the member opposite had an opportunity to sit on this side of the House in government, they had the opportunity to respect our veterans, Mr. Speaker, and they chose to do just the opposite. That's why when we came into office in 2006, we had to immediately set on a new course of respect with our veterans. That's why we increased funding to veteran services, as I said, to record levels, Mr. Speaker. That's why we've opened up new clinics across this country, Mr. Speaker, so that our veterans have better access to services. That's why we're improving services, psychological services for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. All told, we've provided $5 billion, in excess of $5 billion more than the Liberals were providing, Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the things that we do every single year in this place is we make sure that Veterans Affairs has all of the resources that it needs to properly fund all of the services that this Parliament has approved, Mr. Speaker. We do that every single year, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we have done. We're very proud of the work that we have done in government, but more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we're proud of the work that our veterans and our Canadian Armed Forces have done, and that's why on this side of the House we've continued to support them at record levels, and that's why we will continue to do that, not only this year, but in years gone by. And yes, the member is right. As long as we're on this side of the House for the next 50 years, 100 years, we'll continue to support the veterans who have made this such a great place to live in, Mr. Speaker. So the member is quite correct. As long as Conservatives are here, we'll always stand up for veterans, whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, or even 50 years, despite the objections of the members opposite.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess what I did get, in fact, was PMO talking points, but I'm accustomed to that. It's not a surprise. And in fact, for example, I didn't hear any explanation about how it was that the Conservatives failed to spend $1.13 billion allocated for this Department for Veterans Affairs, and yet they had to close 9 regional offices providing services to veterans across this country. The fact of the matter is, this report indicates, and other reports indicate, and talking to veterans themselves indicates, this government is failing them, and it's failing to deal with the mental health problems that they're facing. You talk to, I think, any member of Parliament who's hearing from people in their riding, from veterans in their riding, facing problems, seeing the hurdles they have to go through to get benefits, it's outrageous. I mean, I can see, people would understand that someone who's entering the forces, that they have to go to boot camp, and they have to go through obstacle courses. But to make a veteran who is suffering go through those kind of a course, try to get over obstacles constantly in order to get the benefits to which they're entitled, I think is outrageous. And that's what we're seeing from this government. That's what we're hearing from Canadians all the time. And it's time for this government to change its attitude, contrary to what my honourable colleague says. Have a change of heart, have a heart, and pay attention to the real problems that our veterans are experiencing.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member opposite doesn't listen. It was actually the minister who asked the Auditor General to look at the program so that we could find better ways of providing our veterans quicker and easier access to the programs that they deserve. Programs that it was this side of the House, this government, that put in place after years of shameless or shameful mismanagement by the Liberals opposite, Mr. Speaker. When we came into office, we realized that there was a huge deficit with respect to honouring our veterans. That's why we increased funding to veteran services, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, it was this minister who put in place who asked the Auditor General to come in. We identified some shortcomings. We accepted the Auditor General's report, Mr. Speaker. We've made some changes. There's better communications between the Department of National Defence and Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker, so that we can provide better and quicker access to our veterans, Mr. Speaker. We're doing better. We have more work to do, and the Minister is undertaking that work as we speak, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North, not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. And now the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.